present danger. Tenka limps out of the portal, her face pale as she clutches her side. "Tenka-san, why did you come back?" Yuuki cries out in alarm. Tenka gives a weak, self-deprecating chuckle. "This is a family matter. It's only natural," she says, her loyalty clear even in her weakened state. Kyoyuka moves to support her, placing a steadying hand on her arm. "Don't worry about the others. Reinforcements are at the cave entrance," she says firmly. Tenka leans in, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. "However, they can't communicate with or view the inside of the cave. They'd have to come in person to talk," she warns. Kyoyuka turns her gaze toward the Shuiki leader. "Yaba," she addresses her directly, the authority in her voice returning. Kyoyuka's eyes are like ice as she stares the girl down. "Are you still thinking of going on a rampage?" she asks, testing the wind. Yaba looks down at her scarred hands, the anger having long since cooled into sorrow. "Not anymore," she replies softly. She looks out over the battlefield, her voice breaking. "All the Shuiki we'd amassed were obliterated, and Coco and Neon were kidnapped," she reveals, the weight of the loss evident. She looks back at Kyoyuka, a new, desperate flame igniting in her eyes. "But I have to save the two of them," she declares, memories of her friends flashing behind her. Kyoyuka remains silent, studying Yaba's face for any sign of deception. Finally, Kyoyuka sighs and lowers her guard. "If you don't intend on causing a disturbance anymore, then I won't fight you either. Since you're Yuuki's older sister, I'll trust you," she says. Yuuki smiles, adding, "Same here. In fact, I'd like to help you." Yuuki steps forward, his earnest nature shining through. "Ni-chan, have the Demon Defense Force take you under its protection," he suggests. Yaba's expression turns bitter at the mention of the military. "I can trust Tenka and Kyoyuka, but it's impossible for me to trust the organization itself," she admits frankly. Yuuki flinches, seeing the wall of distrust his sister has built against the very group he serves. Yuuki asks with genuine concern, "But how are you going to live now?" Yaba looks toward the shadows of the cave. "We have other hidden villages. My friends have already evacuated to there. I'll look after them," she replies. Tenka watches the exchange in silence, her eyes reflecting the complex reality of their world. Kyoyuka nods in agreement. "If you have a hiding place, then not seeking protection from us for now is a viable option," she concedes, much to Yuuki's surprise. Yaba smirks, her sharp eyes scanning Kyoyuka's face. "Are you saying you recognize your organization for the menace it is?" she challenges. Tenka speaks up, her voice steady despite her fatigue. "It's a question of ideology," she states simply. Kyoyuka supports Tenka as they turn to walk. "You mean Supreme Commander Yamashiro?" Kyoyuka asks. "Yeah," Tenka confirms with a heavy sigh. Yuuki looks back and forth between them, feeling lost in the undercurrents of the conversation. "What are you guys talking about?" he asks. Tenka looks at the ground, her voice tinged with bitterness. "The Supreme Commander holds the Demon Defense Force together. She's the kind of person who would choose to sacrifice the few if it meant strengthening the nation. It's good she holds a strong love for her country, but she has a scary streak," she explains. Kyoyuka looks toward the cave exit, her expression grim. "If the Onmyu Bureau really is doing what you say they are, there's a high chance they're in collusion," she warns. Tenka gazes at her palm, the memory of her hesitation still fresh. "When it came down to it, I couldn't attack my sister-in-law," she whispers. She looks at the bodies of those they fought. "But the Supreme Commander probably would. It's not a matter of whether that's right or wrong. That's just the kind of person she is," she adds solemnly. Yuuki gulps, the realization of the danger his sister is in finally sinking into his mind. Kyoyuka surveys the damaged shrine nearby. Luckily, none of the conversations held within the cave have leaked to the outside, but assessing the situation, going into hiding might actually be safer. "We'll be able to look into the Onmyu Bureau on our own," she theorizes. Yuuki's voice is barely a whisper. "Then how long would my sister and her friends have to hide for?" he asks, his heart sinking. Kyoyuka turns back to him, her eyes burning with a sudden, fierce ambition. "It's simple, Yuuki. It will only be until what I said before becomes reality," she promises. She steps closer to him, her gaze locking onto his. I just have to become Supreme Commander, she declares, her resolve echoing through the silent cavern. Yuuki stares at her, his mouth falling open at the sheer scale of her ambition. Tenka watches Kyoyuka, a small, hopeful smile appearing on her face for the first time in hours. The scene shifts to the grand architecture of the capital. They can hide until the next Supreme Commander election. This all happened because they tried to use Mato's existence for the national interest. Kyoyuka's voiceover continues. Kyoyuka raises her head, her voice booming with the strength of a leader. I will change the policies of the Demon Defense Force. I will wipe out the Shuiki, protect Yaba and her friends, and find a way to cure them. No more forced experiments. How about it? She shouts to the sky. Yaba stares at her in silence, stunned by the conviction in Kyoyuka's eyes. A genuine, warm smile finally reaches Yaba's face. If that's the case, we'll accept your protection with peace of mind, she says softly. Yuuki's eyes well up with tears of relief. Ni-chan, he cries out. He turns back to Kyoyuka, his mind already racing toward the future they just promised to build. Yuuki regains his composure, looking at her seriously. You say you'll get elected as Supreme Commander, but how will you pull that off? He asks. Kyoyuka doesn't hesitate for a second. For now, I need achievements under my belt. The Shuiki are a given, but I'll have to defeat the 8 Thunder Gods too, she explains. A spark of determination ignites in Yuki's eyes as he hears her plan. He reaches out, grabbing her hand with renewed energy. Then, I could help with that, he exclaims, his heart soaring. Another tremor rocks the earth, stones rattling and falling as the cave groans once more. Another tremor, Tenka warns. Kyoyuka takes charge of the situation. We should get out soon, she says. Yaba nods. I'll escape from the back. Yuuki watches his sister go, his monster armor beginning to dissolve into mist. He looks back over his shoulder, one final glance at the place where they almost lost everything. Yaba stands at the edge of the darkness, her figure silhouetted against the dim light of the cave entrance. She looks back at him with a gaze full of love and pride. Yuuki, I'll be watching over you, she says gently. Yuuki's voice is choked with emotion. Ni-chan, he whispers back. He clenches his human fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking punctuating the silence. Gu, clench, his hand tightens. Eyes flash with a new, unbreakable resolve. I swear, he begins to himself. He looks up at Kyoyuka, a determined grin spreading across his face. I will take care of things for you, he shouts with joy. Yaba watches him, her heart swelling as she sees the man he has become. She gives him a beaming smile, tears of happiness finally spilling over her cheeks. She rushes forward and pulls him into a crushing hug, her laughter echoing through the cavern. You've gotten so strong, you get 100 trillion points, she cheers wildly. Kyoyuka and Tenka watch the scene with softened expressions, the bond between siblings reminding them what they are fighting for. The moment lingers, the words all this time, appearing in the air like a fading dream. Yaba turns and disappears into the tunnels as the pair move toward the surface. I've fought with the goal of becoming a hero, Yuuki's internal monologue begins. He looks down at his own hands, steady and strong now. Face hardens into a mask of pure determination. But going forward, it's gonna be different. I will cure my sister. That is my reason to fight, he declares with conviction. Chapter 43, Quickening Asterisk. Later, at the 7th Squad headquarters, the atmosphere is much lighter. Welcome back, Ni cries out, her arms raised in a cheerful wave. Ni runs across the courtyard toward them, her face beaming. I couldn't see inside the cave, so I was worried, she says, her voice full of relief. Kyoyuka smiles. Good job handling communication on your end, Ni. Ni stops in front of them, looking at their bedraggled states. The bath is ready, so please go ahead and freshen up, she suggests. I'll take you up on that, Kyoyuka replies gratefully. The camera shifts to the quiet hallways of the dormitory as the sun begins to set outside. Ni walks alongside Yuuki as they head toward the kitchen. I prepared some food. You can have it as soon as I've reheated it, she offers kindly. Thanks, Ni-chan, Yuuki says, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. He stops for a moment, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he looks at his hands. Nee tilts her head, looking up at him with concern. Does it hurt somewhere? She asks softly. Yuuki tries to offer a reassuring smile. I'm fine, but... He trails off, his mind returning to the battlefield. He looks at his feet, thinking of his fallen teammates. Everyone else was hospitalized, he mutters, the guilt of his own health weighing on him. Nee steps closer, her voice firm but kind. The Demon Defense Forces medical team are good at what they do, so they should be fully healed in a few days. That's what Kyoyuka-san said too, but still, she starts to say. She looks up into his eyes, her gaze full of a strange, adult wisdom. She reaches out and takes his hand in hers, her grip surprisingly strong for her size. Nee gives him a stern look. Yuuki-san, if anything happens, you have to work to pick up all the slack for everyone who's still recovering, she points out. She pulls him closer, her face breaking into a bright smile. So don't exhaust yourself, and please rest when you can. That's an order from your superior, she declares with a playful huff. Yuuki chuckles softly, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. You're right, thanks, he says with a sincere smile. Later that night, Yuuki sits alone in the quiet of his room, the only sound being the ticking of a clock. He looks up as the sliding door creaks open softly. Kyoyuka stands in the doorway, her hair damp from a shower and a towel around her neck. Where's Nee? She asks casually. Yuuki blinks in surprise, his heart rate beginning to climb at her sudden appearance. He clears his throat and points toward the hallway. Someone came to take her to the 10th squad. They want her report as an eye, he explains. Kyoyuka stands silently for a long moment, her eyes fixed on his in the dim light of the room. She takes a deep breath, her face set with a strange determination. I'm going to deactivate my ability, she announces softly. Yuuki's eyes widen in confusion. What? He manages to gasp out. Kyoyuka doesn't explain further, simply looking at him with a soft gaze. Okay, Yuuki eventually responds. A blinding flash of golden light erupts from her body, the slave contract releasing its grip on him with a Packian shatter sound. The light fades, Kyoyuka is standing right in front of him, the air between them thick with unspoken words. She reaches down and takes his hand, her palm warm against his. Come with me, she whispers, her voice barely audible. Her fingers interlock with his, her grip tight and possessive as she pulls him toward her. Yuuki follows her without a word, his mind reeling as they walk toward her private quarters. They stop in front of her door. Is Kyoyuka-san's room up ahead? Yuuki thinks, his face flushing deep red. The door slides open to reveal a single lamp, lighting the room with a soft, golden hue. Yuuki sits on the edge of the bed, his chest bare as he waits nervously. He hears a rustle of fabric as Kyoyuka moves behind him, the sound of her pajamas falling to the floor punctuated by a pasa, FWAP. He looks over his shoulder, and his breath hitches as he sees Kyoyuka standing there in only her lingerie. Kyoyuka stands tall, her long white hair cascading over her shoulders like silk, as she looks down at him with a blush. Yuuki is frozen in place, his eyes locked onto her as his pulse thunders in his ears. The bed creaks as she climbs onto the mattress, moving toward him with a slow, deliberate grace. She crawls over him, her body hovering inches from his as she pins him to the pillows. Yuuki's face is beet red as he stares up at her, completely overwhelmed by her proximity. The silence in the room is heavy, broken only by the sound of their shallow breathing. Kyoyuka grits her teeth, her face almost as red as his. We're going to sleep, okay? She shouts, trying to hide her embarrassment behind authority. Yuuki stares up at her, his mind struggling to keep up with the situation. Okay, he echoes back with wide eyes. He nods vigorously. Ah, I see, he shouts. Kyoyuka looks away, her voice softening. Anyway, it looks like your reward is to sleep next to me. She pulls at her shoulder strap, her pride warring with her desire to be close to him. I get that you need rest, but I can't believe it has to be while I'm dressed like this, she mutters. She leans down, her forehead touching his as she closes the gap between them. They share a long, tender kiss, the world outside forgotten in the quiet intimacy of the room. They pull apart, the covers pulled high over them as they huddle together for warmth. Kyoyuka snuggles into his chest, her heart beating against his in a steady rhythm. She whispers, "You pervert," before finally drifting off into a peaceful sleep. Yuuki looks at her, a small smile appearing on his face as he settles into the mattress. He gazes up at the ceiling, his mind replaying the events of the day in a dizzying loop. He looks down at her sleeping form, feeling a new sense of responsibility toward her. "I don't think," he begins his thought. He sighs and closes his eyes, giving into the exhaustion. "I can sleep like this, but I will try," he thinks. The night passes in silence as the house settles into a quiet slumber. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of the Shuiki territories, the dark roots of the forbidden trees pulse with life. A dark, gaping hole leads into the bowels of a massive, living tree, dripping with ominous fluid. Inside the damp chamber, Neon and Coco lie unconscious, their bodies tattered and weak. "Why'd you bring two of them?" Kusetsu asks from the shadows. Another god speaks from the gloom. "Insurance, in case she doesn't want to eat one," they reply coldly. "Kusetsu, you pamper her," another adds. The sound of wet, clawed feet hitting the stone floor echoes through the chamber, PETA, SHFF. A horrifying, egg-shaped beast with dozens of eyes and multiple limbs stalks toward the girls, growling low in its throat. "Grrr," it snarls. The thunder gods stand around the beast, watching with detached interest as it approaches its prey. The creature towers over the prone forms of the girls, its shadows falling over them like a shroud. Shikoku and the others watch with cold curiosity as the monster prepares to feed. Suddenly, the creature's entire front splits open like a grotesque mouth, bakun gape, and tendrils lash out to snatch the girls into its interior. Kusetsu watches as the girls are pulled into the beast's body. "As I thought, it looks like she likes them. She ate this time," she says calmly. The creature's body undulates as it consumes them, its flesh squelching as it integrates their life force. "Amu Nam," it chomps. The massive, armored thunder god speaks up. "A god that needs food to develop. She's the only god of her kind. All the more assurance that she'll be a strong god," he observes with approval. Shikoku stares at the creature, a hungry light in her own eyes. "Ah," she whispers, her interest piqued. Kusetsu crosses her arms. "Is she okay absorbing that much at one time?" she asks, looking at the creature's swelling form. The armored god smiles cruelly. "I guess so. She's incubating. Those two will become part of a god. What an honor." "Indeed. Those girls will live on within Kusetsu as her battery," they explain as the egg pulses with energy. Inside the creature's translucent skin, the two girls are seen floating in a dark, amniotic fluid, their eyes closed forever. "Forever and ever," the narrator whispers. The massive god turns to the others. "That means there are two left until the 8 thunder gods are assembled," he notes with anticipation. He lets out a harsh laugh. "I can't wait for the gods' punishment to befall those obsolete rejects. Hey, we can leave a few humans alive in the end, right? Planning to collect some as a novelty?" he asks. Shikoku licks her lips, her gaze far away as she thinks of the armored boy from the cave. "There's just one of them, who's piqued my curiosity a bit, is all," she admits with a sharp grin. The egg monster pulses once more, **dokun, thadump **, as the darkness grows deeper, and the gods prepare their next move. Soft morning light filters into the bedroom, where Yuuki and Kyoyuka lie tangled in the sheets of a quiet morning. Kyoyuka's voice is a low, teasing whisper in the stillness. "You're not asleep, are you? Open your eyes," she commands. Yuuki squeezes his eyes shut, a single bead of sweat betraying the fact that he's wide awake and incredibly nervous. Kyoyuka leans in, her gaze fixed on him with an intensity that demands an honest answer. "I knew it, you were awake," she says firmly, catching him in the act. Yuki's face turns a deep shade of crimson as he mutters a sheepish, "Sorry." Kyoyuka looks down at him, her expression a mix of authority and something more intimate. "If you don't sleep, you'll never alleviate your exhaustion, and this reward will never end," she explains. Yuki can only reply with a hesitant, "I'm not sure I can get to sleep." Her eyes soften for a brief moment, seeing the genuine struggle the young man is facing. She shifts her weight, her hand gripping the fabric of the bed as she makes a decision. "Then let's try," she begins. "Doing you know what for a while," she finishes, pulling him closer in a tight embrace. Yuuki is caught completely off guard, gasping out a confused, huh. The bed frame creaks under the sudden movement as the atmosphere in the room shifts from restful to rigorous. Kaioyuka lunges into action, pinning Yuuki's leg back with a practiced wrestling maneuver. This is as freely as I can move under the effects of my abilities price. She grunts, her strength undeniable even in this state. Yuuki struggles beneath her, his limbs flailing. What's this for? He cries out. Kaioyuka doesn't let up, her grip tightening. It's one way to make you understand that I'm your master, she declares, though Yuuki quickly retorts, but I understand that plenty already. She twists his leg further, asserting her dominance with every movement. You got caught, she whispers, her focus entirely on the physical lesson she's imparting. The intensity ramps up as Kaioyuka pushes him further. Because you prioritized your sister's order over mine, she yells, her jealousy manifesting as physical discipline. Yuuki can only let out a pained, ah. Memories of the battle flash through his mind, the frantic shouts and the pressure of the moment. He remembers the command to freeze, the feeling of his body locking up under an external will. Back in the present, Yuuki's resolve crumbles under Kaioyuka's relentless hold. I give, he shouts in surrender. I'm sorry, something in the depths of my soul just. Kaioyuka smirks, her face flushed with the exertion of the reward. You sure are unruly, she teases, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous sort of affection. She adjusts her grip, pulling him into a different hold. Your sister used wrestling moves on you often, didn't she? She asks, her curiosity piqued by his instinctive reactions. She wraps her arms around his neck, squeezing tightly as she continues her playful assault on his senses. Kaioyuka leans in close to his ear, her breath warm against his skin. It'll only be the basics, but I'll use them on you too, she promises with a mischievous grin. Yuuki is at his limit, his face burning and his heart hammering against his ribs. I'm sorta, he begins, unable to find the words. Freaked out at how accepting I am of this. He finishes internally, realizing he's actually enjoying the chaos Kaioyuka brings to his life. The room falls quiet again as the struggle subsides, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing. Yuuki stares up at the ceiling, his mind racing as he tries to process everything that just happened. He lets out a long, weary sigh, his body finally beginning to relax after the physical and emotional roller coaster. He glances over at Kaioyuka, who is already drifting back into a peaceful sleep beside him. Oh right, he thinks to himself, the memory of her pinning him down still fresh. While she was using a move on me, He trails off, a small, genuine smile forming on his lips as he looks at the woman who has become his world. Beside him, Kaioyuka is the picture of tranquility, her chest rising and falling in a rhythmic slumber. Yuuki looks at her with a profound sense of gratitude. Kaioyuka-san, he whispers softly. He sits up in the bed, the blankets falling around his waist. I got lots of sleep and feel energized. Thank you very much, he says, even though she can't hear him. Gaze lingers on her, his expression softening as he takes in the quiet beauty of the moment. He looks down at her, the morning light catching the curve of her shoulder and the strap of her lace-trimmed top. Suddenly, his blush returns in full force, and he looks away, overwhelmed by the proximity and the intimacy of it all. Hand trembles slightly as he reaches out, then hesitates, unsure of how to proceed. Carefully, Yuuki pulls the duvet back over Kaioyuka, making sure she's warm and comfortable before he gets up for the day. He lies back down for just one more moment, closing his eyes and savoring the peace before the storm of duty returns. Outside, the clouds drift lazily across the sky, a calm facade for the chaos that surely awaits the demon defense force. 2 days pass quickly, the routine of the dorms returning to a semblance of normalcy amidst the recovery efforts. Yuuki is back at it, a bandana tied around his head as he focuses on his chores, his brow damp with honest sweat. He's on his hands and knees scrubbing the floor with a rag, a bucket of soapy water beside him as he works to keep the dorm spick and span. The door slides open and Kaioyuka steps into the room, her expression serious. They've decided that everyone will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, she informs him. Yuuki's face lights up with a bright, genuine smile. That's great, he exclaims, relieved to hear that his comrades are on the mend. Kaioyuka watches him, her own expression unreadable as she considers the implications of the upcoming returns. The fifth squad has a very talented healer with them, so little surprise there, she notes, her tone professional yet carrying a hint of lingering tension. Yuuki pauses his scrubbing, his expression becoming more pensive. Now that I don't have to worry about the others, my head's flooded with all the things I have to think about, he admits. Kaioyuka gives a small, knowing hum, acknowledging the weight of the responsibilities they both carry. I'll be submitting a report about the latest incident, but I'm leaving out the part about the true identities and goal of the humanoid Shuki, she reveals. Tenka will be doing the same. She turns her gaze back to him, her eyes sharp. Leave the matter of the Onmyu Bureau to me and Tenka, she instructs firmly. Yuuki nods vigorously, his determination renewed. Thank you so much, he shouts, his voice echoing in the quiet room. He jumps to his feet, pumping his fist with infectious enthusiasm. First things first, I'll get the dorm looking spick and span, and make a tasty meal for everyone. Kaioyuka can't help but smile. That's the spirit. But her smile doesn't last long. Once break time's over, we're doing drills, she adds, causing Yuuki's enthusiasm to dip slightly as he replies with a dutiful, okay. Later, the alarm clock on the nightstand ticks away, the rhythmic sound filling the small room as Yuuki takes a well-earned nap. The alarm goes off with a sharp buzz, and a hand quickly reaches out to silence it with a decisive click. Yuuki stirs, his eyes blinking open as he slowly adjusts to the light and the reality of the day. He looks up, his expression one of pure confusion as he realizes he's not alone in his room. Tenka is sitting right on top of him, her presence as unexpected as it is overwhelming, her eyes dancing with a playful light as she watches him wake up. Morning, Tenka says with a dazzling smile, her face inches from his. Yuuki can only stutter out, Tenka-sa, before she cuts him off. Now, calm down. Look, I'm fully recovered, she adds, gesturing to herself. She leans in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I came to let you know, but then found you asleep, so I couldn't help myself. She pulls away slightly, looking at him with an intensity that makes his heart skip a beat. Tenka-san, Yuuki mutters, his mind a whirl of conflicting emotions. Yuuki looks at her seriously, his expression shifting from surprise to something more grounded. I have something I need to say, he begins. Tenka watches him expectantly, her own heart beginning to race in anticipation of his next words. Yuuki bows his head slightly, his tone full of sincere emotion. Thank you for everything you did this time, he exclaims, surprising her with his directness. Tenka looks at him for a moment, her expression softening into a genuine, warm smile. Oh, it's fine, she says breezily, her eyes sparkling. More importantly. Suddenly, the door rattles open with a loud clatter, and Kaioyuka's voice booms through the room. Yuuki, it's time to get up. She freezes in the doorway, her eyes widening as she takes in the scene of Tenka straddling a wide-eyed and very flustered Yuuki. Kaioyuka's expression darkens immediately, a flash of pure irritation crossing her face. You, she snaps, her gaze fixed on Tenka. With how much sleep you've been getting, you should be busy with a backlog of reports to write. Tenka doesn't seem bothered at all, her smile only growing wider. Oh, right, she replies smoothly. She leans back, her eyes twinkling with a secret amusement. Well then, see you again at the commander's assembly, she says, leaving Yuuki with a lingering sense of mystery. With a sudden flash, she warps out of the room, leaving Kaioyuka to fume and Yuuki to scramble out of bed. I'm getting up now, he shouts, desperate to defuse the situation. Sheesh, Kaioyuka mutters under her breath. She kicks him back down onto the mattress, her annoyance overflowing into physical action. The one I was directing that sheesh to was you, Yuuki, she yells. She looms over him, the bed creaking under her weight as she points an accusing finger. You had a pretty dopey look on your face when Tenka was with you. You still don't understand who your master is. Yuuki looks up at her, trapped between her intense gaze and the reality of his situation, his breath hitched in his throat. Kaioyuka's eyes flash with a dangerous light as she leans in closer, her voice dripping with command. It's time I train some discipline into you. Get ready. The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky wasteland, where the sounds of heavy impacts and exertion echo through the air. Once the commander's assembly begins, I'll be busy, Kaioyuka's voice narrates over the scene of intense training. She is mounted on Yuuki's back in his slave form, charging through the terrain. Until then, we're going to do intensive training, she declares. Yuuki, determined as ever, replies with a fierce, okay. In the shadows, the silhouettes of the elite gather, their true forms hidden by the darkness. The Commander's Assembly, where all the Demon Defense Force commanders gather, with the advent of the gods, it will be held shortly. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, the kitchen is filled with the mouth-watering aroma of a freshly prepared Italian feast, a reward for the hard work and recovery of the squad. Himari and Shushu are fully recovered, their energy levels back to normal as they dig into the delicious food. I'm so glad you're feeling better, Himari-san, Shushu-san, Yuuki says with a smile. Himari beams back, I feel better than ever even. I'm totally gonna get my revenge on that enemy. The sound of cutlery clinking against plates fills the air as the squad enjoys their meal in a rare moment of peace. Kaioyuka finishes her meal and stands up. Thanks for the food. You all take your time eating, she says, her tone already shifting back to business. Yuuki watches her leave, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Is something up? He asks, his intuition telling him that more challenges are on the horizon. Kaioyuka pauses at the door. The commander's assembly is in 3 days. I'll be busy getting ready for it, she explains, her gaze lingering on the team she leads. She turns her back to them, her focus already on the high-stakes gathering that will decide the future of their struggle. But before she leaves, she offers one last piece of praise. It was delicious. I look forward to my next meal too. Yuuki beams at the compliment, his face lighting up with pride. Thank you, he calls out after her. Himari is already focused on the next challenge. When you're done with the chores, Yuuki, you're doing special training with me, she declares. Shushu laughs, you're on fire, Himarin. Yuuki can only reply with a determined, you got it. Yuuki turns to Shushu, his hands busy with the cleaning tools. Shushu-chan, are there any chores you want me to handle? She replies with a cheerful, I'm good for now. Yeah? Well, let me know if anything. Shushu hides a mischievous smirk behind her hand, her mind already working on her own secret agenda. Heh, she chuckles to herself. Dressed in traditional robes and a tall hat, she channels the spirit of a legendary strategist. This attitude is all a strategy. I learned from the internet while recovering, the art of war can be applied to love, she thinks confidently. She envisions her master plan, using the cold shoulder to pique his interest, then winning him over at the commander's assembly, leading to the ultimate defeat of the gods through the power of their love. It's a bold and somewhat absurd vision, but she's fully committed. She checks her mental charts, her confidence growing with every calculation. According to my analysis, Yuki's current affection levels are like this. So I need to use my head if I'm to win. Everything is going exactly as planned. She compares the affection levels of the other girls, convinced that she's making steady progress despite the stiff competition from Kaioyuka, Himari, and Tenka. Outside in the training grounds, the sky is heavy with the promise of a coming storm. You want to train with eternal chains? Slave! Himari's voice cuts through the tension. I'll train other abilities too, of course. Yuuki stands facing her, his expression serious. That's a good point, he agrees. Himari continues her logic. Fighting the 8 thunder gods may mean more times you have 2 riders. If I can master this ability, we can get even stronger. Plus, eternal chains, Slave proved successful during the inter-squad tournament. Himari looks away for a moment, her eyes betraying a deeper motivation for her intensity. Yuuki notices the change in her demeanor, his brow furrowing in concern. He thinks, wondering what's truly weighing on her mind. She shares a painful memory, a flashback to when she and her sister were both hospitalized. Yachiho and I both wound up getting sent to the hospital on that last mission. Our mother thinks Yachiho got hurt because I was dragging her down. Yuuki is shocked by the cruelty of it. That's awful, he whispers. Himari nods sadly. It's true that she wore herself out because of me, though. She looks down, her resolve hardening even as she admits her weakness. Someday, my mother may challenge us to a motto inter-squad match. She looks back up at him, her eyes burning with a fierce, defiant fire. When that day comes, I want to blow her away with eternal chains, slave. Yuuki is struck by the raw determination in her voice, seeing a side of Himari he's never encountered before. Your mom is in the Demon Defense Force too, Himari, he asks. She replies with a sharp, in the 9th Squad, yeah, her focus entirely on the training ahead. She reaches out her hand, a simple gesture that carries the weight of a solemn pact. So, lend me your strength, she demands, her voice full of a desperate, powerful need for his support. Yuuki doesn't hesitate, meeting her gaze with equal intensity. He looks at her with a steady, supportive gaze, ready to follow her lead into the fray. Himari sees his resolve and offers a small, confident smirk in return. The bond between them is stronger than ever. The chains erupt in a flash of white light as the ability activates, binding them together in a shared purpose as the transformation takes hold. Yuuki is in his powerful slave form, charging through the wasteland with Himari on his back. How do we hone this ability? She shouts over the rushing wind. What I want is an even better transformation. She leans forward, her eyes fixed on the challenge ahead. Even better, Yuuki grunts. Try spreading your power and spirit all over, like turning your body itself into a finishing move. Yuuki can only reply with a strained, you make it sound so easy. He digs his claws into the rocky ground, every muscle straining under the effort. Doing something like that will wear me out in an instant, he warns. Even so, it'd be great if your physical strength could explosively increase. The air crackles with the sheer force of his movements, the ground trembling beneath his powerful strides. He comes to a halt, his body tense and ready for the next command as he braces himself for the intense effort. He clenches his fist, the power surging through his veins in a visible display of energy. Eyes narrow, his focus becoming razor-sharp as he concentrates every ounce of his will into the task at hand. With a massive roar, he unleashes his power, the ground exploding beneath his feet as he pushes his body to the absolute limit. Ha! He screams, the sound echoing through the desolate wasteland. The energy ripples through his form, his muscles bulging and his skin glowing with the sheer intensity of the transformation. NNGH, he groans, the strain evident in every line of his body. Ooh-wow. The air itself seems to vibrate around him as he continues to push, his form beginning to shift and crackle with raw power. More, Yuuki, Himari shouts, her voice filled with a desperate encouragement. GGGH. Suddenly, a series of blade-like protrusions erupt from his back, a visible manifestation of his burgeoning power. Himari's eyes widen in shock as she sees the physical change. She gasps, sensing the dangerous level of energy he's unleashing. Yuuki collapses to the ground, his body steaming and his breathing heavy as the transformation subsides. Ha, he gasps, completely drained. Himari looks down at him, her expression a mix of awe and concern. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. She reaches down and offers him a gentle pat on the head. You can do it. The signs were there, she encourages him with a warm smile. But the peace is short-lived as a group of massive, terrifying Shuki emerge from the shadows, their grotesque forms looming over the training grounds. Yuuki is instantly back on guard, his eyes flashing with a predatory intensity. Eyes narrow, his focus returning as he prepares to face the new threat even in his weakened state. At a time like this, Himari's expression becomes equally fierce, her eyes burning with the thrill of actual combat. Looks like, she begins. We'll up our skills through actual battle, she finishes with a shout. Yuuki lets out a fierce, yeah! As they charge into the fray, their movements perfectly synchronized as they take down the Shuki one by one. The battle is quick and decisive, leaving the training ground littered with the remains of their defeated enemies as the dust slowly settles. Steam rises from Yuuki's body as the ability deactivates, leaving him exhausted and kneeling on the ground while Himari stands over him, her back turned to the camera. She drops her uniform jacket to the ground, her voice low and serious. We'll have to train together like this every once in a while, she notes, though her next words carry a different sort of weight. She looks back at him over her shoulder, her expression full of a complex mix of emotions. "Kiss my arm," she commands, her voice barely a whisper. Yuuki is caught in a moment of pure, unadulterated shock. Face turns a deep shade of crimson as he stammers out a confused, "Huh," his mind racing to understand the nature of the reward she's demanding. Himari looks at him with an intensity that borders on a glare, her own blush betraying her vulnerability. "Kai glare," the narrator might say if he used sound effects, but instead, he notes the sharp, focused look in her eyes. Yuuki can only look at her with a mix of awe and trepidation, realizing that this is a moment of profound trust and intimacy that he wasn't prepared for. Slowly, he reaches out, his hand trembling as he grasps her arm, his focus entirely on the delicate skin and the vulnerability she's showing him. He leans in, his heart hammering in his chest as he presses his lips to her arm in a gentle, lingering kiss. Himari lets out a soft gasp, her own heart racing as the reward is fulfilled. The kiss is soft and respectful, a moment of quiet connection in the aftermath of their intense battle. "Chew, smooch," the scene suggests, as the bond between them is sealed in a new and unexpected way. Himari closes her eyes, a complex expression of relief and embarrassment crossing her face as she absorbs the sensation of his kiss. Yuuki pulls away, his face still burning, his mind a blur of emotions that he can't quite make sense of yet. Himari looks down at her arm, her voice low and slightly shaky. "All the way to the base," she whispers, her words carrying a weight of hidden meaning that Yuuki can only begin to grasp. Yuuki's eyes widen, his blush deepening if such a thing is even possible, as he tries to process the full extent of her request. He looks back at her, his heart pounding in his chest, as the intimacy of the moment becomes almost overwhelming. Still, he thinks to himself, unable to look away from her. He leans in again, his movements slow and deliberate, as he continues the ritual she's laid out for him. What kind of reward is this? He wonders internally, his mind a whirl of confusion and desire. The scene is one of quiet, intense intimacy, as they both navigate the complex terrain of their evolving relationship. How indecent! Yuki's thoughts continue, even as he finds himself unable to stop. Later that night, the sound of water splashing fills the quiet air of the outdoor bath, the steam rising into the cool night sky. Himari is in the bath, her expression pensive as she scrubs her skin with a slow, deliberate rhythm. "Goshi, scrub," the scene suggests as she tries to wash away the events of the day. She looks down at her arm, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the bathhouse. "I wonder what the reward will be next time." She muses to herself, her thoughts already turning to their next training session. Suddenly, she splashes the water in a fit of sudden, overwhelming embarrassment. "Gah, why am I thinking about that even in the bath?" she screams, her voice echoing through the quiet night. The scene shifts back to the dorms, the massive building standing tall against the dramatic sky, as the day of the assembly finally arrives. Kyoyuka stands in the training ground, her uniform perfect and her expression one of absolute resolve. "Yuuki," she calls out, her voice cutting through the morning air. "The day of the commander's assembly, you're coming to the commander's assembly too." Yuuki is caught completely off guard, pointing at himself with a look of pure shock. "Huh, me," he exclaims, his heart leaping into his throat. The rest of the squad is equally surprised, their eyes wide and their expressions full of confusion. It's a last-minute order from the Supreme Commander. "Himari, you watch the house while we're gone," Kyoyuka adds. Himari can only reply with a dutiful, "Yes, ma'am," while Shushu wonders, "I wonder why Yuuki-san was summoned too, Shushu-san." Shushu is slumped over on the couch, her expression one of utter exhaustion and a touch of jealousy. "Shushu-san?" the others exclaim, sensing her mounting frustration. Yuuki is in a state of pure panic, his hands shaking as he tries to process the news. "WHWHWH, what should I do?" he stammers. Kyoyuka remains calm and collected. "Just change into some clothes for going out," she instructs with a cool authority. She turns back to him, her gaze intense and unwavering. "Just like Tenka, the commanders are strong. Don't lose your nerve," she commands, setting the stage for the most high-stakes meeting of Yuuki's life. The storm is coming, and it's time to see what he's truly made of. Inside the locker room, Yuuki Wakura frantically ties his boots as Kyoyuka Yuzin stands by the lockers. Better hurry, Yuuki mutters, feeling the weight of the upcoming event. Kyoyuka glances back over her shoulder, her expression uncharacteristically grave. Before we go, a warning, she states, her voice dropping an octave. She turns fully, her long hair framing a face etched with caution. Don't make eye contact with Supreme Commander Yamashiro. Yuuki freezes, his eyes wide as he looks up from his laces. The sheer intensity of the warning catches him off guard. Is it something to do with her ability? Yuuki asks, his breath hitching. Kyoyuka answers with a simple, chilling, no. Her gaze pierces through him, emphasizing the danger that isn't just magical, but personal. Things will get ugly if she takes a liking to you, she clarifies. Yuuki gulps hard, the sound echoing in the quiet room as sweat begins to bead on his forehead. Minutes later, a military jeep kicks up dust as it speeds across the desolate, jagged landscape of Mato. Yuuki and Kyoyuka walk toward the entrance of a massive, traditional fortress, the scale of the structure making them look like ants. They stand before the Demon Defense Force headquarters, the home base of the elite 10th Squad, under a brooding, cloud-choked sky. They approach the main building, a shadow looms. Yo, Kyoyuka, a voice calls out as a hand spins a military cap with dizzying speed. The owner of the voice reveals herself, a woman with sharp, jagged hair and a predatory smirk. You're late, she taunts, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Kyoyuka remains stoic, but Yuuki can't help but stare at the newcomer's aggressive energy. Yuuki thinks to himself, you were right. I get the feeling I'd be in danger if I met her eye, but Kyoyuka cuts through his thoughts. That's not the Supreme Commander. The woman points a finger at Kyoyuka, her grin widening to reveal sharp teeth. I hear. You had your revenge, so hey, congrats, she says, though her tone lacks any real warmth. She steps forward, her boots clicking sharply against the stone floor. But don't forget. She stops inches from Kyoyuka's face. A silent challenge radiating between the two powerful women as Yuuki watches, terrified of the friction. The woman's smile turns cold and ambitious. I'm way stronger than you. The next Supreme Commander is gonna be me. Kyoyuka doesn't flinch, meeting the gaze with icy resolve. You're wrong, the next Supreme Commander will be me. They lock eyes in a fierce stare-down, the air around them practically crackling with spiritual pressure. A close-up reveals the subtle twitch in their expressions, a battle of wills occurring without a single blow being struck. The aggressive commander suddenly turns her attention toward Yuuki. Hey, you're the underling from the rumors. Her eyes narrow, dark circles around them making her look demonic. You're dead meat, you hear? Yuuki can only respond with a shocked, huh. Without warning, she drops into a crouch. Your bootlaces are all loose, she notes, catching Yuuki completely off guard. Her hands move with practiced efficiency as she begins to retie them. The slightest slip-up in Mato is wicked dangerous, she warns, her voice surprisingly earnest. She stands up abruptly and barks right into his face. Shape up. Yuuki stands frozen, blinking in confusion at the sudden display of concern mixed with hostility. Thank you, he manages to stammer. She adjusts her cap, her eyes still sharp. Sure thing, she replies dismissively. She turns on her heel and begins to stride toward the large doors. I'll be going on in, she calls back, her cape fluttering behind her. Yuuki frantically checks his uniform, wondering if anything else is out of place. Did she go out of her way to wait for me? He wonders, while Kyoyuka looks on, annoyed. Inside the headquarters, the architecture is grand, featuring ornate chandeliers that cast a bright, clinical glow over the halls. Stained glass windows depicting intricate patterns line the walls, adding to the sense of prestige and history. Yuuki looks around in awe. The general headquarters sure are swanky. It must be hard to keep clean, he remarks. Kyoyuka explains, that's because it has 3 portals to the human world. Yuuki notices something up ahead and pauses, his curiosity piqued by a figure loitering in the hallway. A young girl in a commander's uniform is pacing nervously in front of a set of doors, muttering to herself. Kyoyuka approaches the girl. Belle, she says calmly, causing the girl to jump in surprise. The girl, identified as Belle Tsukiyono, commander of the third squad, looks at them with tear-filled, anxious eyes, clutching her hands to her chest. Belle stammers. Kyoyuka tilts her head. Aren't you going into the conference room? Belle looks down, her face shadowed with a sudden, overwhelming sense of failure. Why, you see? She bursts into tears, the water streaming down her blushing cheeks. Belle's third squad got beaten up by the enemy, and I don't even have anything to show for it. The Supreme Commander is gonna pick on me during the assembly. My tummy already hurts, Belle wails. Kyoyuka places a hand on her shoulder. Your ability is great, have faith. Yuuki, Kyoyuka, and the sobbing Belle walk together through the high-ceilinged atrium toward the final set of doors. They stand before the massive, ornate entrance to the meeting hall, the silence heavy with anticipation. Kyoyuka pushes the doors open with a firm grip, her expression set in a mask of professional duty. The camera pans across the room, revealing several other high-ranking commanders already gathered, their presence commanding and diverse. A vibrant girl waves enthusiastically. Hey there, she chirps. This is Konomi Tatara 1st, Tenka Izumo 6th, and Yakumo Iiz 5th. Nearby, the elegant Fubuki Azuma, 9th, stands next to the weary-looking Varvara Polipenko, 8th, who is clutching a small snack. Yuuki scans the room, stunned by the assembly. Some of these girls look young enough to still be in high school, he thinks. Suddenly, a loud crack of spiritual pressure echoes through the room, silencing all conversation. Kyoyuka's eyes sharpen as she looks toward the head of the table. Here she comes, she whispers. A soft, shimmering light descends from the ceiling, as if a celestial being is arriving. A figure floats down with impossible grace, settling onto a massive, cushioned throne at the center of the hall. Yuuki stares, his breath completely stolen. The Supreme Commander, he gasps. The figure crosses her legs, her black hosiery catching the light, exuding an aura of absolute authority and composure. Petals seem to fall around her as she settles, a manifestation of her overwhelming spiritual presence. Sitting majestically on her throne is Ren Yamashiro, Supreme Commander and leader of the 10th Squad. She is the pinnacle of the Demon Defense Force. Yuuki remembers Kyoyuka's warning. She told me not to make eye contact, but curiosity gets the better of him, maybe just a quick peek. He risks a glance, his eye traveling upward toward the Supreme Commander's face. He is met with a cold, terrifying gaze. Ren's eyes are wide and vacant, yet they seem to see straight through his soul. Yuuki's heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird. The sheer pressure of her look is suffocating. Ren's lips curl into a tiny, enigmatic smile, acknowledging his gaze in the most unsettling way possible. Kyoyuka notices and clicks her tongue in frustration, her eyes flashing with a warning to Yuuki to look away. Ren's expression softens into a radiant, warm smile. Everyone, I'm so happy we could meet, she says, the atmosphere instantly shifting to one of benevolence. The commanders sit around the long, white table. Ren gestures openly. Now then, let the commanders' assembly begin. The camera highlights Konomi Tatara, the energetic commander of the 1st Squad, who offers a bright smile. The title card appears. Chapter 47, the assembly begins. Belle Tsukiyono, the timid 3rd Squad commander, looks down nervously at her hands. Myra Kamyunt, the arrogant 2nd Squad commander, maintains a sharp and focused stare. Varvara Polipenko, the 8th Squad commander, looks utterly bored and tired. Yakumo Iizo, the 5th Squad commander, gives a playful, confident grin while holding her fingers to her chin. Ren Yamashiro, the Supreme Commander, watches everyone with a calm, motherly expression. Fubuki Azuma, the 9th Squad commander, offers a gentle and serene smile. Ren opens the proceedings. First, a word from the 1st Squad about their personnel. An elderly woman stands up, her face lined with scars of a long career. I have an announcement regarding a change in command. I am stepping down from my role as commander, states Ryu Myoga. Myra Kamyunt smirks. Knowing you, Ryu-san, you can still dance, but it'd be better for someone younger to take the lead. Ryu ignores the jab and reaches out to rustle the hair of the girl sitting next to her. Say hello to everyone again. Konomi Tatora jumps up with explosive energy. All right, I'm Konomi Tatora, she shouts, full of spirit. She bows deeply, nearly hitting the table. I'm a high schooler and still inexperienced, but I will do my very best and look forward to working with you. Ryu smiles proudly as Konomi finishes her greeting. Konomi here is my treasured pupil whom I have trained thoroughly. Ryu's expression turns intense, her eye narrowing as she looks at the other commanders. She has what it takes to be Supreme Commander in a few years. Of that, I am certain. Kaioyuka watches with a small smirk. Heh, as your older disciple, I can't afford to be complacent. Ren chuckles softly, her eyes closed in amusement. Well, the title of Supreme Commander has and always will be mine. Belle watches Ren's good mood, sweat dripping down her neck. She seems to be in a good mood. I hope it keeps up and nothing happens. Myra interrupts the sentiment with a thumbs up. Nuh-uh, the next Supreme Commander will be me. Yakumo winks, joining the banter. This here Yakumo-san could also lead everyone. Tenka Izumo sits quietly, her chin resting on her hand as she glances at Yuuki. I wonder why Supreme Commander Yamashiro summoned Yuuki-kun here. Kaioyuka remains focused, her internal ambition burning. I'm the one who'll become Supreme Commander. Fubuki Azuma closes her eyes gracefully. The Azuma family will serve as the Supreme Commander for generations to come. Ren smiles widely, seemingly enjoying the competitive spirit of her subordinates. Ha ha ha, how reassuring to have everyone so motivated. Yuuki stands behind the commanders, his eyes darting between them as they boast and bicker. Everyone's acting friendly, but it's kinda scary, he thinks, sensing the underlying power struggles. Ren suddenly snaps her fingers, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Now then, on to business. The room darkens as a large screen descends, projecting the silhouettes of several monstrous figures. Our first matter concerns these enemies, who call themselves the Eight Thunder Gods, Ren explains as the images sharpen into focus. Yakumo leans back. Beings who bring ruin to mankind, eh? They have some cuties, but... The screen shows a black-haired humanoid deity. Ren's voice is cold. This black-haired one crushed the members of the third squad. A massive, white-haired beast appears on the screen. This big one sent the members of the 6th and 7th squads to the hospital. A large, armored figure is shown. But this one was defeated by Tenka alone, Ren adds, glancing toward the 6th squad commander. Tenka looks toward the screen, her expression unreadable. I can't say for certain that he's dead, though. Ren pats her own shoulder lightly, her gaze hardening. What matters? She stares intensely at her commanders, her eyes burning with resolve. Is that a commander? Can defeat even these gods? Belle and Myra look on, the weight of their duty pressing down on them as Ren continues. When the 8 Thunder Gods come, the commanders are to engage them in battle. Konomi and Kaioyuka lock onto Ren's words, realizing the scale of the upcoming conflict. Ren's gaze is absolute, no exceptions. Konomi slams her fist into her palm. Okay, I'll show you I can whoop them good, Ren nods. Nice response, don't lose that spirit. Ren's tone shifts, becoming sharp and critical. However, there is one squad I'm worried about. She looks directly at the trembling Belle. It's the commander who is responsible for the squad being so pathetic, Belle. Belle hangs her head, her face turning bright red with shame. I'm sorry. That's why I will be doing special training with you after this, Ren announces calmly. Belle's eyes bulge in pure shock. Huh. Ren gives her a terrifyingly sweet smile. Relax, if done within Jinna's barrier. Then no matter what terrible injuries you sustain, you'll heal right up. A hand is raised at the far end of the table. I'd like to raise a point, a voice interjects. Kaioyuka stands, her posture perfect. Simply intercepting the enemy as they come won't be enough. We should think up a proactive plan of attack to wipe out the 8 Thunder Gods and Shuki. Ren listens, her expression thoughtful. There is much about Mato and the 8 Thunder Gods we don't know. She stares at Kaioyuka, the two women representing two very different philosophies of warfare. A counter-type strategy that chips away at the enemy as they come at us is a surer way to go. Since I became Supreme Commander, the number of motto mishaps have decreased. It's proof that my way of doing things works. Kyoyuka's eyes narrow, but she remains professional, so the policies won't change. I knew it. Ren looks around the room. Any other remarks? Kyoyuka answers with a simple no. A close-up of Kyoyuka's face reveals her hidden frustration, a desire to do more than just wait. Tenka watches Kyoyuka, sensing the tension but remaining silent for now. They were both figuring out a way to look into the situation without raising any suspicion from Ren Yamashiro or the Onmyu Bureau. Ren turns her attention elsewhere. Next matter, then, it concerns that boy there. She gestures toward Yuuki as if he were a display piece. He's a necessary part of Kyoyuka's ability. Please think of him as a piece of equipment. Yuuki stands up, sweating and nervous. I'm Yuuki Wakura. I normally work as the caretaker of the 7th Squad's dorm. A few commanders like Tenka clap politely while others like Varvara barely acknowledge him. Fubuki Azuma watches him with a warm maternal gaze. How cute! I've always wanted a boy of my own. Yuuki is shocked to learn that Fubuki is actually Himari and Yachiho's mother despite her youthful appearance. Suddenly, the doors are thrown open with a bang. Ren-sama, everyone, we have an emergency. Jinna of the 10th Squad bursts in, pointing a trembling hand toward the window. A massive army of Shuki is advancing on the 10th Squad's headquarters. The screen switches to a live feed, showing a sea of muscle-bound, pale-faced Shuki charging forward with mindless rage. Belle and the others stare at the screen in horror. Oh no, there's so many of them, Belle stammers. Yakumo suddenly grabs the trembling Belle from behind, squeezing her in a suggestive hug. Relax, Beltan. Belle squeals in embarrassment as Yakumo continues to grope her. All the commanders are assembled together. There's nothing to fear. Yuuki and Konomi watch in disbelief. So let go, Belle cries. Ren stands from her throne, her eyes narrowing as she analyzes the tactical situation. An enemy army approaching during a commander's assembly? Something's fishy. She taps her chin, realizing that this is no random occurrence, but a targeted strike. She begins barking orders. Konomi, Maira, Yakumo, and Fubuki, you all intercept them. The rest of us will watch to see what move the enemy makes. Konomi yells out with excitement, ready for the fray. Maira smirks, her competitive drive ignited by the call to action. Fubuki and Yakumo share a determined look, knowing the lives of their subordinates are on the line. Ren turns away, her long hair billowing like a storm cloud. No matter what enemy or scheme, I will never forgive an attack on my Demon Defense Force headquarters. She looks back with a cold, predatory smile that promises absolute destruction. I will personally punish the leader of the enemy forces. Deep within the training grounds of Motto, the dust finally begins to settle. Himari and Yuuki have pushed themselves to the limit, finishing another grueling session of combat preparation. Steam rises from the carcasses of the fallen Shuki as the two fighters take a moment to catch their breath. They've survived the onslaught, but the real challenge is just beginning. Yuuki looks over at his partner, his face flushed and sweat dripping from his brow. He knows what comes after a successful hunt, and his heart begins to race with anticipation. Himari turns away from him, her fingers reaching for the buttons of her uniform. She moves with a deliberate slowness, letting the tension in the air thicken until it's almost suffocating. She lets her shirt slide from her shoulders, bearing her back to the cool Motto air. On my back, she whispers, her voice a soft command that Yuuki has no choice but to follow. Yuuki leans in, the heat from her skin radiating against his face as he fulfills the ritual of the reward. He places a soft kiss between her shoulder blades, sensing her body shudder at the touch. He pulls back for a moment, his eyes wide as he realizes the ritual isn't over yet. The silence of the wasteland only makes the sound of his own breathing seem louder. Himari reaches down, shifting her clothing further as she prepares for the final stage of the contract. All the way to the base, she murmurs, her eyes half closed in a trance of physical sensation. Yuuki's face turns a deep shade of crimson, his mind reeling from the intimacy of the moment. He's fought monsters twice his size, but this level of vulnerability is terrifying. He looks down at the target of his next kiss, his voice trembling as he speaks. I can't believe, it's to such a risque spot, he mutters, though his body moves forward of its own accord. The contact is made, and Himari gasps, her head tossing back as the surge of power and pleasure washes over her. How indecent, she sighs, even as she leans further into the sensation. Later that night, the steam of a hot bath replaces the fog of the Motto battlefield. Himari sits alone, scrubbing the day's grime from her skin, but the memory of the touch remains. She stares into the water, her expression unreadable as she traces the line of her own jaw. This time it was the back, she thinks to herself, her mind wandering back to the training grounds. Her eyes narrow as she considers the nature of their bond and the growing intensity of their rewards. Where will it be? Next time? She wonders, a faint blush creeping back onto her cheeks. Meanwhile, in the men's bath, Yuuki is frantically scrubbing himself, trying to wash away the confusion in his soul. Why is that making my heart pound? He shouts at the ceiling, the echo his only answer. We transition to the command center of the Demon Defense Force, where Chapter 48, the Supreme Commander's battle begins. Monitors line the walls, showing a massive horde of Shuki advancing on a distant position. Tenka stands among the other high-ranking officers, her eyes fixed on the screen as the rumble of the monsters vibrates through the video feed. This isn't just a skirmish, it's a coordinated assault. Yaba and the other humanoid Shuki watch from the side, their presence a reminder of the shifting alliances in this war. Supreme Commander, please send us out too, Yaba requests, her hand resting on the hilt of her blade. Tenka crosses her arms, her gaze sharp as she looks at the tactical readout. Defense doesn't suit us, she adds, reinforcing the need for a proactive strike against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a communication link blips onto the main screen, interrupting their planning. A young officer appears, her face flushed with the adrenaline of the front lines. Reporting in, she shouts over the sound of wind and distant explosions. Behind her, the landscape is littered with the bodies of the monsters they were worried about. She gestures to the carnage with a confident grin, showing that the threat has already been neutralized. The enemy was just a horde of regular Shuki, she explains, standing atop a mountain of meat. Her commander joins her on screen, looking down at the defeated monsters with a suspicious eye. We made 'em all cry, but we better stay vigilant for what comes next, she warns, sensing something off about the ease of the victory. The officer crouches down to inspect one of the carcasses, pointing out a strange detail. Weird thing is, a number of the Shuki blew up when we beat them, she notes, her brow furrowing. The scene shifts back to Ren Yamashiro, the Supreme Commander, as she stares at the monitor with cold calculation. Someone behind the scenes granted them that ability, she concludes, her voice cutting through the chatter like a knife. An aide rushes forward, her face pale as she holds up a handheld device with a fresh alert. Ren-sama, a report's in from the recon team, she cries, her hands shaking. The screen switches to a new coordinate, showing 5 mysterious figures standing in the wasteland. 5 figures have been spotted 4 clicks to the south, the aide reports, realizing they've been flanked. Ren doesn't hesitate, her cape fluttering as she begins to float off the floor, defying gravity itself. That must be the masterminds behind this, she says, her eyes glowing with a terrifying light. She gives her final orders over her shoulder as she ascends toward the ceiling. Tenka and the rest, you're in charge here, I'll go. Kyoyuka, you come too, she commands, leaving no room for argument. Ren bursts through the air, a streak of black and white against the darkening sky of Motto. She moves with a speed that blurs the landscape, focused entirely on the intruders who dare to step into her domain. Far below, the mysterious figures watch the horizon, their silhouettes stark against the jagged rocks. They've lured the Supreme Commander out, exactly as they planned. One of the intruders, a man with a heavy mechanical mask, breathes heavily as he adjusts his equipment. HFF, HFF, he wheezes, the sound of his respirator echoing in the silence of the cliffs. We get our first look at the full group. A team of humans equipped with advanced tech and a cold, professional demeanor. They aren't Shuki, and they aren't from the Defense Force, they are something entirely new. A young girl with pigtails and glasses taps away at a laptop, a twisted smile on her face. "Here comes the second wave of Shuki," she chirps, her voice full of sadistic glee. The leader of the group, a man with spiky blonde hair, looks on with bored indifference as he smokes a cigarette. "This time, make sure they actually reach the HQ. You're wasting my bombing ability otherwise," he says, flicking ash into the dirt. A sudden boom echoes through the canyon as Ren Yamashiro lands, the ground cracking beneath her feet. She stands tall, her presence instantly dominating the area as she stares down the intruders. She surveys the group with a condescending smirk, her hands glowing with spatial energy. "Some countries gone and sent terrorists, I see," she remarks, her voice calm despite the surrounding enemies. The intruders scramble into position, their eyes wide with the realization of who has just arrived. "It's Ren Yamashiro, she's here to get us before we get them." One of them screams, panic finally setting in. The leader of the terrorists glares at her, his eyes glowing as he attempts to activate his signature ability. "Petrify!" he bellows, focusing all of his willpower on the Supreme Commander. Ren simply stands there, the petrification wave washing over her like a harmless breeze. She looks at the man with genuine amusement, her power completely negating his assault. She tilts her head, her smile widening as she enjoys their confusion. "You were trying to bomb the party. Since all the commanders were gathered in one place, huh?" she asks, mocking their failed strategy. The intruder's face contorts in shock as he realizes his powers are being snuffed out by her mere presence. "My ability isn't working," he gasps, his control over the battlefield vanishing. Beside him, another terrorist is suddenly silenced, his eyes bulging as he feels the air being pulled from his lungs. Ren has begun her counterattack, and it is more absolute than they ever imagined. With a flick of her wrist, Ren releases a shockwave of spatial pressure that sends the intruders flying backward. They are tossed like ragdolls, their technology and training useless against a god of Motto. Ren leaps into the air, her movements a beautiful dance of destruction as she prepares to finish the job. She doesn't just fight, she erases the opposition with clinical precision. She delivers a devastating kick that connects with one of the men, the impact throwing him through a solid rock wall. He doesn't even have time to scream before he's buried under tons of stone. Ren lands softly, looking back at the remaining intruders with a curious expression. She seems more interested in studying them than killing them, though the results are the same. She reflects on the nature of the attack, her voice melodic and cold. "I guess that was an ability that has to do with words," she muses, analyzing their powers even as she dismantles them. Another intruder hits the ground with a sickening thud, his body broken and his mission a total failure. Ren stands over him, her shadow looming like an omen of death. She addresses the survivors, her hands clasped in front of her as her spatial aura flares with intensity. "The Demon Defense Force's mission also includes protecting Motto's resources. From goons like you," she declares. The leader of the group grits his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he tries to force one last ability through Ren's dampening field. "Gah!" he groans, the strain of the effort nearly causing his heart to stop. Ren doesn't give him the chance, her hand blurring as she delivers a strike that shatters his defense and his resolve in a single motion. A sharp pop echoes as his tech fails for the last time. The masked giant collapses to his knees, his respirator hissing one final time before going silent. The pride of their unit has been crushed by a single woman who hasn't even broken a sweat. The young girl with the pigtails screams in terror as she watches her teammates fall. "Go, the strongest human, enhanced with abilities and drugs," she yells, pointing toward their last hope. A massive figure surges forward, his skin scarred and his eyes wide with a drug-induced frenzy. He is their secret weapon, a man pushed beyond the limits of human biology to kill a commander. Ren doesn't even look at him, her attention caught by the girl who is pulling a sidearm from her holster. The sound of the hammer clicking back is the only warning Ren needs. The girl fires, but the bullets simply stop in midair, frozen in the spatial barrier surrounding the Supreme Commander. They fall to the ground with a series of dull metallic clinks, harmless as pebbles. Ren waves her hand, and the massive augmented man is suddenly struck by an invisible force that cave in his chest. He is sent spiraling away, blood spraying from his mouth as his enhancements fail. The blonde leader stands alone now, his eyes burning with a desperate, suicidal light. "If it's come to this, I'll just blow us all up," he screams, his body beginning to glow with explosive energy. Ren watches him, her expression shifting from amusement to mild annoyance. The ability to detonate things, a wide-area suicide attack would be troublesome, she admits calmly. The intruder's eyes bulge as he channels every ounce of his power into the final explosion, his skin beginning to crack under the internal pressure. This is the end for him, and he intends to take her with him. But Ren Yamashiro has one final lesson for him. Her eyes change, a mysterious symbol appearing within her pupil as she prepares her ultimate technique. The man's scream of defiance turns into a look of pure confusion as the glow of his explosion suddenly fades away. "I'm not exploding," he cries out, his body refusing to obey his command. Ren begins to speak, her voice echoing as if it's coming from everywhere at once. "When I was a child," she starts, her tone almost nostalgic as she prepares to end the fight. "Looking at maps of remote regions online would get me so excited," she continues, her eyes never leaving the terrified man in front of her. She forms a mudra with her hands, a specific shape that focuses the entirety of her spatial control. "There's a concept called poles of inaccessibility. Doesn't it excite you? Who knows what might exist in such places?" she asks. She reaches out, tapping her forehead as if sharing a secret with the intruder. "Won't you take a look for me, to see what lies at the bottom of the ocean?" she whispers. The man's eyes go wide as the world around him begins to dissolve into a shifting kaleidoscope of geography. He sees mountain peaks and deep valleys flickering through his vision like a broken film. The realization of what is happening hits him a second before it's too late. He isn't being killed, he's being moved to a place where humans were never meant to go. Suddenly, the ground beneath the intruder vanishes, replaced by a massive portal leading to a pitch-black abyss. He falls through the air, the pressure of the deep sea already beginning to crush his lungs. In an instant, he is gone. The portal snaps shut, leaving behind only a few bubbles and the faint smell of salt water. He has been banished to the most inaccessible point on the planet. The dust clears, and the battle is over. Ren stands alone in the crater, her uniform pristine and her breathing steady. She turns as a familiar sound approaches from the distance. Kyoyuka and the transformed Yuuki finally arrive on the scene, sliding to a halt as they survey the defeated terrorists scattered across the ground. They are late to the party, and they know it. Ren looks over her shoulder at them, her expression unreadable. "You're late, Kyoyuka. I already took care of them," she says, her tone suggesting that she expected better from the 7th unit. Yuuki looks at the carnage, his eyes wide with shock. "What happened? Looks like it was super one-sided," he thinks, realizing for the first time just how powerful the woman at the top really is. Kyoyuka stares at the Supreme Commander, a look of grim respect on her face. It's as overwhelming as ever. "The Supreme Commander's ability," she begins, her voice trailing off in awe. Behind Ren, a massive mandala of spiritual energy unfolds, showing the cosmic scale of her power. She is the all-encompassing Lord of the Cosmos, and the world of Mato belongs to her. The dust of battle begins to settle, revealing the powerful figures who have dominated the field. It's a moment of reflection after the storm, where new alliances and rivalries are forged in the silence of Mato's desolate plains. Ren Yamashiro stands tall amidst the wreckage of the battlefield. The defeated lie scattered around her like discarded dolls, proving that her title of Supreme Commander isn't just for show, it's a warning to anyone who dares stand in her path. Ren turns her gaze toward Kyoyuka, her voice calm but carrying the weight of absolute authority. "Release his slave form, Kyoyuka," she orders, her eyes locked on the younger commander with a knowing smile. Kyoyuka remains silent, her expression unreadable as she processes the command. She knows better than to defy the Supreme Commander, but the bond she shares with Yuuki makes every transformation and every release feel deeply personal. With a rhythmic jangle of metal, the chains that bind Yuuki begin to react. The magical restraint is being recalled, signaling the end of their unified combat state for today. A brilliant light erupts as the transformation shatters into shimmering fragments. The powerful beast that fought with such ferocity is being unmade, returning to a simpler, more human existence. Standing in the center of the dissipating energy is Ren, watching with a satisfied, almost predatory interest. She's seen many miracles in Motto, but this specific partnership has finally caught her undivided attention. Ren leans in, her eyes narrowing as she studies the boy now kneeling before them. "I'm intrigued," she whispers. "So this is the boy who has elevated Kyoyuka's ability, and whom Tenka has taken such a liking to." Ren gestures toward Yuuki, turning her attention back to Kyoyuka. "You have to give him compensation, no? How does that go?" she asks, her curiosity masking a deeper desire to see the ritual for herself. Kyoyuka's eyes narrow, a flash of defensive instinct crossing her face. She doesn't like being scrutinized, especially when it comes to the private exchange that fuels their power. Before Yuuki can even react, Kyoyuka reaches out and firmly grabs him by the back of the head. It's a sudden, commanding gesture that leaves the boy startled and confused. She pulls him close, pressing his face against her chest in a tight embrace. The sudden intimacy is jarring for Yuuki, but for Kyoyuka, it's a way to claim her territory in front of the Supreme Commander. Ren watches the display with a stoic expression, her sharp eyes missing nothing. She's analyzing every nuance of the interaction, searching for the true source of the power they've displayed. Kyoyuka begins to rub Yuuki's head with a gentle, repetitive motion, her face flushing slightly. "Rub, rub," she seems to signal through her actions, fulfilling the mechanical requirement of their contract while trying to maintain her dignity. Ren stands there for a beat, her smile never wavering but her tone shifting to one of mild disappointment. "That's it?" she asks, clearly having expected something more elaborate from the rumors she'd heard. Kyoyuka quickly pulls back, her voice defensive as she tries to downplay the significance of the moment. "All he did was rush to the scene this time," she insists, her eyes darting away from Ren's piercing gaze. Ren touches her chin, a playful yet dangerous glint in her eyes. She knows Kyoyuka is holding back, and that only makes the puzzle of Yuuki Wakura more enticing to solve. She begins to float away, her cape wafting in the Motto wind. "Ha ha ha, if that's all it takes." She chuckles softly to herself, leaving the statement unfinished and the tension high. She glides past Yuuki, leaning down to whisper just loud enough for him to hear. "That's adorable," she says, her presence overwhelming him with its sheer intensity. Yuuki stares up at her, his heart hammering against his ribs. Even though she looks nothing like her, this girl, he thinks, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him despite the power difference. Ren smiles widely, an image of her own sister flashing through her mind. "He's like a dog. She reminds me of my sister," she muses, seeing Yuuki not just as a slave, but as something precious to be observed. Ren straightens up and turns her back on the pair. "I'll be returning now," she announces, her departure as sudden and commanding as her arrival. She glances over her shoulder one last time, her orders clear. "You keep an eye on them until the recovery team arrives," she tells Kyoyuka, delegating the cleanup of the battlefield. Kyoyuka gives a stiff, formal nod. "Understood," she replies, relief beginning to seep into her voice now that the Supreme Commander is making her exit. With a sudden, violent thoom, Ren launches herself into the sky. The sheer force of her takeoff kicks up a cloud of dust and debris, leaving Kyoyuka and Yuuki to watch her vanish into the horizon. A sharp ringing sound echoes through the air as she disappears, a lingering effect of her immense power. Yuuki and Kyoyuka stand in the sudden silence, both of them feeling the weight of the gaze that just left them. Ren soars through the clouds, moving with a grace that defies gravity. The world below thinks flight is her only ability, but they have no idea of the true depths of her power. Back on the ground, Kyoyuka looks at the bodies of the fallen invaders. "These guys were also under the wrong impression and paid for their mistake," she notes, her voice cold and professional. Yuuki stands by her side, looking at the strange, fleshy peaches scattered about. "There, human, did they come to steal peaches?" he asks, trying to wrap his head around the motives of their enemies. Kaioyuka's expression remains grim as she looks toward the horizon. The way Mato attracts conflict makes its very existence dangerous, she says, her words a dark prophecy for the battles yet to come. In another part of Mato, the grand headquarters of the Anti-Demon Corps stands silent under a darkening sky. This bastion of humanity remains the only thing standing between civilization and the horrors of this dimension. Inside the high-walled compound, the commander's assembly has been wrapped up in record time. Ren has business elsewhere. Specifically, she wants to interrogate the prisoners her team captured during the skirmish. The 7th Unit members are packed into their transport vehicle, driving through the rugged terrain of Mato. The commander's assembly ended quicker than I'd thought it would, Kaioyuka remarks, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. An older, scarred commander nods in agreement. There will be more joint missions between squads from now on, though, he adds, indicating a shift in the Corps strategy. He looks back at the younger members of the squad. How are your pupils aside from Konomi turning out? He asks, his voice gruff but interested in the next generation of fighters. Kaioyuka answers without hesitation, her pride in her training clear. Not bad, she says, though they all train under the same conditions. None of them have grown as strong in the martial arts as you, Kaioyuka. Yuuki listens to the conversation, his eyes wide as he realizes just how highly respected Kaioyuka is even among the veteran commanders. She isn't just his master, she's a legend in the making. The younger disciple beams with excitement, leaning forward in her seat. My sister disciple can defeat a Shuki barehanded. Amazing, please train with me sometime, she chirps, her energy infectious. Yuuki watches the exchange, a small smile playing on his lips as he sees the camaraderie between the squad members. It's a rare moment of peace in a world defined by violence. Kaioyuka laughs softly, the tension from earlier finally bleeding away. Sure, no problem, she promises, her tone warm and welcoming to her junior. The jeep pulls up to the Unit 7 barracks, a sturdy wooden structure that serves as their home in Mato. As they climb out, the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the dusty courtyard. The sound of the engine dies down, replaced by the quiet evening noises of Mato. It's a temporary reprieve, but everyone knows the darkness here always brings new threats. They walk toward the entrance. Kaioyuka continues her conversation about the other commanders. For being so much older, Myoga-san has an incredible vivacity, she observes, noting the experience of her peers. She thinks back to the assembly and the role each commander plays. When she was a commander, she acted as an advisor to keep the younger members in line. I suppose Fubuki-san will fill that role now, she muses. Kaioyuka stops and looks at Yuuki, her expression becoming serious again. I can tell how the Supreme Commander is a scary person, and she had her eye on you too, she warns him, her voice hushed. Yuuki gulps, his throat feeling tight at the thought of the Supreme Commander's attention. She did, he asks, his mind racing with the implications of being noticed by the most powerful woman in the Corps. Kaioyuka nods firmly. The Supreme Commander likes animals, particularly dogs, she adds with a dry smirk, leaving Yuuki to wonder exactly what kind of pet Ren sees him as. Yuuki scratches his head, feeling a bit flustered. You saw all the other commanders too, right? Any of them catch your attention? He asks, trying to change the subject. He looks at Kaioyuka with a genuine smile. Earlier, that junior commander praised you. It reminded me again. How amazing you are, Kaioyuka-san, he says, his sincerity catching her off guard. Kaioyuka's eyes widen for a moment, her cheeks coloring as she looks away. She isn't used to such direct praise, especially from the boy who sees her at her most vulnerable during their reward rituals. She regains her composure quickly, a small, knowing smile tugging at her lips. You've certainly learned. The art of flattery, she teases, though the warmth in her eyes says she appreciates the sentiment. Yuuki beams back at her, unbothered by her teasing. I mean it, he insists, his voice steady. He's seen her in the heat of battle, and he knows there's no one else he'd rather follow. Kaioyuka turns the steering wheel as they park, her hands steady despite the lingering flush on her face. She's the commander, but in moments like this, the power dynamic feels much more balanced. She looks out at the barracks, her profile sharp against the fading light. "I see," she says softly, her thoughts drifting to the future and the challenges they will surely face together. The day has been long, and the burden of command never truly lifts. Kyoyuka knows that the peace they feel now is fragile, and it's her job to protect the family she's built within these walls. Later that night, the barracks are quiet. The moon hangs high over the mountains of Mato, casting a silver glow over the rooftops as the squad settles in for a well-earned rest. Steam rises from the outdoor bath, the sound of trickling water the only noise in the courtyard. A hollow capoon echoes as a wooden bucket hits the stones, signaling that someone is enjoying the late-night heat. Inside the bath, Himari looks over at Shushu, who is vigorously scrubbing her shoulders. "You've been washing your body for an awfully long time," Himari observes, her tone curious as she relaxes in the steaming water. Shushu stops, a mischievous glint in her eye as she looks toward the door. "You think so? With the commander's assembly over, now's my chance. I'm gonna go have fun in Yuki's room," she announces with a wide grin. Meanwhile, in his quiet room, Yuki is fast asleep on his futon. He's exhausted from the day's events, unaware of the various plots and dangers moving through the shadows toward him. A shadow moves outside his door, almost invisible against the wood. Something is slipping through the cracks of the barracks, moving with a supernatural stealth that shouldn't be possible here. The door slides open with a nearly silent "Suru." Shushu tiptoes into the room, her eyes fixed on the sleeping boy as she prepares for her attack. She scurries across the floor with quick, light steps. No issues breaking in, she thinks triumphantly, her excitement building as she reaches the edge of Yuki's futon. She looms over him, a heart sand sparkles aura surrounding her as she prepares her wake-up call. "Yuki, let's play. Today I'm gonna totally go on the attack," she declares silently, her predatory grin wider than ever. Suddenly, Shushu freezes, her eyes widening as she senses a change in the room's atmosphere. A chill that has nothing to do with the night air begins to creep across the floorboards. A puddle of black liquid begins to seep through the wall behind her, accompanied by a disturbing ZSH sound. It's not a shadow, it's something alive, and it's hungry for more than just a late-night prank. The shadow spreads like a web across the room, its tendrils reaching out with a sinister intent. The very walls seem to bleed darkness as the intruder makes its presence known. The liquid mass rises, taking the form of a towering, grotesque shape. A single, glowing eye opens within the blackness, and a wet schlurp echoes through the room as the creature fully manifests. The shadow morphs into a woman with long, flowing hair and a chillingly calm expression. "If I suppress my power, I can slip through their barrier." "Heh heh heh, I knew it," she whispers, her voice a cold rasp that fills the small space. She looks down at the sleeping Yuki, her eyes narrowing with a dark, possessive interest. "And suddenly, he's right in front of me," she muses, her hand reaching out toward him like a claw. Yuki continues to snore, completely oblivious to the supernatural predator hovering just inches away. The intruder moves with a fluid, terrifying grace, her shadow tendrils curling around the edges of his bed. She smiles, a row of sharp teeth gleaming in the moonlight. He's sleeping like the dead. Now to whisk him away, she thinks, her intent clear. She isn't here to kill, she's here to take. A sudden explosion of movement shatters the silence as Shushu leaps into action. "Keep your hands off Yuki," she screams, her punch landing with a deafening thud as she blindsides the intruder. The impact kicks up a cloud of debris, sending the shadow woman reeling back. Shushu stands her ground, her body glowing with the intensity of her resolve as she prepares to defend her friend at any cost. The intruder recovers instantly, her shadow form reforming with an eerie fluid motion. She stares at Shushu with cold, calculating eyes. "You," she hisses, her voice dripping with disdain for the interloper. She looks Shushu up and down, her expression one of pure arrogance. "You're just one of the rank-and-file riffraff, and yet you dare," she sneers, her power beginning to surge as the room begins to tremble. A massive shockwave of shadow energy erupts from the intruder, pushing Shushu back. The sheer pressure of the power is overwhelming, threatening to crush everything in the small room. Shushu is tossed backward, skidding across the floor with a painful thud. "Yua!" she cries out, her eyes widening as she realizes just how outclassed she is by this mysterious foe. A tall, imposing silhouette appears in the doorway, her arms crossed in a stance of absolute confidence. "You weren't invited, trespasser," she says, her voice ringing out like a clarion call through the chaos. Tenka Izumo, commander of the 6th Unit, steps into the light with a sharp, commanding point. "Like you're one to talk?" she snaps at the intruder, her presence immediately shifting the balance of power in the room. The shadow woman freezes, her eyes locking onto Tenka with a mixture of surprise and recognition. She knows that another commander being here complicates her mission significantly. Shushu scrambles back to her feet, her face set in a determined scowl. "I won't let you lay a finger on Yuki," she roars, her power beginning to grow as she draws strength from Tenka's arrival. The three women stand in a tense standoff around the sleeping Yuki. "Please, let's just calm down a tad," the intruder says, her tone shifting to one of eerie politeness as she raises her hands in a mock gesture of peace. She looks down at Yuki, a dark smirk returning to her lips. "You came here because you have business with him, I take it," she says to Tenka and Shushu, correctly identifying their motives. Tenka stares her down, her eyes cold and unwavering. "So do I," she replies, her posture suggesting she's ready to fight to the finish to protect what's hers. Yuki stirs slightly in his sleep, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. He's caught in a nightmare, unaware that the reality unfolding in his room is far more dangerous than any dream. The intruder laughs, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Rather than duking it out, how about we settle this a different way?" she proposes, her shadow tendrils beginning to weave a new, seductive pattern. She leans forward, her shadow form becoming more defined and enticing. "Whoever does the best job of seducing him wins," she purrs, a disturbing challenge that leaves Shushu and Tenka momentarily stunned. She spreads her arms wide, her power washing over the room in a wave of dark temptation. "How about it?" she asks, her eyes locked on Yuki like he's the ultimate prize in a twisted game. Shushu's jaw drops, her face turning bright red with a mix of shock and outrage. "Wah!" she sputters, her brain struggling to process the sheer audacity of the intruder's proposal. Tenka, ever the professional, narrows her eyes as she considers the offer. "I'm in," she says with a calm that is somehow even more terrifying than Shushu's outburst. The shadow woman licks her lips, a look of pure predatory hunger crossing her face. She's already begun her attack, her influence beginning to warp the air around Yuki's bed. A black snake of shadow energy slips beneath Yuki's shirt, its touch cold and invasive. The boy gasps in his sleep, his body reacting to the supernatural intrusion even as his mind remains locked in slumber. The three women suddenly converge on the bed, their competitive instincts taking a dark, supernatural turn. It's a chaotic swirl of shadow, light, and desperate energy as they all fight for proximity to the sleeping boy. The intruder leans down, her tongue darting out to lick Yuki's cheek with a wet riro. "Come on over," she whispers to the others, her invitation a trap designed to draw them into her web of influence. Shushu watches in horror, her eyes wide as she sees the intruder's bold move. The sense of violation is palpable, and it's fueling a rage in the young fighter that she can barely contain. Her face contorts with fury as she prepares to strike again. "I can do it too," she screams, her voice cracking with desperation as she tries to match the intruder's aggression. Her foot slams into the floor as she lunges forward, her movement a blur of speed fueled by sheer adrenaline. She's not playing a game anymore, she's fighting for her friend's soul. Shushu charges with everything she has, her body a projectile of pure kinetic energy. She's determined to break the intruder's hold on Yuki, no matter the personal cost. The shadow woman's eyes widen as she senses the danger. "No, wait, something's not right," she realizes, her confidence beginning to waver as Shushu's attack gains momentum. Her hand trembles as the power she's using begins to backfire. "My body feels heavy," she thinks, the sheer weight of Shushu's resolve beginning to interfere with her supernatural manipulation. She looks at Yuki, her expression one of pure, unadulterated possessiveness. "And an enemy woman touching Yuki," she growls, her jealousy manifesting as a surge of dark energy. The intruder's face becomes a mask of pure malice. It is not something this woman would ever accept, she screams, her voice a chorus of tortured souls that echoes through the barracks. Shashu's face is set in a grimace of pure effort as she closes the distance. She knows this is her one chance to end this, and she isn't going to miss. The shadow snake recoils, its glowing eyes fading as the intruder's concentration is broken. A cloud of dark smoke erupts from its mouth, signaling the collapse of the illusion. The entire room is filled with swirling shadows as the intruder's power dissipates. Shashu and Tenka stand over the sleeping Yuuki, their weapons drawn and ready for the next move. The air begins to clear, revealing the exhausted faces of the defenders. They've won this round, but the intruder is still there, her form becoming more solid and dangerous with every passing second. The shadow woman looks around the room, her expression one of cold calculation. Is the illusion working properly? It's a lot more fast acting in a tight space, she muses, her voice a chilling whisper in the silence. She beckons to Shashu with a mocking gesture. Come on over, she invites again, her confidence returning as she prepares her next move. Shashu wobbles, her body feeling heavy and unresponsive. The lingering effects of the intruder's power are taking their toll, and she's struggling to stay on her feet. The intruder watches her with a satisfied smile. If I'm not careful, the spell will break, she thinks, knowing that her advantage is precarious and she must act quickly to seal her victory. She sharpens a shadow claw, the metal-on-stone sound of its creation filling the room. I mustn't rush things, but wait for them to approach, she decides, her patience as deadly as her power. Suddenly, Tenka's eyes flare with a brilliant light, her sharp gaze cutting through the darkness like a blade. She's seen through the ruse, and she's ready to strike back. Shashu sways on her feet, a look of pure confusion on her face. She exclaims, her mind spinning as she tries to make sense of the shifting reality around her. Tenka lunges forward with a powerful kick, her movement a blur of speed and precision. She's moving too fast for the intruder to react, her attack aimed directly at the heart of the shadow form. The intruder is caught off guard, her form shattering under the force of Tenka's blow. She's sent reeling back toward the door, her power leaking out in a torrent of dark energy. Tenka stands over her, her eyes blazing with a fierce, protective light. I knew it. A little ruse like this won't work on someone at a commander's level, she says, her voice a cold promise of more pain to come. Shashu recovers instantly, her body glowing with renewed energy as she joins Tenka's side. Don't use, she begins, her voice a roar of defiance that fills the room. The two defenders launch a coordinated attack, their powers combining into a devastating wave of force. Cheap tricks on me, Shashu finishes, her punch landing with a cataclysmic thud against the intruder's chest. The shadow woman is blasted back, her form dissolving into a spray of dark liquid with a disgusting dacha. She's being systematically dismantled by the combined power of Unit 7 and Unit 6. She begins to reform one last time, her form flickering as her power nears its limit. She's beaten, and she knows it, but her expression is one of pure, unadulterated hatred. She glares at Shashu and Tenka, her single glowing eye burning with a dark fire. You've struck me now, that's twice, she hisses, her voice a chilling promise of a future reckoning. A wide, terrifying smile crosses her face as she begins to sink into the floor. I won't forget this, she vows, her departure as sudden and disturbing as her arrival. She vanishes into a puddle of shadow, leaving nothing behind but a lingering sense of dread. The room is silent once more, but the scars of the battle are etched into the very walls of the barracks. Shashu stands there for a beat, her chest heaving as she tries to calm her racing heart. She's won, but she knows that the enemy she just faced is unlike anything they've encountered before. Yuuki finally wakes up, rubbing his eyes and looking around at the wreckage of his room. What's going on? He asks, his voice groggy and confused by the sudden presence of Tenka and Shashu. Tenka looks at him with a serious expression, her voice grave. One of the 8 thunder gods snuck into your room, she explains, the weight of the news hitting Yuuki like a physical blow. Yuuki's eyes widen with horror. Wah! he exclaims, his mind reeling as he realizes just how close he came to being taken by a literal god. Tenka looks away, her posture suggesting a deep sense of responsibility. An unforgivable act, you two protected me. I had no idea, she says, her gratitude hidden behind her professional mask. Shushu steps forward, a proud smile crossing her face. She's the one who flew into action first. All I did was back her up, Tenka adds, giving Shushu the credit she deserves for her quick thinking. Yuuki looks at Shushu, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Thanks, Shushu-chan, he says, his words a warm light in the darkness of the night. Shushu beams with pride, her heart-send sparkles aura returning in full force. I'll protect you as many times as it takes, Yuki. Leave it to me, she declares, her spirit as indomitable as ever. She adds a playful wink to herself. And I'll sneak in next chance I get, she thinks, her mischievous nature unaffected by the life-or-death battle they just survived. Yuuki lies back down, his mind racing as he tries to process the scale of the threat facing him. He's safe for now, but the shadow of the 8 thunder gods hangs over them all like a dark cloud. Later that night, the decision is made. We'll be sleeping as a group until the barrier's strengthened, Kyoyuka announces, her priority being the safety of her squad members. The barracks return to a tense, expectant silence as the squad settles in together. They're a unit, and they will face whatever comes next as one, their bonds forged in the fires of Mato's relentless conflict. Far away, in the grand headquarters, Ren Yamashiro sits before her laptop, her face illuminated by the screen's pale glow. How interesting that a god would come to his room. They're reinforcing their barrier against enemy infiltration, she muses to herself. She pulls up a profile on her screen, the name, Yuuki Wakura, prominently displayed. Her interest in him is no longer just curiosity, it's becoming an obsession that could change everything for Unit 7. A predatory smile crosses her face as she leans closer to the screen. With everyone going after him, it makes me want to take him for myself, she whispers, her words a chilling finale to a night defined by shifting shadows and dark desires. The night is still inside the dormitory of the 7th Anti-Demon Squad. 4 futons are laid out across the floor, where the scent of tatami mats mingles with the quiet rhythm of sleep. Yuuki Wakura shifts beneath his covers, rolling over as a faint, warmth brushes against him in the dark. He isn't fully awake yet, but something about the air in the room feels different than when he closed his eyes. Eyes drift open, heavy with the lingering fog of dreams. He stares blankly at the wall for a moment, waiting for his senses to return to the waking world. Suddenly, his pupils dilate as he realizes he isn't alone in his bedding. Nestled tightly against his chest, Ni clings to him like a lost child, her breathing steady and deep in a state of absolute peace. Yuuki freezes, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The realization of the situation hits him with the force of a tidal wave, and he stares down at her with a look of pure, unadulterated panic. He tries to process how this happened, his mind racing through the night's events. She came over to my futon. In her sleep, he thinks, the silence of the room suddenly feeling deafeningly loud. He tries to whisper her name, his voice cracking with tension. Ni-cha, he starts, desperate to wake her without causing a scene that might bring the rest of the squad running. Ni only tightens her grip, letting out a soft, content mumble of as she buries her face further into him. Yuuki is trapped in a precarious embrace, wondering if the morning will bring an explanation or a catastrophe. The sun rises over the training grounds, but the atmosphere is thick with embarrassment. Ni bows her head low, her face burning a deep shade of crimson. I'm sorry, Ni was asleep and didn't realize, she cries out, her voice trembling with shame. Kyoyuka Yuzun waves a hand dismissively, standing with the authority of a captain who has seen it all. Don't sweat it. It's the 8 thunder gods to blame, she says calmly, shifting the focus from the awkward night to the mission at hand. Tenka looks on with a knowing smirk, her arms crossed as she addresses Ni. I'll be lending him to you, Ni, she announces, referring to Yuuki's unique support role. Ni perks up instantly, her eyes sparkling. With pleasure, she exclaims. The ritual begins with a familiar, intimate gesture. Yuuki lowers his head, gently pressing his lips to the back of Ni's hand. It's the spark that ignites the power within him, a contract sealed in skin and spirit. A blinding flash of white light erupts from the center of the grounds, engulfing both Yuuki and Ni. The sheer force of the energy surge creates a vacuum, drawing the air from the lungs of anyone standing too close. When the light fades, a massive, armored figure stands where Yuuki once was. Ni sits perched atop the behemoth's shoulder, her fear replaced by a thrill of power. "Up we go," she commands softly. She reaches forward and takes hold of the heavy metal links that connect her to this living weapon. Her small hand grips the cold steel with surprising strength, feeling the vibration of the monster's latent power. The transformation is complete, revealing the eternal chains, Shining Star in all its glory. It is a towering testament to the bond they share, ready to serve as both shield and sword in the coming conflict. Kyoyuka watches the transformation with a sharp, analytical gaze. Searching for the enemy is important, but she trails off, her mind calculating the risks of exposing their location to the unseen observers lurking in the shadows. Ni guides the massive form of Yuuki across the rocky terrain, the heavy thuds of his footsteps echoing through the valley. They move with a synchronized grace, a dance of metal and muscle designed for absolute efficiency. They scour every inch of the landscape, looking for any sign of a breach. Cursed runes and such, for example, Kyoyuka's voice echoes in their thoughts as they scan the perimeter of the 7th Squad's home. The tension builds as they approach the edge of the plateau. There could be something within the dorm's perimeter. An enemy has infiltrated once already. The warning hangs in the air, making every shadow look like a threat. The giant mechanical foot of the Shining Star comes down hard on the dry earth, sending up a puff of dust. Ni exhales a breath she didn't realize she was holding. "We seem to be okay," she notes, scanning the immediate area. She looks over toward Kyoyuka and Tenka, who are waiting for their report. Nothing suspicious on the surface or among the rocks," she confirms. Kyoyuka nods, her posture relaxing slightly. "Oh, good." Yuuki reverts to his human form. Ni reaches out with a bright smile, patting his head affectionately. "Well done, Yuuki-san," she chirps. Yuki blushes under her praise. "I could only do it with your help, Ni-chan," he admits softly. The group stands together on the windswept ridge, the momentary peace feeling fragile. Kyoyuka looks out over the horizon. "Good to reconfirm there aren't any surprises waiting for us. But..." Yuuki's expression shifts, a cold shiver running down his spine. He looks up at the vast, empty sky, his eyes searching for something that shouldn't be there. "I did feel like we were being watched from above," he confesses. Kyoyuka turns to him, her eyebrows knitting together in concern. "From above?" she asks, her voice sharp with sudden alertness. If Yuuki's instincts are right, their search was far from over. The wind suddenly howls, whipping through their hair and uniforms. The clouds above begin to swirl in an unnatural pattern, as if reacting to a presence that hasn't yet revealed itself to the world below. A tiny glint of light catches Yuuki's eye, a single star appearing in the broad daylight. It grows brighter and larger by the second, descending with a velocity that suggests it isn't a falling star at all. Yuuki's breath catches in his throat as the star begins to take a human shape. The sheer pressure of the descending energy begins to crack the ground around them before the figure even touches the earth. The ground explodes in a violent burst of dust and debris as the newcomer lands with the force of a meteor. The impact sends Yuuki and the others reeling, their arms raised to shield their eyes from the blinding discharge of power. Standing in the center of the crater is a woman with long, dark hair and an aura that demands absolute submission. She smiles, a cold and beautiful expression. "I've been watching since he transformed with Ni." Kyoyuka's blood runs cold as she recognizes the face of the most powerful woman in the anti-demon corps. Her voice is barely a whisper, choked with awe and fear. "Supreme Commander." Ren Yamashiro, the Supreme Commander, narrows her eyes as she looks at Kyoyuka. Her voice is melodic yet cutting. "Kyoyuka, you've broadened the scope of your ability, so others can use slave now. What conditions are there on it?" Kyoyuka meets the commander's gaze, though a bead of sweat rolls down her temple. "I'm still testing its scope. I don't have anything nailed down yet." she admits, her voice steady despite the overwhelming pressure. Ren dismisses the explanation with a wave of her hand, turning her attention to the younger girl. No matter, talk. Ni, you may go back to your regular duties. Ni jumps as if struck by lightning. Why yes, ma'am, she squeaks. Kaioyuka watches Ni scurry away, her mind racing to predict Ren's next move. The commander isn't one for casual visits. Every word she speaks is a precursor to an action that could change the fate of the entire corps. Ren leans in, a playful yet terrifying glint in her eyes. What a fun way to expand it. I want to try him out too, she muses, looking at Yuuki as if he were a new toy she just discovered in a shop window. Kaioyuka steps forward, her protective instincts overriding her fear. Lending him out fatigues me greatly. I can't do it in quick succession, she warns, hoping to discourage the commander's sudden interest in her slave. Ren lets out a dramatic sigh, pouting like a child who has been told they can't have dessert. Ah, she moans, her shoulders slumping in a mock display of disappointment that fools absolutely no one. But in a heartbeat, the playfulness vanishes, replaced by a predatory focus. She looks back at Yuuki, her gaze heavy with a divine sort of greed that makes the air around her feel electric and dangerous. She steps closer, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper that sends chills down Yuuki's spine. To hear that I can make him my slave. She begins, the words tasting like a promise and a threat combined. She stands tall, her presence eclipsing everything else in the valley. Yuuki is my slave, she declares with the finality of a goddess. The declaration hangs in the air, a new reality that Yuuki is forced to accept. Kaioyuka stares at the Supreme Commander, her jaw set in a hard line. She knows better than to argue, but the fire of defiance burns in her eyes, a silent protest against the theft of her most valuable asset. Ren smiles back at her, a confident, knowing look that says she has already won. She knows the power she wields, and she enjoys the way it bends the world to her will, regardless of the cost to others. She lets out a soft, melodic chuckle that sounds like bells in the wind. Heh heh heh. The sound is enchanting and terrifying, the laughter of a woman who knows no equal and fears no consequence. She turns her back on them, her long hair billowing in the wind. Well, until next time, I've got some work to do in the human realm, she announces casually, as if she were merely stepping out for groceries. With a sudden, violent surge of energy, she launches herself into the sky. She becomes a streak of light, a human comet tearing through the atmosphere and leaving only a booming echo in her wake. Yuuki and Kaioyuka stand in the silence left behind, both staring up at the empty sky where Ren vanished. The weight of her presence still lingers, a heavy, invisible blanket that makes it hard to breathe normally. Kaioyuka reaches out and taps Yuki's shoulder, her touch light but insistent. Yuki turns to her, expecting a debrief or an order, but the look in her eyes is something he hasn't seen before, a mixture of worry and simmering rage. Before he can speak, Kaioyuka lunges forward, wrapping her arms around him in a tight, crushing embrace. Kaioyuka-san? He gasps, his ribs groaning under the sudden pressure of her grip. Before the commander's assembly, she mutters. Her hands grip his back with a desperation that borders on violence. She isn't just holding him, she is claiming him, a frantic reaction to the Supreme Commander's declaration that Yuuki now belongs to her as well. Kaioyuka's voice is low and dangerous as she pulls back just enough to look him in the eye. I warned you not to make eye contact. With the Supreme Commander. She growls, her face inches from his as she vents her frustration. She tightens her grip again, the sound of her own strength echoing in the quiet valley. But you wasted no time looking right at her, and now she's taken an interest in you, she shouts, her jealousy flaring like a localized sun. Yuuki's eyes are wide with shock, his face turning pale as he realizes the trouble he's in. I am sorry, I didn't think she was actually looking my way. He stammers, his voice small against her fury. Kaioyuka isn't finished. She continues to crush him in her arms, her strength a physical manifestation of her possessiveness. You still have to be punished, she declares, her voice cracking with the intensity of her emotions. Minutes later, both are breathless, the aftermath of their emotional collision leaving them drained. Yuuki kneels on the ground, his head bowed. Kyoyuka stands over him, panting. I shouldn't have warned you, I should have ordered you. Yuuki looks up at her, his brow furrowed with confusion and a growing sense of dread. He realizes that being chosen by Ren Yamashiro isn't a badge of honor. It's a sentence to a very specific kind of chaos. He swallows hard, his voice trembling as he asks the question that's been haunting him since Ren landed. What happens when someone's caught her eye? He asks, fearing the answer more than the question itself. Kyoyuka looks away, her expression darkening as she recalls the stories of those who came before. The Supreme Commander's favor is a double-edged sword that cuts deep into the autonomy of anyone she deems interesting. She closes her eyes for a moment, the memory of another squad member surfacing. Belle from the 3rd Squad is a good example. She'll make up some reason to keep playing with them like a toy, she explains, her voice hollow. Yuuki slumps, his hand going to his forehead as a dark cloud of gloom settles over him. A toy, he repeats, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. He came to this world to fight, not to be a plaything for the powerful. Kyoyuka looks back at him, her gaze sharpening with resolve. Going forward, we'll be working together with many other squads. If word gets out about my lending him to others, I have a feeling things will get hectic. The 7th Squad stands in a disciplined line, their uniforms crisp and their expressions focused. They are the host for today's events, and Kyoyuka ensures every member presents the image of a top-tier unit. The wind begins to pick up, carrying the scent of ozone and the distant rumble of approaching power. The members of the squad shift their weight, their senses heightening as they anticipate the arrival of their guests. A title card appears over the wide shot of the valley. Chapter 52, The Storm Touches Down. It's a fitting name for the chaos that is about to descend upon the 7th Squad's quiet dormitory. The steam rises from the outdoor hot spring, blanketing the area in a thick, warm mist as the girls relax. I think she'll make her move when we're getting out of the bath, Yakumo says with a knowing glance toward Kyoyuka. Kyoyuka remains stoic, her eyes fixed on the horizon, while Yakumo continues to needle her. She's getting antsy since Kyoyuka is behaving herself, she adds with a smirk, while another squad member looks on, confused. Prior what now? She mutters. Above them, the traditional architecture of the training facility looms against a darkening sky, silent and imposing. In the dining hall, Yuuki is caught off guard as Yakumo approaches him with a playful energy. I've got something I want to ask, she says, leaning toward him while he manages the table. Okay, Yuuki replies cautiously. She gets close, her voice dropping into a conspiratorial whisper near his ear. Slave-chan, are you actually a master technician who services Kyoyuka nightly? She asks with a devious grin. Yuuki's face turns a bright shade of red as his eyes go wide with shock. Services? He shouts, the word catching in his throat. Yuuki tries to defend himself as Yakumo starts describing her wild imaginations of his nightly duties. There's no way I'd do that, he yells, while she laughs, teasing him about rubbing breasts instead of shoulders. She taps her chin, looking him up and down like a prize horse. If you were a technician, Yakumo-san would be interested in you too, she says, while Yuuki can only respond with a bewildered what. He looks away, his hand tugging at his apron as he tries to regain his composure. Girls smell good, and it's fun to touch them, he thinks to himself, trying to rationalize the strange conversation. But Yakumo doesn't let up, grabbing his shoulders and pulling him closer. But looking at you, Slave-chan, makes me wonder what boys are all about, she purrs. She leans in even further, her eyes locking onto his with an intensity that makes him sweat. Are you not seeing somebody? She asks point blank. She tilts her head, genuinely curious about the life of the legendary slave of the 7th Squad. Then she breaks into a bright, easy smile. Nope, we're all so busy, I don't think anybody is, she admits, her casual attitude a sharp contrast to the tension she just created. Yuuki watches her as she moves away, his mind racing. So why does it have to be me? He wonders, feeling the weight of her honesty. To be honest, with how boys have no abilities, I've always only felt pity for them. She turns back to him, her smile softening into something more sincere. But you make me feel as if I can relax my guard. I guess you could call it the aura of a little brother, she says. Are you an older sister too, Yakumo-san? Yuuki asks. She beams at him, clearly proud of her family. That's right. I have tons of little sisters, so as the eldest, I enlisted here to earn money, she explains. Since me and my sisters have always been close, I can't help but give in to my need for physical contact. Suddenly, her ears perk up as she hears movement. Oh, everyone's coming out of the bath. I'm gonna go see how they look with damp hair. See you, she shouts, zooming off like a lightning bolt. She's such a free spirit, Yuuki mutters. He watches the door where she vanished, a small, tired smile forming on his lips. She really is like the wind, he thinks. Meanwhile, out in the training courtyard, the 7th and 10th squads prepare to depart. Okay, we're going to head over to the 10th squad, Kyoyuka announces. Take care, others call out in farewell. A shimmering warp gate opens as they discuss their strategy. The squads will be training with will keep on changing, huh? One member asks. That's because the 8 thunder gods could strike en masse. We need to all be able to work together, Yakumo explains. Yakumo winks at the group as they prepare to head out. Yakumo-san and Kyoyuka are going to get it on now, so you all can start training, she says boldly. Don't say it like that. Kyoyuka snaps back, her patience wearing thin. Yakumo taps her chin thoughtfully as Kyoyuka prepares her weapon. Before that, shall we hold a match first? She proposes. She gestures toward Yuuki, who is standing nearby in his transformed state. About your slave, you can lend him out, right? She asks with a playful glint in her eye. Kyoyuka's expression hardens as she looks at her rival. I take it you heard from the Supreme Commander, she states, her voice cold. Yakumo shrugs it off with a casual wave. A little while ago, yeah, everyone will know soon enough. Yakumo-san wants to take him for a test drive too, she chirps. Don't worry about that. We'll be working super closely now. The Supreme Commander said so. Kyoyuka grits her teeth, clearly unhappy with the arrangement. This ability, she growls under her breath. Yakumo leans in, reminding Kyoyuka of the fundamental rules. It requires that you give the slave a reward. Yeah, I don't mind at all, she adds with a wink. She looks at Yuuki, her mind already calculating the tactical advantages. If he takes a form that comes with a special ability, it might come in handy for wiping out the Shuki, she muses. Kyoyuka closes her eyes, knowing she has no choice but to follow orders. Fine, if we must. She relents, the sweat of frustration on her brow. With a sudden leap, Yakumo vaults onto the transformed Yuuki's back. That's the spirit, and I'll only be testing him out, she laughs as the air begins to swirl around them. She grips the heavy chains that bind the slave, her fingers tightening as the power begins to flow. A sudden whip-like sound cracks through the air as the energy reaches its peak. Massive, skeletal wings erupt from Yuuki's back, spreading wide as he takes a new, powerful form. Eternal chains, phoenix wings, appear in a flash of blinding light. Kyoyuka stares up in genuine awe as the dust settles. Wings, she whispers, watching the transformation unfold. The transformed Yuuki looks back at her, his eyes glowing with this newfound power. I'm going to try these out, he says, his voice echoing with strength. With a powerful beat of his massive wings, he lifts off the ground, Yakumo clinging to his back with a wild grin as they hover above Kyoyuka. Kyoyuka watches them go, shouting a final warning. Remember, he's only on loan, she yells through the wind. Yakumo just laughs, waving back as they gain altitude. Yakumo-sen doesn't steal what she borrows, she shouts back merrily. The two of them rocket into the sky, Yuuki's silhouette shrinking against the vast, gray clouds as they climb higher and higher. Yuuki's heart races as they soar through the air. Whoa, I'm flying, he screams with pure joy. Yakumo laughs behind him. Ah ha ha, it does feel nice to fly, doesn't it? Yakumo leans forward, her hair whipping in the wind as she analyzes the flight. But if it's only flight, Yakumo-san's ability does that already, she points out. Yuuki looks back, surprised. You mean, the manipulation of wind? She nods eagerly, enjoying the rush. Yep, creating twisters and flipping up this and that, she explains, while Yuuki remains silent, focusing on the controls. He shifts his weight, testing the responsiveness of the wings. Is it okay if I try speeding up? He asks. Yakumo gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up, her eyes bright with excitement. Go for it, she cheers. Yuuki tucks his wings and dives, the world becoming a blur of speed as they accelerate through the sky. The G-force pushes against them, but Yakumo only finds it more exhilarating. This is some acceleration, she cries out. Yuuki grits his teeth, pushing the transformation even further. And if we add, he begins, focusing his intent. Yakumo reaches out, channeling her own power into the mix. Yakumo-san's ability to this, she adds, her fingers glowing with energy. The combined power creates a massive vortex of air. Twilight Dance Troupe, Night Storm erupts around them, turning them into a lethal projectile. Yuuki can feel the difference immediately. With this wind, I can fly even faster, he thinks, his vision narrowing to a point of pure speed. They become a streak of white light against the dark clouds, moving faster than the eye can follow as they tear through the atmosphere. Yakumo lets out a triumphant laugh as they look down. Aha! This speed exceeds Yakumo-san's own, she admits, watching the ground far below. Far beneath them, a group of Shuki is visible on the rocky terrain. The Shuki look up, their grotesque faces twisting in fear as the sonic boom of the incoming attackers reaches them. A massive impact shatters the rocky ground, obliterated the Shuki in a single, devastating blow as Yuuki and Yakumo strike from above. They pull out of the dive, soaring back into the sky. All right, I took out those Shuki, keep flying just like that, Yakumo orders, her fist pumped in the air. They streak across the horizon, a trail of white energy marking their path through the heavens. Later, the transformation fades as they land on a jagged mountain peak. A plume of smoke rises where they touch down. Yuuki is back in his human form, doubled over and gasping for breath. Ha, sorry, I suddenly felt exhausted, he wheezes. Yakumo looks on, surprised. Out of gas, huh? Oh well. Yakumo stands there for a moment, her expression unreadable as she watches him struggle to recover. Yuuki wipes the sweat from his forehead, his face pale from the drain. I don't have much endurance or strength in that form. It'll be tough to manage, he admits. Suddenly, a sharp asterisk click sound echoes across the peak. Yakumo begins to undo the fastenings of her uniform. Oh, Yuuki gasps, his eyes widening. Yuuki falls back in shock as Yakumo starts to strip right in front of him. Looks like the reward's starting, she says calmly, her eyes fixed on him. She pulls her shirt up, her playful smile returning. Now then, I wonder what boys feel like, she wonders aloud, her gaze traveling over him. She fully removes her top, standing proudly in her undergarments on the mountaintop. Wow, I'm getting kinda excited, she says, while Yuuki looks on, his face burning with embarrassment. Chapter 54, Training Season ** begins here. She wiggles her fingers with a mischievous grin. Looks like your reward is me touching you all over, she announces. Ha! Yuuki screams, completely caught off guard. She doesn't wait for an answer, grabbing the hem of his shirt with a quick *FWP*. All right, strip down, off with your clothes, she commands. Suddenly, a precise localized whirlwind erupts around Yuuki, buffeting him from all sides. Isn't your wind a little too precise? He yells through the gale. Clothes are whipped away by the wind, flying off into the air as he stands there, stunned. Ha! He gasps, his hands flying up in a futile attempt to cover himself. Yakumo approaches him through the dissipating wind, her own casual attitude unchanged. I've undergone intensive training, she explains simply, while Yuuki stands there shivering. She leans back, imagining her ultimate goal. If touching you turns out to be fun, I'll make an exception and let you into my harem, she says. Yuuki's mind reels. Harem, he thinks, Yakumo's dream, is to have all the intrepid girls of the Demon Defense Force come together to create a harem. She spreads her arms wide, her enthusiasm contagious. The 5th Squad is known for being devoted and cooperative. I'll go to any length to achieve it, she declares. That's an amazing ambition, taking on those girls. Yuuki mutters, sweating. She steps closer, her skin glowing in the fading light. Here we go, she whispers, her gaze locking onto his as she moves in for the reward. She reaches out and touches him, her skin warm against his. Feeling someone skin to skin, she muses softly. Her hand travels over his chest, exploring the texture of his skin. Is one method of close contact, she adds, her voice barely a whisper. She pulls him into a tight embrace, her body pressing against his as he freezes up, his face turning a deep crimson. Caillou, he whimpers, completely overwhelmed. She looks up at him, her eyes soft and full of amusement. You're so cute when your face is all red, she teases, her breath warm against his cheek. She continues to stroke his skin, her touch light and curious. Ooh, you've got a wild feel to you, she observes with a giggle. Her hands roam further, exploring the muscles of his back and shoulders. So this is what boys are like, she thinks aloud. She leans her head against his chest, listening to his frantic heartbeat. Your rugged back, it actually feels pretty good, she says with a satisfied sigh. She leans in and gives him a playful nip on the neck with a kari asterisk sound. I think I'll have a taste, she whispers mischievously. Yuuki's eyes roll back as he lets out a muffled cry of shock, his face steaming from the intense contact. She pulls back just enough to look into his eyes, her expression soft and genuinely affectionate. So cute, she murmurs. She pulls him back into her arms, holding him close against her. Slave-chan, she whispers, the name sounding more like a term of endearment now. She gives him one final, bone-crushing squeeze with a Juwu asterisk sound. You're joining Yakumo-san's harem. It's settled, she announces. Hua, Yuuki screams, his voice echoing over the mountains. Later, the squad stands together, Yakumo beaming with satisfaction, while Yuuki looks completely dazed and exhausted behind her. Kaioyuka watches them with a skeptical expression, her eyes narrowed as she evaluates the results of the test drive. She gestures toward Yuuki, addressing the group. His transformation when he's with Yakumo-san can be used for hit-and-runs as well as surprise attacks and focused assaults. We'll keep in mind that your top airspeed is faster than anyone else, she notes. Yakumo bumps Yuuki playfully with her elbow, her mood buoyant. Let's test it out some more later, she cheers. Yuuki can only respond with a weak right, while Kaioyuka glares at them. They turn their attention back to the broader mission. The 7th squad will be leaving soon, eh? One member asks. Yeah, I'd love to do more training, but... Kaioyuka trails off, her expression serious. She looks toward the horizon, her voice full of determination. We're going to be training with the 10th squad, she announces, catching Yuuki by surprise. Yuuki's eyes widen as a familiar face flashes through his mind. A girl with long dark hair and a cryptic smile. Kaioyuka continues her briefing. Seems like they want to get as much joint training in as they can while the 8 Thunder Gods are lying low, she explains to the other squad members. Yuuki looks thoughtful as he considers their enemies. The 8 Thunder Gods, come to think of it, I wonder why they're not causing any trouble. He muses silently. Far away, the sky is thick with dark, swirling clouds, a sign of the ominous power gathering elsewhere. Jagged, obsidian-like mountains rise from the earth, their peaks lost in the gloom of a desolate realm. Deep within a cavern, twisted, tree-like structures reach for the ceiling, surrounding a dark, pulsating opening in the ground. Inside, a godlike figure stands before a massive, ornate mirror. You're so beautiful, Shikokuni, you look good in everything, a voice says from the shadows. Shikoku, a member of the 8 Thunder Gods, looks at her reflection with a neutral expression. Cute, she thinks to herself. She experiments with her hair, pulling it into braids. You can pull off braids, the voice continues to compliment her. She tries another style, this one with twin buns. Buns are great too, the unseen companion adds. Finally, she puts on a pair of round glasses, her eyes sharp and analytical behind the lenses. Even glasses suit you, the voice chirps, while Shikoku allows a small, cold smile to form. A large, armored god enters the room, his voice booming with authority. What are you lot doing? He demands, looking at Shikoku and her companion. Kusatsu, another thunder god, is seen braiding Shikoku's hair. Shikokuni was in a bad mood, so I'm taking her mind off things, she explains with a fanged grin. The large god looks skeptical, standing between Shikoku and the mirror. You're upset that you were struck by one of those obsolete rejects? I keep telling her it's only because she had to curb her powers, while sneaking past their barrier, he notes. Shikoku looks away. Well, it still didn't sit right with me, she admits. She removes the glasses, her eyes glowing with a sinister light. I learned two things, she states, her voice cold and calculated. A brief flash of a memory appears. A human girl charging forward with a blade, her face full of raw, unbridled emotion. Shikoku narrows her eyes, her thoughts returning to the battle. The volatile emotions of humans allow them to demonstrate unexpected power, she explains. The large god listens intently, his own eyes burning with a dark energy. Kusetsu looks on, her expression shifting from playfulness to a more serious focus as she absorbs Shikoku's words. Shikoku's gaze becomes even sharper as she delivers a final warning. Don't accidentally make a careless mistake. Remember that, she commands. She turns back to the mirror, her resolve absolute. I'll never lose to anyone, she declares quietly. Kusetsu suddenly bursts into energy, her laughter echoing through the cavern. Not in strength, or in beauty, she shouts, her power flaring around her. The other gods watch her with a mix of amusement and concern as she poses dramatically, her wings spreading wide once more. The large god scoffs at her theatrics. Kusetsu, you're still only a baby chick. Quit talking, he commands. The traits of the food she absorbed are showing in her personality, Shikoku wonders, watching the younger god. Kusetsu's lip twitches in annoyance as she hears the insult. Piku, her skin seems to ripple with irritation. With a sudden swoop she disappears, moving with a speed that catches even the other gods off guard. She reappears behind the large god, a blur of motion that makes him grunt in surprise. HRM, he exclaims. She delivers a powerful kick that sends a shockwave through the air, her speed and strength clearly evolving at an alarming rate. A massive block of stone is shattered into pieces as she vents her frustration with a powerful crash. She stands amidst the debris, her eyes glowing with a fierce, unstable light. Who are you calling? A baby chick, she demands, her voice full of newfound arrogance. The ground continues to crumble around her, the sheer force of her aura cracking the ancient stone with a loud gara. The large god watches her, a small, grim smile forming on his face. Well then, so you can completely change form, he observes, impressed by her growth. Shikoku looks at the younger god with a mix of clinical interest and caution. Neat, right? She's already so strong, she notes to her companion. The companion turns back to Shikoku. Ah yes, you said you'd learned two things, he reminds her, refocusing on their strategic goals. Shikoku's expression turns even darker as she reveals the second lesson. I may be a god, but it seems I'm not benevolent, she says, her eyes full of a chilling resolve. The other god looks at her for a long moment before closing his eyes. We know, he replies simply. He turns to Kusetsu, who is still basking in her power. Raise yourself higher until the decisive battle, Kusetsu, he commands, his voice like iron. The gods stand together, a united front of overwhelming power against the human world. We need just one more of us before all the 8 thunder gods are assembled, the large god notes. Shikoku turns away, her mind already back on her work. I will continue my research beautifully, she whispers, a cold, clinical promise. Kusetsu throws her head back and laughs, her fangs bared in a wild, manic grin. After all, my special feature is that I'm capable of getting infinitely stronger. I'll show you I can take care of the entire demon defense force by myself, she boasts, her laughter echoing through the dark halls while the other gods look on with weary indifference. The sun sets over the imposing architecture of the Demon Defense Force headquarters, a fortress of traditional design standing as humanity's bastion against the unknown. Inside the sterile, high-ceilinged halls, a guide leads Kyoyuka and Yuuki toward their mysterious meeting. Kyousama, Yuuki-san, right this way, she calls out, her voice echoing off the polished stone. Kyoyuka looks around, noticing her team is being separated from the group. We're the only ones going a different way, she asks, her suspicion rising as they are led into the heart of the command center. Their guide, a young woman named Jinna, beams with an intensity that borders on worship. The Hela, Great Ren-sama ordered it, she explains with a bright, energetic grin. Yuuki watches Jinna, sensing a mix of awe and terror in her devotion. "Aren't you afraid of the Supreme Commander, Jinna-chan?" he asks, sweating slightly at the thought of meeting the woman at the top. Jinna doesn't hesitate, clenching her fist in a gesture of pure loyalty. "Ren-sama's fearsomeness is also part of her charm," she declares, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She places a hand on her chest, completely lost in her reverence for her leader. "Serving directly under Ren-sama is a great honor," she adds, her passion practically radiating off her. Yuuki looks upward, contemplating the reputation of the woman they are about to face. So it's not like she's only feared, he thinks, realizing that Ren Yamashiro is a figure of complex charisma. Jinna stops before a pair of ornate sliding doors and gestures for them to enter. "The inner garden is just ahead. Please proceed," she invites, stepping aside to let them pass. Kyoyuka and Yuuki step through the threshold, their eyes widening at the unexpected sight of the courtyard beyond. The air shifts, carrying the scent of pine and still water as they transition from the modern facility to a slice of ancient Japan. A magnificent three-story pagoda towers over a meticulously groomed landscape of trees and stone bridges. This isn't just a garden, it's a sanctuary hidden within the heart of the defense force. Yuuki is visibly stunned by the scale of the landscape. "There's a whole Japanese garden within Mado," he whispers, his jaw dropping at the sheer extravagance of it. Kyoyuka remains composed, but her eyes are sharp as she scans the area. "The Supreme Commander built it when she took her position," she explains, noting the weight of power such a project implies. Yuuki tries to wrap his head around the logistics. "Yamashiro-san has that kind of power?" he wonders aloud, questioning just how influential the commander truly is. Kyoyuka nods as they walk along the stone path. "It's because she has deep ties to the higher-ups," she says, her voice low as she recounts Ren's standing. She recalls the stories of Ren's civilian duties. "Even the Prime Minister sometimes calls on the Supreme Commander to be her bodyguard," she adds, reinforcing the woman's legendary status. Yuuki looks at the garden with a new sense of gravity. "So that's what she does for a job in the human realm," he notes, realizing they aren't just dealing with a soldier, but a political titan. Deep in the garden, a much softer scene unfolds as a woman sits on the grass, surrounded by playful Shiba Inus. She laughs as the dogs lick her face, her stern commander persona completely vanished in this private moment. Yuuki watches from a distance, his tension easing slightly. She looks like she's enjoying herself, he thinks, surprised by the domesticity of the scene. Kyoyuka clears her throat, her voice firm as she announces their arrival. "Supreme Commander," she calls out, snapping the peaceful atmosphere back to military reality. Ren Yamashiro pauses, her eyes glancing up as she senses the intrusion on her quiet time. The dogs stop their play, sensing the change in their master's focus. With a quick movement, the two dogs bolt away, their paws thumping against the grass as they move to circle the newcomers. The Shiba Inus jump around Yuuki and Kyoyuka, barking playfully as they examine the guests. "Pups in a Japanese atmosphere. Isn't it just lovely?" Ren asks, her voice light and melodic. Yuuki flinches as one of the dogs barks right at him. "So cute!" Jinna squeals from the background, clearly enamored by the pets. The dogs pant heavily, their tongues lolling out as they look up at Yuuki with wide, friendly eyes. Ren smiles warmly, gesturing to her companions. "It seems Kaname and Miyabi like you," she says, reaching out to pat their heads. "Good dogs." She looks toward Yuuki, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "They're your big sisters, so they'll look after you. As their junior," she adds, causing Yuuki to sweat at the bizarre ranking. Yuuki can only manage a weak response. "Junior," he mutters, feeling more like a pet than a soldier in this environment. Kyoyuka, however, is ready for business. "Why were we the only ones summoned?" she asks, cutting through the pleasantries to find the real motive behind the meeting. Ren gives her pets one final command. "Go on back to your room," she whispers, and the dogs immediately obey, trotting off into the pagoda. The dogs leave, a heavy silence falls over the garden, the playful air evaporating in an instant. Ren stands up, her gaze shifting to Yuuki with a predatory intensity. "Before you tire yourself out, Kyoyuka, I'd like to borrow your slave," she states, her request carrying the weight of an ultimatum. Kaioyuka stiffens, her eyes narrowing. She starts to protest, but Ren cuts her off with a single raised finger. Ren's expression is cold, clinical. An unknown trait might appear. We have to try it at least once, she explains, her logic unassailable despite its cruelty. She looks Yuuki dead in the eye, a faint, unsettling smirk playing on her lips. Right, she asks, waiting for his submission. Kaioyuka grits her teeth, the pressure of the commander's gaze weighing down on her like a physical force. Yuuki realizes he has no ground to stand on. If that's an order, then I have no choice, he says, his voice resigned as he prepares for whatever Ren has planned. Ren lets out a soft, dark chuckle. Heh heh heh, she laughs, her amusement sending a chill down Yuuki's spine. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the center of the garden, illuminating the pagoda and casting long, flickering shadows across the stones. When the light fades, the atmosphere has completely changed. Ren stands tall, her presence radiating a power that dwarfs everything around her. Yuuki feels a sudden, sharp yank on his chain as Ren takes control, her grip firm and unyielding. The metal links jangle with a discordant sound, echoing the chaos that is about to be unleashed. A shockwave ripples outward, flattening the grass and sending a cloud of dust into the air as the transformation begins. Kaioyuka watches in horror as Yuki's form begins to shift, warped by Ren's influence. Yuki, she shouts, her hand reaching toward him in a futile gesture. Her eyes are wide with shock as she witnesses the speed of the change. I've never seen him take such a form, she whispers, her voice trembling with concern. Across the clearing, several Shuki emerge from the shadows, their grotesque faces twisting as they prepare to test the new transformation. Ren stands atop the transformed Yuuki, looking down at the monsters with utter boredom. Now, show me your power, she commands, her voice cutting through the growls of the beasts. The new form is a nightmare of jagged plates and raw power, a creature designed for one thing, absolute slaughter. It lets out a guttural growl, the sound vibrating through the air as it lunges forward. Kaioyuka warns from the sidelines, her voice urgent. Supreme Commander, don't release it. This form is dangerous, she cries out, sensing the volatile energy radiating from the beast. Yuuki, now the sacrificial goat, shakes his head violently, the chains on his neck rattling as he struggles with the primal urges within. Ren remains completely unmoved, her feet planted firmly on the creature's back. Shuki that way, huh? She asks, spotting the main horde approaching. With a deafening thoom, the ground beneath them cracks as they launch into the fray. They are a blur of black and white, carving a path of destruction through the garden toward the enemy line. The sacrificial goat form is a whirlwind of violence, its sheer speed and power leaving the environment in ruins. Ren looks on with a cold, appreciative smile as the Shuki are torn apart with clinical precision. Well done, she says, her voice barely audible over the carnage. Blood and stone fly in every direction as the massacre continues, the sacrificial goat leaving nothing but broken bodies in its wake. The Shuki attempt to fight back, their massive fists slamming into the creature, but they are met with a wall of indestructible power. Ren watches them crumble under the onslaught. They don't even last an instant, she notes, her boredom shifting into genuine interest. The monsters fall in droves, their rocky hides shattering under the creature's relentless strikes. The entire area is carpeted with the remains of the Shuki, a testament to the overwhelming force Ren has unleashed. Ren looks at the pile of carcasses with a satisfied nod. That's quite a haul, she remarks, her voice calm despite the surrounding bloodbath. The sacrificial goat leaps high into the air, its silhouette framed against the darkening sky as it prepares for a final, crushing blow. The creature's mouth gapes open, revealing rows of serrated teeth as it lets out a final, bone-chilling roar. It clamps its jaws shut with a sickening crunch, finalizing the destruction of the Shuki horde. Ren looks out over the battlefield, her expression one of dark serenity. What a lovely sight, she whispers, the carnage reflected in her cold, dark eyes. Suddenly, the sacrificial goat lets out a roar of defiance, its focus shifting from the enemies to the woman standing on its back. Ren is forced to drop back as the creature lunges at her, its instincts overridden by a sudden surge of feral aggression. "Hey!" she shouts, more annoyed than afraid. The creature lands with a heavy stomp, its breathing ragged as it squares off against its supposed master. Ren stares it down, her eyes narrowing to slits. "You tried to bite me," she notes, her voice dropping to a dangerous, low octave. She stares into its monstrous eyes, her own eyes beginning to glow with an otherworldly light. "Bad dog," she mutters, the threat clear. The creature looms over her, its massive frame casting a shadow that swallows her whole. "Looks like you need to be disciplined," she declares, her power beginning to surge once more. Ren's expression hardens into a mask of absolute authority as she prepares to teach the beast its place. The creature doesn't back down, its primal rage pushing it to attack the woman who claims to be its lord. Ren remains perfectly still as the beast charges, her aura flaring with a power that dwarfs even the sacrificial goat. She speaks with a calm, terrifying certainty. "You don't fear me, unlike when you're human," she observes, noting the loss of Yuuki's consciousness in this form. She spreads her arms wide, inviting the attack. "I can build good relationships," she begins, her voice echoing with divine authority. A series of clicks resonate through the air as her eyes focus, an intricate seal appearing within her pupils. "With those who fear my pressure," she finishes, her power locking onto the charging beast. The sacrificial goat lunges forward, a blur of motion meant to end the fight in a single strike. But Ren is faster, her movements fluid and effortless as she begins her counterattack. She dodges the creature's massive claws with inches to spare, her movements so precise they seem like a dance. The creature swings again and again, but Ren is always one step ahead, her presence unfazed by the animalistic fury. She strikes back with a series of blindingly fast swipes, her hands moving with enough force to cut through the air itself. "Those who don't fear me," she continues, her voice unwavering as she pummels the beast into the dirt. "Must be made to know," she adds, her strikes becoming more powerful with every word. She delivers a massive kick that sends the sacrificial goat tumbling backward, its rocky armor cracking under the impact. The creature slams into the ground, its roar of pain echoing through the ruined garden. "The difference in our rank," Ren concludes, standing over it like a goddess of war. The beast growls low in its throat, its eyes still burning with defiance despite the beating it just took. A glint of light catches Ren's eye as she notices the creature's wounds beginning to close. "Oh," she muses, seeing the regenerative power in action. The air around the creature begins to shimmer as several mandalas manifest, hovering like silent judges. The creature's mouth gapes wide, preparing another attack, but Ren is already moving. She recognizes the pattern. "That technique," she notes, her curiosity piqued by the creature's emerging abilities. With a massive crash, the sacrificial goat is slammed into the ground again, the force of the blow shattering the stone bridge nearby. Ren's voice is cold and final. "We'll be crushed before you can unleash it," she warns, her power mounting to a fever pitch. The creature's head is forced down into the dirt, its body trembling under the weight of Ren's absolute command. Fragments of stone and dirt fly into the air as the beast struggles to regain its footing. Ren looks down at it, her eyes cold and calculating. "You tried," she begins, her voice echoing with a dark promise. She prepares to strike again, her foot poised for a crushing blow. "To bite me again," she finishes, the threat manifesting in a surge of energy. The creature's wounds heal instantly, but the pain of Ren's strikes remains, a constant reminder of the gap between them. Ren lets out another dark hiss, her amusement returning as she watches the beast struggle. "Heh heh." She leans in close, her eyes boring into the creature's soul. "That means I can discipline you, with even greater force," she whispers, her voice like a knife in the dark. The mandalas around her begin to spin faster, creating a vortex of energy that draws everything in the garden toward her center. Ren Yamashiro's true power reveals itself, the all-encompassing lord of the cosmos. 8 Buddhas manifest in a massive, glowing mandala behind her, each one a source of divine authority. She reaches out, her hand passing through the symbols of the mandalas as she lays them open to the world. The air rings with the sound of celestial bells as she prepares her final strike. She can freely use the abilities of 8 Buddhas by reflecting them in her eyes, a voice narrates, explaining the terrifying scope of her gift. Her pupils click once more, the symbols of the Buddhas burning within them as she focuses her combined might. With a massive swoosh, she launches herself at the beast, her movements now possessing a divine, unstoppable grace. She uses 2 abilities simultaneously, a feat that defies the laws of Motto itself. What's frightening is how she can use 2 such abilities at once, the narration adds, highlighting her unmatched skill. Ren is the only one who knows the full extent of her power. The only person who knows what all 8 abilities are. 'Tis Ren and Ren alone. She strikes with a force that transcends the physical realm, her attack a blur of white light that swallows the sacrificial goat whole. The creature lets out a final, pained roar as it is hit by the full weight of the cosmic technique. Its form begins to flicker and break apart, the transformation finally collapsing under Ren's relentless pressure. A massive glint of light erupts from the center of the impact, blinding everyone in the vicinity. The garden is rocked by a final, cataclysmic explosion that levels the remaining trees and sends a shockwave through the entire facility. The silhouette of the beast can be seen through the smoke, falling back toward the earth as its power is drained away. It skids across the broken stone bridge, crashing through the debris with a series of heavy, metallic thuds. Finally, the sacrificial goat flops into the dirt, its body returning to its original state as the transformation breaks completely. Ren stands over the fallen Yuuki, her aura slowly fading as she looks down at him with a mix of pride and authority. "This is your master's power," she states, her voice echoing through the quiet garden. She leans down, her face inches from his as he slowly regains consciousness. "Get it?" she asks with a playful, yet dangerous smile. She reaches out to pat his head as he lies in the dirt. "Doggy," she coos, the word a reminder of his place in her world. The air settles as the battle finally concludes, the ruins of the garden standing as a testament to the brief, violent clash. Yuuki lies prone, smoke still rising from his clothes as he struggles to comprehend what just happened. "Ugh," he groans, his body aching from the strain of the transformation. He looks up at Ren, his eyes unfocused as he tries to process her overwhelming presence. Ren turns away, her cape billowing in the wind. "Oh well, the rampage from the first half was a sight to see," she admits, her voice lighter now that the danger is over. She glances back over her shoulder, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "As your reward, I think I'll give you some pats," she offers, her tone shifting into something more intimate. Yuuki can only stare back in silence, his mind racing as he wonders what her reward truly entails. With a sharp click, Ren begins to unbuckle her belt, her movements deliberate and slow. She looks down at her belt as she adjusts her uniform. "Oh," she murmurs, leaving the question of what happens next hanging in the air. Meanwhile, in a bonus manga, things take a much lighter and more scandalous turn. Yakumo has taken a liking to Yuuki and has decided to add him to her personal harem, whether he likes it or not. "Bet you're happy. Bet you're over the moon," she teases, stretching out as her clothes fall away. Yakumo doesn't waste any time, closing the distance between them. "Now to commence touching. From the front," she declares, pressing herself against a very flustered and blushing Yuuki. She begins to grope him with reckless abandon. "Come on, big guy," she laughs, her hands roaming freely as Yuuki tries to keep his composure. Yuuki is completely overwhelmed. "Why, Yakumo-san?" he cries out as she clings to him, her playful energy impossible to resist. "Yakumo-san's got some good moves, eh?" a onlooker notes. The situation escalates as they roll around, Yakumo making sure to rub every possible part against him. When Slave-chan moves, all sorts of parts rub together, and Yakumo-san feels good too, she whispers, her eyes filled with playful lust. The physical contact is intense, leaving Yuuki in a state of pure shock as he realizes he's truly become part of her collection. Yakumo leans in for a sudden, surprise smooch, her lips locking onto his as Yuuki's eyes go wide with shock. She pulls back with a satisfied grin. "You're not half bad," she says with a musical note in her voice, leaving a very confused and red-faced Yuuki in her wake. Yakumo winks at the reader, her mission accomplished for now. Boys, or at least Slave-chan, are fun. I can't wait to see what's in store, she says, as the group finally reconvenes for their next mission. In the sterile environment of an elite school, a young Ren Yamashiro stands between her teachers. I placed first in mock exams, of course, Ren recalls with a chilling level of detachment. Success wasn't limited to the classroom, as she stands center stage with a winner's certificate. I won sports competitions as well, she notes, her face a mask of perfect accomplishment. Walking through the hallways, her peers trail behind her like disciples. I always served as student council president, she thinks, establishing a life defined by being at the very top. The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky wasteland in an undisclosed nation. Dozens of elite soldiers lie scattered across the dirt, defeated and broken by a single individual. Government officials watch the aftermath from the safety of a tent. She defeated that elite force of ability users so easily, one official whispers, terrified by the sheer gap in power. The Madam President stares out at the field, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and genuine fear. What kind of monster have they unleashed upon the world? Ren stands amidst the dust, her back to the spectators as she adjusts her uniform. It may not look it, but she was even holding back, Madam President, an aide explains, deepening the mystery of her true limits. Ren looks up at the sky, her silhouette framed by the blinding sun. Humanity has walked while looking to the heavens, hoping to one day reach such heights. The narration continues, framing her as something beyond human. Framed against the glowing moon, she stands as a goddess of war. At the end of that long journey, we arrived at you. Ren Yamashiro, planet Earth's answer, the apex of life. Ren looks down with a faint, almost pitying smile. The president showered me with all sorts of flowery praise, she thinks, her ego bolstered by the world's desperation. Back in the present, Ren stands before Yuuki, her posture shifting from regal commander to something far more predatory. She slowly reaches for the hem of her shorts, a dangerous glint in her eyes. She looms over Yuuki, her shadow engulfing him. Your reward is no mere petting, but this, she whispers, her voice dropping to a low, husky tone that sends a shiver down his spine. Ren's boot clicks against the hard ground as she steps closer, the sound echoing in the tense silence. Every movement is calculated to keep him off balance. Yuuki stares up at her, his face flushed and his breath hitching. I thought you were a cute puppy, but... he stammers, unable to look away from the intensity in her gaze. Ren's fingers reach for the buttons of her shirt, plucking them open with casual ease. The air between them thickens with a sudden, suffocating heat. She stands before him in black lace, her eyes cold and demanding. You're just a beast, she declares, stripping away any pretense of her civilized persona. A strange symbol flashes within Ren's eye, glowing with a malevolent light. It's the sign that the slave contract is taking a dark, unexpected turn. Ren begins to pace toward Yuuki, who remains seated on the ground. I can't use my ability to call off this ridiculous behavior, she thinks, her own body betraying her commands. She recalls a previous test with Kyoyuka's ability, remembering that she could undo the transformation but not the contract itself. It's a more unique ability than anyone realizes, she muses, referring to the eternal chains. Ren suddenly drops into a crouch, her movements fluid and animalistic. She's no longer the supreme commander, she's something far more primal. She leans in close to Yuuki's face, her expression twisting with irritation. Just how long is this going to go on? She growls, her patience wearing thin as the contract forces her hand. Without warning, Ren leans forward and licks Yuki's cheek, catching him completely off guard. The intimate gesture is startlingly out of character for the stoic leader. Yuuki's eye widens in pure shock, his heart hammering against his ribs. He can feel the heat radiating off her as she continues her assault. Wah, he gasps, his mind reeling as he tries to process what's happening. The apex of life is acting like a starved animal. Ren shoves herself against him, her strength overwhelming as she pins him down. She's desperate for contact, her body driven by an instinct she can't control. She begins to nuzzle into his chest, her hair falling over his face. Yuuki can only sit there, his hands trembling as he wonders where this is leading. Yuuki looks down at the woman currently burying her face in his shirt. Why am I the one? Nuzzling you like I want to be petted? He thinks, the absurdity of the situation finally hitting him. Petted, so I should caress her head, he wonders, his hand hovering uncertainly above her dark hair. He looks down at her again, seeing the vulnerability she usually hides behind her authority. The Supreme Commander's head, he whispers, knowing the danger of what he's about to do. Hand shakes as it descends, sweat beads forming on his skin. One wrong move and he might lose more than just his dignity. He finally makes contact, his fingers gently brushing against her soft hair. Like this? He asks, his voice barely audible over the sound of his own pulse. Ren lets out a low, satisfied sound, but her eyes remain sharp and focused. Scary, Yuuki thinks, sensing that the beast hasn't been fully tamed yet. She pushes her face harder into his hands, her cheeks squishing under the pressure. You're the one who's supposed to be the dog here, she mumbles, her voice muffled against him. Yuuki's hands grip her cheeks, the skin soft but the tension beneath it palpable. He's trapped in a cycle of demand and response that neither of them can break. Don't you, Ren starts to say, but the words are lost as she leans further into his touch, her pride battling her instincts. He begins to scruff her hair with more confidence, a effwa of surprise escaping his lips as Ren actually seems to enjoy it. The power dynamic has completely inverted. Ren is now fully submitted to the petting, her body twitching as Yuuki rubs her back and head without reserve. You're petting me without reserve? She thinks, her anger fading into a strange sort of bliss. Yuuki continues his work, his face set in a determined scowl. You beast, he mutters, though he's the one currently in control of the apex of life. Suddenly, a sharp ping echoes through the air as the invisible chains binding them finally snap. The contract's immediate requirement has been fulfilled. Ren jumps back instantly, her eyes wide as the fog clears from her mind. My body's free. It's over, she realizes, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. She stands there in her underwear, the reality of what she just did crashing down on her. Yuuki can only stare, his mouth agape at the sudden change in atmosphere. From across the battlefield, Kyoyuka Yuzin comes charging in, her face etched with worry. Yuuki, she screams, fearing the worst for her subordinate. She skids to a halt, finding Ren and Yuuki standing several yards apart in the middle of the cratered earth. A cold wind blows through the silence between them. Kyoyuka looks at Yuuki, her eyes searching for any signs of injury. You're all right, she sighs, relieved to see him still standing, even if he looks completely shell-shocked. Ren turns her head away, her profile sharp and icy. My transformation puts too much strain on the slave. Train him better, she commands, her voice back to its usual authoritative tone. Kyoyuka looks at Ren's retreating back, her brow furrowed. And with how out of control he was, it's dangerous, she notes, though Ren dismisses it, saying she's not worried about that. Yuuki watches Ren walk away, a sense of dread pooling in his stomach. He knows that this isn't the end of their interactions, it's only the beginning of a much harder road. Ren stops and looks back over her shoulder, her gaze piercing Yuuki's soul. I will discipline him, good and proper, she vows, her eyes promising a reckoning. A massive pillar of energy suddenly erupts from the ground where Ren was standing, the sheer force of it blowing Yuuki back. It's a display of power meant to remind him of his place. The light streaks into the sky, a brilliant white trail that illuminates the darkened wasteland. Kyoyuka and Yuuki watch in silence as the Supreme Commander takes her leave. The energy beam tears across the horizon, leaving a wake of destruction in its path. Ren is moving at speeds that defy logic, her anger fueling her flight. She thinks back to Yuuki's hands on her, the memory of his touch burning like a brand. It's an insult to her perfection that she can't shake. She flies through the air, her face set in a grim mask. She needs to distance herself from the vulnerability she felt in that crater. But the image of Yuuki's face, flushed and determined, won't leave her mind. It haunts her, a crack in the armor of the apex of life. She grits her teeth, a low growl escaping her throat. She will make him pay for seeing her like that, for making her feel human. With a scream of pure frustration, Ren unleashes a final burst of power, shattering the rocky peaks around her. The landscape itself trembles under her wrath. Ren lands roughly, her breathing heavy and ragged. She's standing in the center of a new crater, her hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. She looks up, her eyes glowing with a renewed, darker purpose. "Yuuki Wakura," she whispers, the name a promise of the torment to come. Time passes, and the joint training with the 10th Squad finally comes to a close. The members of the 7th Squad stand before their dorm, the sun setting behind the massive building. Kyoyuka stands with her eyes closed, the weight of the recent events pressing down on her shoulders. She knows her squad is stronger, but at what cost? The image of Ren riding on her slave flashes through Kyoyuka's mind, a reminder of the power and the cruelty that exists at the top of the organization. She remembers Shashu and the others, their progress undeniable, but their safety always at risk in this world of demons and gods. Kyoyuka's eyes snap open, a sharp focus returning to her gaze. She can't afford to be weak, not when her subordinates depend on her. She turns away from the dorms, her mind already moving to the next objective. The fight against the demons never truly stops. A massive shuki suddenly erupts from the ground, its grotesque form towering over Kyoyuka. It roars, a sound like grinding metal, and prepares to strike. Kyoyuka doesn't flinch. She simply glares at the beast, her hand moving toward the hilt of her sword with practiced precision. With a single, fluid motion, she draws her blade and leaps. "Focus!" she shouts, her voice cutting through the shuki's roar as she strikes. The beast falls, its body dissolving into black mist. Kyoyuka lands gracefully, but her expression remains troubled. "Lending out Yuuki as my slave truly disrupts my peace of mind," she thinks. She looks off into the distance, her mind returning to Yuuki. Is she doing the right thing by putting him in Ren's path? Yuuki approaches her from behind, looking tired but determined. "Sorry I made you wait so long," he says, a weary smile on his face. Kyoyuka turns to face him, her eyes softening for a brief second. "It's fine. Let's start trainee," she begins, but stops as she notices his condition. Yuuki pumps his fists together, a poomph of effort escaping him. He's trying to put on a brave face, but his movements are sluggish and heavy. Kyoyuka stares at him, her gaze hardening. She can see right through his bravado, and she doesn't like what she finds. Yuuki tries to laugh it off. "I slept, so I'm good to go," he insists, even though his eyes are red-rimmed with exhaustion. Kyoyuka isn't buying it. "You're still exhausted." He winces as his muscles throb, a sharp pain shooting through his arm. The backlash from the Supreme Commander's transformation is too strong. He admits to himself, his body finally reaching its limit. Kyoyuka grabs his arm, her grip firm but not unkind. "You've got spunk, but I told you to sleep until you'd recovered," she chides, pulling him closer. Yuuki looks down, his shoulders slumping. "I'm sorry. It's because I've been pulled in so many different directions these days," he mumbles, his voice cracking with fatigue. "I wanted to get right back to training with you, Kyoyuka-san," he adds, his genuine desire to please her shining through his weariness. Kyoyuka looks at him, her eyes widening in surprise. His words have hit home, softening her resolve in a way she didn't expect. She looks at his face, seeing the sincerity and the sheer effort he's putting in just to be by her side. A strange warmth spreads through her chest. She reaches out and grabs him firmly, her decision made. "Enough. Now rest," she says, her voice brookingly no argument. Before Yuuki can protest, Kyoyuka sweeps him off his feet, lifting him in a perfect princess carry. Yuuki's face turns bright red as he looks up at her in total shock. Kyoyuka looks down at him, her face a mask of commander-like authority. "It'd be inefficient if you trained while worn out. This is an order," she declares. Yuuki can only blink, his brain short-circuiting as he finds himself being carried by his commander. "Yes, ma'am," he stammers, unable to do anything else. The scene shifts to a grand conference room where the various squad commanders have gathered. The atmosphere is thick with tension and unspoken rivalries. A hand clicks away at a laptop, the sound rhythmic and sharp in the quiet room. Someone is meticulously preparing for the discussion ahead. Ren Yamashiro is the one behind the screen, her eyes fixed on the data. Looks like the joint training has really paid off. We'll have to do it again when we have a chance, she says coolly. Myra Yakumo, another commander, steals a quick glance at Ren, her expression one of extreme caution. She can feel the cold aura radiating off the Supreme Commander. Ren's eye narrows as she looks at the screen, her focus unshakable. She's a woman who demands perfection, and she's not getting it from everyone in this room. Myra looks away quickly, her own face beads with sweat. She knows better than to draw Ren's attention when she's in this kind of mood. She seems to be in a wicked bad mood, Myra thinks, her body trembling slightly as she tries to remain inconspicuous. Air, become one with the air so she doesn't notice you, Myra chants internally, slumping down in her chair to minimize her presence. Ren suddenly looks up, her gaze fixing on Kyoyuka. By the way, Kyoyuka, she starts, her voice dripping with a dangerous level of interest. Where's Yuuki Wakura? I gave you instructions to bring him with you, Ren demands, her eyes narrowing into slits. The other commanders exchange looks, the tension in the room spiking. She's taken a liking to Yuuki-kun. This is bad on all sorts of levels, one of them muses silently. Kyoyuka stands her ground, her face unmoved by Ren's pressure. He's worn out from his training with the 10th Squad. He's completely useless for the time being, she states plainly. Myra lets out a small, nervous laugh. Poor Slave-chan, he has it so hard, she says, trying to lighten the mood, though it doesn't seem to work on Kyoyuka or Ren. Ren's mouth twists into a thin line as she absorbs Kyoyuka's answer. I see, she says, the words sounding more like a threat than an acknowledgement. The camera focuses on the ornate ceiling of the assembly hall as the silence stretches on. Everyone is waiting for Ren's next move. In that case, Belle, Ren suddenly calls out, her eyes flashing with a sudden, sadistic light. Ren smiles, but it's not a friendly expression. You're staying late, she tells the girl, her tone suggesting that late might mean something very different for a subordinate under her thumb. The girl, presumably Belle, stares back with wide, terrified eyes. She knows that being singled out by Ren is never a good sign. Belle's eyes begin to swirl with fear as she starts to tremble uncontrollably. The Supreme Commander's favor is a double-edged sword that cuts deep. After the meeting, Kyoyuka and Tenka Izumo walk down the long, sunlit corridor of the headquarters. The sound of their boots against the tile is the only noise in the empty hallway. You're able to lend out Yuuki-kun now, aren't you? Tenka asks, her voice neutral as she looks at her fellow commander. Kyoyuka snaps back immediately, her frustration finally bubbling over. As I said at the assembly, Yuuki's drained, she shouts, her face set in a hard scowl. Tenka looks at her with a soft, almost pitying expression. Right, he's tired. Poor thing, she says, though there's a hint of something more complex in her eyes. The two women continue walking, the silence between them growing awkward. If anything comes up, the 6th Squad will be there to support you, so let him rest, Tenka offers kindly. Kyoyuka looks at her suspiciously. I was sure. You were going to ask to borrow him yourself, she admits, her guard still up. Tenka looks down, a faint smile on her lips. I am curious, and I'd proposed as much before, she acknowledges, her voice becoming soft and thoughtful. But there's no need to rush things. Our relationship isn't how it used to be, she adds, looking back at Kyoyuka with a strange, knowing glint in her eye. Kyoyuka stops and stares at her, a sense of unease taking root in her mind. Commander Yuzin, a voice calls out, interrupting their conversation. Both commanders turn toward the voice, their expressions shifting to one of professional curiosity. Someone is approaching them with a specific purpose. A woman with long, dark hair and a serious expression stands before them. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, she says, her gaze fixed on Kyoyuka. Back at the 7th Squad dorms, the sun has fully set, casting long shadows across the traditional Japanese-style building. Peace has returned, if only for a moment. Inside, the light is warm and inviting, a sharp contrast to the cold stone of the headquarters. The sounds of everyday life fill the air. A pair of hands press firmly into a muscular back, the sound of skin on skin muffled by the quiet room. Someone is getting much-needed relief from their physical strain. Yuuki is lying on a mat, Shushu in casual clothes, providing a vigorous massage. I'm only doing this because I want you back on your feet and working again ASAP, she huffs, though her effort says otherwise. Yuuki smiles contentedly. Thanks to everyone taking turns doing this. I'm recovering well, he says. Shushu looks down at him sharply. You still have training to do with me too. Yuuki lets out a soft aha, his eyes closing as he drifts off into a comfortable, well-earned rest. He's safe here, surrounded by his comrades. He sleeps, a memory flashes in his mind, a moment of intense intimacy with Ren. He can feel the heat of her kiss and the pressure of her body against his once again. Yuuki wakes up with a start, his head shaking as he tries to clear the image. Shushu looks at him with a confused as he suddenly bolts upright on the mat. The door slides open and Kaioyuka walks in, her presence immediately commanding the room. I'm back, she says, her eyes sweeping over the scene. Yuuki and Shushu both look up in surprise. But Kaioyuka isn't alone. Standing behind her is the mysterious woman from the corridor, her long hair flowing over her shoulders. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifts to one of high alert. The woman looks at Yuuki, her eyes narrow and assessing. There's a weight to her gaze that suggests she sees far more than just a tired slave. At long last, she's here. The internal narration concludes, as Yuuki stares back at the newcomer, sensing that his world is about to be turned upside down yet again. Inside the quiet living quarters, Yuuki lies face down while Himari rests on his back. They're suddenly interrupted by the arrival of the 7th Squad's command structure, their presence heavy in the doorway. Fubuki steps forward, her long dark hair flowing over her shoulder as she nudges Himari away. Step aside, Himari, she says with a tone that demands absolute obedience. Yuuki looks up, wide-eyed and confused, as the air in the room thickens with expectation. The weight of a legacy looms over him, what it means to be an Azuma. Fubuki takes Himari's place, straddling Yuuki's back with a grace that belies her lethal nature. You don't know how to handle muscle, she observes, looking down at the young man beneath her. She reaches down, her fingers slipping beneath the fabric of Yuuki's shirt. This isn't my ability, she whispers, her touch light but intentional. With a quick, rhythmic movement, her hands begin to work against his skin. There's a soft sound as she applies pressure, a specialized technique perfected over generations. Yuuki's eyes bulge as a sudden jolt of sensation races through his nervous system. Oof, he gasps, realizing he's being subjected to the prestigious Azuma family's massage technique. The tension in Yuuki's face melts away, replaced by a look of sheer relief. I feel a little better, he exclaims, his voice regaining some of its usual strength. Fubuki offers a rare, gentle smile as she continues her work. I'll keep going. Relax, she tells him, her eyes fixed on his progress. Himari and Kaioyuka watch from the side, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity at Fubuki's display of domestic care. The sound of rhythmic pressing fills the silent room. Kaioyuka leans in, studying Fubuki's hand movements with a tactical eye. I see. So that's how you move your hands, she notes, while Fubuki explains that the technique was created to relieve the fatigue of a busy schedule. Fubuki stops her massage and turns her gaze toward Himari, the playful atmosphere vanishing in an instant. Himari, she says, her voice turning cold and professional. The commander's sister leans in, her eyes narrowed and serious. The Azuma banquet will begin soon, she reveals, dropping a bombshell that clearly unnerves Himari. Himari's eyes go wide as she realizes the gravity of the announcement. It's the Azuma banquet, the brutal tradition used to decide the next head of the family. Fubuki continues to explain the situation as she remains seated on Yuuki's back. Observing how the 1st Squad passed off its leadership, my mother said that it's time the Azuma family determines its next leader as well. The Azuma family crest sits between her words like a warning. Ordinarily, I, as her daughter, would be next in line, but instead it will be determined by pure Azuma strength. Fubuki maintains her composure, her voice steady and relentless. The Azuma banquet is in 5 days' time. I've already spoken to the commanders about us taking time off to convene at the Azuma residence. Yuuki tries to intervene, his voice small from beneath Fubuki. Hold on a second, he cries out, but his protest is ignored. Himari turns her back, her posture stiff with a lifetime of resentment. I'm not going. I don't even want to see the Azuma house, she declares, her hand clutching her chest. She whips around, her face flushed with anger and defiance. It doesn't matter to me who heads the family, just go and do it yourselves, she screams at her sister. Fubuki's eyes flutter closed for a brief moment, her expression unreadable behind her dark bangs. The silence that follows Himari's outburst is heavy and suffocating. Without warning, Fubuki reaches out and places a firm hand on Yuuki's shoulder, using him as a brace to stand up. Yuuki can only watch as the sisters face off. Fubuki stands tall, towering over Himari. The contrast between them is stark, one an established power, the other a rebel trying to outrun her bloodline. Fubuki looks down at her younger sister, her gaze as sharp and cold as a blade. The air between them crackles with a tension that threatens to erupt. Himari stares back, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and stubborn pride. She refuses to back down, even as her sister's aura fills the room. The elder sister leans in, her voice a low, dangerous whisper. Himari, she says, letting the name hang in the air like a threat. Then Fubuki's expression shifts to one of mocking friendliness. Why don't you take a bath with me? She asks, causing Himari to recoil in shock. No way, Himari shouts. The serious mask returns to Fubuki's face. She is no longer playing games. Her eyes are focused, analyzing every twitch of Himari's muscles. Suddenly, Fubuki drops into a low crouch, moving with a speed that catches Himari completely off guard. Himari can only gasp in surprise as her sister closes the distance. Fubuki's hands find their mark, gripping Himari's thigh with a firm, expert touch. Hiya, Himari squeals, her face turning bright red as she's groped in front of the others. Fubuki remains focused, her voice analytical as she evaluates her sister's physical condition. These are fine muscles. You're growing up in more ways than one, she says coldly. She stands Himari up, her gaze raking over her sister's form. However, you've been seriously injured. Any weakness during a real fight will prove fatal. Fubuki walks away, her back turned as she continues her lecture. Going forward, that weakness will lead to more people getting hurt shielding you, Himari, like Yachiho was. Fubuki turns slightly, her face shadowed and demonic as her power begins to manifest in a dark, swirling aura. As your mother, I will put you down, she vows, her eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. Himari's fear is suddenly replaced by a boiling, incandescent rage. Fine by me. I've decided I'm going to kick the ass of everyone in the Azuma family, she roars back. The two sisters stand at opposite ends of the room, a wide gulf of history and expectations between them. The challenge has been issued, and there is no turning back. Later, the members of the 7th and 6th squads gather around a large table, the atmosphere still thick with the residue of the sisters' confrontation. Yuki acts as their host, serving drinks. Shashu takes a sip from her cat-themed mug, looking contemplative. I've never really spoken to the members of the 9th squad, she admits, her curiosity piqued by the mention of the Azumas. Himari, still brooding, takes a long drink from her own mug. There's no need to if it's not about work, she mutters, her eyes narrowed behind the steam of her beverage. Tenka provides some much-needed context on the family they are about to face. They're an outstanding family with deep ties to the Demon Defense Force's history. The former Supreme Commander Tover-san, in particular, is almost more demon than human. Kyoyuka turns to Tenka, her expression unreadable. You get along well with the Azuma family, she observes, noting Tenka's familiarity with their history. Tenka gives a playful wink, her demeanor light and confident. Well, I am in charge of their precious daughter, so I can handle good neighborly relations and all that. Tenka turns her attention to Yuuki, offering him a warm, encouraging smile. You seem much better, Yuuki-kun, she notes, acknowledging his recovery from the recent battle. Yuuki nods, looking back at his time under the Supreme Commander's control. While under the Supreme Commander's transformation, I totally lost my sense of self. It was really tough. Kyoyuka interrupts, her voice sharp with protective instinct. If it's possible for a transformation to pose such a danger, then we should be more strict with your lending going forward, she declares, much to Tenka's annoyance. Yuuki tries to lighten the mood, pumping his fist with renewed energy. Okay, I'll be fully recovered in a few days, then I'll work hard. He adds a final note of gratitude, thinking back to the massage. This is also thanks to Fubuki-san's massage. Haya, it was amazing. Kyoyuka and Tenka exchange a flat, suspicious look. They aren't convinced that the massage was purely therapeutic, and their skepticism is palpable. Ni and Shushu suddenly spring into action, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Me too, me too, Ni chirps, while Shushu declares that she wants to master the technique as well. Yuuki finds himself at the center of a chaotic pileup as the girls descend on him, eager to practice their newfound knowledge of massaging. Himari watches from the side, her face set in a grim expression. She knows that Fubuki wasn't joking about putting her down, the Azumas never are. The scene shifts to the imposing Azuma residence, a sprawling complex that reflects the family's long history and significant influence. The sun shines brightly over the traditional architecture. Inside the grounds, several figures stand together, looking out over the manicured gardens. Among them are Tovara, Maya, and Hamer, members of the formidable Ninth Squad. Tovara Azuma, current head of the family, crouches down, her eyes sharp and predatory. So Himari will be coming to the banquet too, she asks, her voice carrying an edge of malicious anticipation. Maya Azuma, the squad's second-in-command, adjusts her glasses with a crisp salute. Yes, mother. Having won against Yachiho in that inter-squad tournament, she's feeling quite confident, she reports. Hamer Azuma sneers, her eye patch and sharp teeth giving her a feral appearance. Himari doesn't realize that she only won because Yachiho's sweet on her, she scoffs. Tovara reaches out toward a small sprout in the garden, her gaze intense. Himari, will she be rooted out before showing us her growth? She muses. She continues to stare. The plant begins to grow at an unnatural rate, stretching upward as if responding to her sheer will. The plant blossoms into a rose in seconds. Or will she fully blossom? Tovara asks, her voice trailing off as the flower petals begin to shimmer. The group stands together, their auras dark and heavy. Tovara declares that they must be ready for the upcoming fight against the 8 Thunder Gods and the Supreme Commander elections. Hamer offers a cruel laugh. If this will weed out weakling Azumas, then it's cause to celebrate, she says, her smile widening into a jagged grin. Maya and Hamer face each other, the rivalry between the branches of the family clear. Maya tells Hamer that she doesn't get to decide who puts an end to Himari. Hamer laughs and points at Maya, who is suddenly dressed in a frilly, lacy dress. Ha ha ha, just try talking big when you're dressed like that, she taunts. Hamer leans in closer, her single eye gleaming with a murderous intent. I think next time, I'll cut your head off, she whispers, her voice devoid of any humor. Maya remains calm, her gaze steady behind her glasses. You can't even move, can you, Hamer? She asks, revealing that she has used her ability to paralyze her cousin. Hamer grinds her teeth, her body trembling with the effort to break free. The sound of her struggle is the only thing that breaks the silence between them. Tovara watches the interaction with a cold, detached interest. To her, this infighting is just another way to measure the strength of her descendants. Hamer suddenly bursts into laughter, her body convulsing with mirth. Maya, you're a bona fide nasty bitch, she gasps out, seemingly unbothered by the threat to her life. Tovara and Maya walk away, leaving Hamer behind. Tovara notes that they are still lively, even after hunting all those Shuki earlier that day. Maya remains silent, her expression unreadable. She knows that the banquet will be a trial by fire for all of them, especially Himari. With a final, sharp sound, Tovara snaps her fingers. The rose she had just forced to bloom suddenly shatters into a cloud of dead, brown petals. Tovara stands with her arms outstretched, her eyes wide and manic. The Azumas have no need for those weak in spirit, she declares as the petals fall around her like a dark rain. Elsewhere, in a dark, cavernous space, a video game screen displays a racing match. A small rabbit in a cart is currently in 12th place, while another player holds the lead. The players are revealed to be two demons, the massive, horned Shikoku and the smaller, snake-like girl beside her. "You can take a shortcut over there," the smaller one says, pointing at the screen. A third demon, wearing a large, ornate mask, looms behind them. "Are you two playing that beep-boop thing again?" he asks, his voice deep and booming. The snake-like demon girl turns around, her fangs visible in a sharp grin. "We're getting a taste of human diversions before we slaughter them," she explains with chilling casualness. The masked demon remains unimpressed. "Wrap it up. We've got work to do," he commands, turning away to head deeper into the cavern. Shikoku lets out a soft, guttural sound as she lies back, her massive form filling the space. The smaller demon crawls over her, their interaction both intimate and unsettling. Another demon girl with long, pale hair and horns looks up with a wide, manic grin. "Ooh, finally, to birth the eighth thunder god," she chirps, her voice filled with excitement. She stretches her arms high above her head, her body lean and powerful. "I'm starving," she moans, her eyes fixed on some unseen prey. The demons continue their conversation, discussing their plan to absorb more humans. "Can you absorb a third person?" the snake girl asks Shikoku. Shikoku adjusts her clothing, her eyes glowing with a dark energy. "Sure, I prefer my meals to be those with abilities, because they, in turn, become my abilities." She places a hand on her stomach, a disturbing smile crossing her face. "The two inside me would be happy to have new friends," she muses, her voice low and predatory. The snake girl points out a potential drawback to Shikoku's ability. "The fact that you take on their personalities is a drawback. It's quite impressive how you're able to absorb more every time you get hungry." Shikoku brushes off the concern with a dismissive wave. "But I refuse to eat anything unsightly," she declares, her pride as a demon taking center stage. The demons decide to wait until all 8 of them are assembled before attacking the demon defense force. Shikoku leans in, her smile turning truly wicked. "Instead, I have a better idea." The scene shifts back to the human world, focusing on the modern buildings that line the streets of Tokyo. The quiet normality of the city is a sharp contrast to the horrors being planned in the shadows. The narration informs us that a 0-minute walk from the Tama River Passage leads to a very specific and powerful location. At that location, one can find the Azuma residence, a place where history and strength are woven into the very fabric of the estate. The banquet is about to begin. The 7th and 6th squad members stand before the massive doors of the residence, their expressions solemn and prepared. The weight of the coming trials is clear on every face. Himari looks up at the house, her eyes filled with a mixture of dread and determination. "Sure brings back memories, doesn't it, Himari?" Fubuki asks from beside her. Himari snaps back, her voice brittle. "Cut it out. None of those memories were good. They'd just make fun of me," she mutters, her hands clenched at her sides. Fubuki reaches out and takes Himari's hand in a rare display of sisterly support. "If you're nervous, you can hold your big sister's hand," she offers, her grip firm and grounding. A young girl in a school uniform suddenly appears, her face bright with a welcoming smile. "You finally made it to the Azuma banquet," she chirps, her voice full of energy. Himari and Yachiho are startled by the girl's sudden appearance. "Tovura-sama, when did you?" Yachiho stammers, her eyes wide with surprise. The girl, Tovura, pulls Yachiho into a warm embrace. "You really are cute, Yachiho. The jewel of the Azumas," she says, her tone motherly despite her youthful appearance. Yachiho nuzzles into Tovura's neck, her usual confident demeanor replaced by one of childlike affection. "Tovura-sama," she whispers, clearly comfortable in the woman's presence. Tovura turns her gaze toward Himari, her smile remaining fixed. "Look, Himari's here too," she notes, as if she were greeting a long-lost pet. Himari meets her gaze, her face set in a stony mask. She knows that every second of this banquet will be a test of her resolve and her power. Tovura stands with her hands behind her back, her posture perfectly straight. "It appears you don't intend to quit the demon defense force. Disappointed?" she asks with a hint of a challenge. She leans in, her eyes narrowing until they are mere slits. "If you show growth, then it's not a problem. Otherwise, We'll have to take action to keep you from shaming the Azuma name. Himari's breath catches in her throat as the sheer weight of Tovara's aura presses down on her. Kaioyuka watches the exchange, her hand resting on her sword hilt. Tenka walks up to Tovara, her expression one of amused observation. You two sure are overprotective, coming to watch like this. I heard it's a grueling rite of passage. Tovara offers a small, tight smile. We won't do anything untoward. It's a clean match, fought fair and square, she promises, though her eyes say something else entirely. Kaioyuka steps forward, her voice low and dangerous. Then I have no need to worry, she says, her hand tightening on her weapon as a warning. She places a hand on Himari's shoulder, her eyes fixed on Tovara. Himari is strong, she declares, her words a promise of the battle to come. Himari looks up at Kaioyuka, her eyes filled with gratitude. Commander, she whispers, her fear beginning to give way to a new sense of purpose. Tovara chuckles, her voice sounding like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. Well, well, she says, her gaze shifting between Himari and Kaioyuka. She continues her internal monologue, her expression turning colder by the second. We can also measure Kaioyuka Yuzen's caliber, to see if she is worthy of an Azuma friendship. Her eyes glow with a dark, predatory light. To Tovara, everyone is either an asset or a liability, and she is about to find out which Kaioyuka is. Suddenly, the tension is broken as Tovara reaches into a bag and pulls out a box of sweets. Here's a little something from the heart, she says, offering them to the group. Yuuki looks at the sweets, his eyes wide with confusion. That girl, he starts to say, pointing at Tovara's youthful appearance. Tovara pops a sweet into her mouth, her eyes crinkling in a genuine-looking smile. You can call me Tovara-chan, kiddo, she chirps at him. Tenka explains that she's actually Himari and Yachiho's grandmother. The group enters the main hall of the Azuma residence, a grand space filled with traditional art and the heavy weight of family tradition. The sun is beginning to set, casting long shadows across the floor. The narration notes that with Yachiho participating this time too, things will certainly get interesting. The banquet was expected to be dominated by Fubuki, but now everything has changed. 8 contestants have gathered in total for the banquet. As they walk through the halls, they discuss the rules and the odds of winning. What's the ratio? One of them asks. The camera pans across the faces of the contestants, each one representing a different branch of the Azuma family tree. Fubuki looks forward, her eyes cold and focused on the prize. Maya adjusts her glasses, her expression perfectly neutral. She is a woman who values order and efficiency above all else. A larger, more imposing man looks on with a grunt of boredom. For him, this is just another task to be completed with brutal force. A younger man with short, dark hair and a serious expression stands beside him. He is a member of the family's main line and carries the weight of their expectations. Himari and Yachiho walk together, the tension between them clear. Himari is determined to prove her worth, while Yachiho is just trying to survive the coming storm. Hamer sneers at the others, her single eye gleaming with a sadistic delight. She is here for the blood and the chaos, nothing more. Another woman offers a small, gentle smile. She looks out of place in this group of warriors, but her presence suggests a hidden depth of power. Tovara stands before the group, her arms outstretched as she welcomes them to the banquet. Looks like this'll be a lively event, she says, her voice carrying across the entire hall. Yuuki looks around the room, his eyes wide with confusion. Are they all on the Demon Defense Force? He asks, trying to make sense of the diverse group of people around him. Fubuki and Tenka answer him simultaneously, their voices overlapping. Of the 8, 3 aren't, Fubuki states, while Tenka wonders why Yuuki is even asking. The 2 men from the police force's special unit stand together, their expressions grim and professional. They specialize in ability-related crimes and are as formidable as any squad member. Yuuki lets out a long, slow gulp. He realizes that he is standing in a room full of people who could kill him with a single thought, and the reality of his situation is starting to sink in. Tovara claps her hands together, the sound echoing through the hall like a gunshot. Now then, shall we get right to it? She asks, her eyes flashing with a dark excitement. The matriarch leans forward, her expression turning from playful to intensely serious. To determine the next head of the Azuma family, we shall now hold the Azuma banquet, she roars. She gestures toward a set of large, ornate doors. The 8 of you will battle it out in a parallel space until you are unable to continue fighting or you give up. The last one standing will become head of the Azumas. Himari stands before her grandmother, her face set in a determined scowl. Is that all? She asks, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Tovara pauses, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Well, if I must add, she starts to say, her eyes gleaming with a hidden meaning. With a sudden, powerful movement, she throws open the large doors, revealing a swirling vortex of black energy within. You will start out at different locations. Everyone enter, one at a time. Yuuki and Himari watch in shock as the reality of the parallel space sinks in. Yuuki gasps, while Yachiho explains that it's a gate created through an ability all Azumas are familiar with. Himari prepares to enter the portal, her expression grim. So we're doing it battle royale style, she muses, her mind already racing with tactical possibilities. Suddenly, Hamer shoves her way past Himari, her laughter echoing through the hall. Guess I'll kick the asses of the failures and ride that wave. How's that sound, Himari? She taunts. Hamer continues her verbal assault, looking back over her shoulder with a cruel grin. You remember, Dansha, all those times I brought you to tears in this garden. She leans in close to Himari's face, her single eye fixed on her sister's reaction. I'm impressed you'd come back to a place that's such a trauma fest for you. You some kinda masochist. Maya watches the exchange from the side, her expression unreadable. She adjusts her glasses, the light reflecting off them like cold, hard steel. Tovara lets out a soft, dry laugh. Ka, she chuckles, seemingly amused by the friction between her granddaughters. The 2 men from the police unit remain perfectly still, their eyes fixed on the portal. They are the definition of professional soldiers, ready for whatever lies ahead. Himari stands silently, her head bowed as her long bangs hide her expression. The memories of her childhood are flooding back, but she refuses to let them break her. Suddenly, Himari's aura begins to flare, a bright, intense energy that surprises everyone around her. Stupid Hamer, I'm gonna get a punch in before I turn back time to help Himari out, she mutters to herself. Hamer's eyes go wide as she senses the sudden shift in Himari's power. What? She gasps, her confident smirk finally starting to waver. With a speed that catches everyone off guard, Himari throws a powerful punch, her fist moving with a blur of kinetic energy that rips through the air. Fubuki watches the exchange with a look of growing pride. You're like Yachiho, but different, she notes, as Hamer recoils in surprise. You're a bona fide nasty bitch, Hamer snarls. Himari stands her ground, her fist still clenched and her eyes burning with a new, fierce light. She is no longer the crying girl from the garden, she is a warrior of the Azuma line. Himari stares directly into Hamer's eye, her voice low and steady. I don't need to hold back, I can finally, she starts to say, her aura reaching its peak intensity. She whips her head around, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. Kick your ass, she screams at the top of her lungs, her power exploding outward. Hamer's expression shifts from surprise to a wild, bloodthirsty grin. You, she roars back, her own power rising to meet Himari's. The battle has begun. Chapter 61 begins with Himari standing front and center, her face a mask of cold determination as she prepares to enter the testing grounds. A figure steps onto the wooden porch, a heavy stomp punctuating the air. Allow us through for but a moment, the request echoes with a sense of ritualistic gravity. The warnings are clear, written into the very fabric of this place. Pass not, ye who have no business here. A ripple of energy distorts the air in the doorway, a portal opening to a world where only strength matters. Himari sits atop the transformed Yuuki, who crouches in his beast-like slave form. We're the last ones, she notes, looking at the squad assembled behind them. A fellow soldier offers a warm, encouraging smile. Yuuki-kun, do your best in there, she says, her voice a brief comfort before the storm. Through the mask of his transformation, Yuuki's eye narrow with focus. I will, he vows, the resolve vibrating through his massive frame. The entry is the easy part, a mere trifle for those invited into this deadly game. But the warning remains stern, but fear ye the return journey. With a sudden surge of movement, Himari and Yuuki vanish into the swirling light of the portal. Pass, though ye may be afraid. Pass. Outside, those remaining watch with sharp, calculating eyes, knowing the battle has already begun in the realm beyond. The observers are led to a viewing area. You may observe, once the fighting begins within, it will be shown here. A finger points toward the shimmering screen where the images are beginning to coalesce. Look, it's begun already. The scene shifts to a desolate shoreline where the waves crash against jagged cliffs with a rhythmic roar. Two members of the Azuma family stand on the beach, their attention drawn to a figure approaching from the surf. The larger of the two siblings stares in disbelief. I don't believe it. What were you thinking? Declaring that you would head for the beach before you entered. The brother glares with narrow, hostile eyes. Your hubris knows no bounds, little stepsister. Ren stands tall, her presence overwhelming the beach. It would take too long to hunt you down, that's all. I know you two are working together. Come at me as one, she commands coolly. The brother snarls, pulling out a tactical device. This is why I hate the arrogance of the main family line. We've prepared countermeasures for you. Fist glows with a gathering spiritual pressure. We will seize the seat of Azuma head for ourselves. A sudden gust of wind kicks up the sand as the siblings charge forward, intent on unseating the family's strongest. They close the distance rapidly, the air crackling with the force of their shared ambition. But Ren doesn't even flinch, standing her ground as the terrain around her begins to warp under the pressure of the coming clash. In the nearby woods, a sniper lies prone in the tall grass, her bow drawn and a lethal arrow notched and ready. Heavy breathing echoes through the foliage as another fighter sprints through the dense undergrowth, her boots pounding the earth. Himari grits her teeth as she runs. I wasn't expecting to be sent to the area's farthest end. I've got to defeat Hamer before she finds Himari. Yuuki's massive clawed foot digs into the rocky ground, stabilizing him as he carries his master through the hazardous terrain. They reach a high cliff overlooking the vast, artificial landscape, surveying the battlefield below. Below them, the world stretches out, a mixture of forest and rocky plains designed to test every facet of their combat ability. Himari looks down at her transformed partner. It's like we're on a real island. We won't quickly recover from injuries sustained in battle here. Be careful. Yuuki remains silent, his inhuman eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the enemy. Himari softens her voice for a brief moment. Thanks for coming with me, without complaining. She looks surprised as Yuuki lets out a short huff of amusement through his mask. The beast's voice is low and growling. Little late for that, don't you think? Let's get some payback from those who have done you wrong. We can kick everyone's butt as much as we want here. Himari breaks into a bright, confident laugh. Now you're getting into the 7th squad spirit, Yuuki. She recalls the grueling training they endured, the countless hours of pushing their bodies and souls together to achieve a new level of power, even through the most embarrassing moments. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them. Found you, a voice purrs. It's Hamer, her face twisted in a predatory grin. She begins to strip away her outer uniform, revealing a sleek, minimalist combat suit underneath. I'll be able to deal with Yachiho. Hamer launches herself down the cliff face with unnatural agility. Once I have you locked away as a hostage. She moves like a blur, her speed far surpassing anything they've encountered before. Yuuki lunges forward to intercept, his massive fist smashing into the ground where Hamer stood only a millisecond before. Hamer flips through the air with a manic laugh, dodging Yuuki's follow-up strike with effortless grace. Yuuki can't believe her reaction time. The sound of clashing steel rings out as blades meet, sparks flying in the dim light of the forest canopy. Hamer lands lightly on her feet, already preparing her next move as she watches Himari with hungry eyes. On her thighs, specialized sensor pads begin to glow and hum with energy, collecting vital statistics about her opponents. She taps the pads with her fingertips. Not bad, I'll have to turn the output up. Himari watches from Yuuki's back, trying to decipher the enemy's strategy. She must have used that ability to search for us, but why did she take her clothes off? Hamer twirls a wicked-looking dagger in her hand. My skin's sensitive, so the data I take in through it is immense. She enters a low combat stance, her aura flaring. Hamer's ability is called Going with the Flow, Python. The narration explains the terrifying nature of the skill. She programs movements into her brain, which her body then faithfully follows with robotic precision, allowing for impossible combat maneuvers. The programmed moves can't be altered while she's executing them, but her body is ultra-enhanced while in action. Yuuki lunges again, but Hamer is already moving according to her preset sequence, sliding past his reach. Himari draws her sidearm and fires, but the bullets seem to dance around the programmed fighter. The projectiles ricochet off the terrain as Hamer closes the distance between them at a terrifying speed. She plants a foot and pivots, her movements as smooth and deadly as a serpent. She checks her sensor pads again, data collection complete. Hamer's eye widens behind her eye patch, a look of absolute certainty on her face. 3 turns, until checkmate. She launches a flurry of strikes, her blades a silver blur that threatens to carve Yuuki apart. Yuuki tries to block, his heavy arms moving as fast as they can, but he's struggling to keep up with the programmed assault. A shallow cut appears on the beast's shoulder, dark blood beginning to seep through the gray hide. Hamer's hand snakes out, grabbing Yuuki's wrist and pinning it with surprising force. With a savage grunt, Hamer delivers a devastating punch directly into Yuuki's chest. The impact is massive, sending Yuuki and Himari flying backward through the trees, branches snapping like toothpicks in their wake. Yuuki slams into a massive trunk with a bone-jarring thud. Gwa! He cries out, the wind knocked from his lungs. Himari is thrown clear, landing hard on the forest floor. Yuuki, she screams, seeing her partner in pain. Hamer stands in the clearing, a silhouette of impending doom against the rising dust. 2 more moves to go. First is to slow you down by damaging you. She walks slowly toward the downed pair, the silence of the forest broken only by the scuff of her boots. What's the matter, Himari? She leans in, her grin widening into something truly monstrous. Try to fight back. It's no use after all. Himari lowers her head, her face hidden in the shadows. In that case. She snaps her head up, her eyes burning with a new, fierce light. I'll take you up on that offer. Hamer pauses, her programmed confidence faltering for a split second as she senses a shift in the air. Yuuki begins to struggle to his feet, his form beginning to glow with a brilliant, white-hot energy. I hear you. I think I can manage it now. Yuuki, Himari shouts. The beast's eyes ignite with power as he prepares to unveil his latest evolution. Let's show her slaves further potential. The energy erupts in a massive pillar of light that pierces the canopy. Heavenward. Chapter 62 opens on the beach, where the fight has already concluded. Ren stands victoriously over her defeated siblings. It's over. The brother, battered and broken on the sand, still tries to find his voice. We're not done yet. Sister lies nearby, unconscious, her dreams of taking the family headship shattered in the sand. The brother looks up toward the tree line, desperate for a miracle. If the sniper can just get her. Ren looks back at the unconscious sniper she has already neutralized. I took care of her too. Ren walks past the fallen archer, her bow lying uselessly in the dirt. The clatter of gear the only sound in the aftermath. Ren's glasses glint in the sunlight, her expression unreadable as she surveys the carnage she's caused. She looks down at her defeated brother. You said you had countermeasures in place for me. She turns away, her cape billowing in the breeze. How pointless, I'm still growing even now. The brother watches her go with a look of pure despair. She's been superior ever since we were little, but she's still getting stronger. He slumps back into the sand, finally accepting the truth. I'm no match. A group of soldiers arrives to collect the defeated siblings as Ren watches the distant forest. All that's left is Hamer. A massive explosion of light and sound suddenly erupts from the center of the island, a boom that shakes the very ground. Ren and the others turn their attention to the pillar of energy rising into the sky. That's. In the middle of the blast, Hamer stares up at the new form Yuuki has taken, her grin returning with a predatory edge. So you had a trump card ready to go, you cheeky little. Yuuki has transformed into a towering, armored warrior, his body covered in jagged white plates. Eternal chains, slave, whirlwind, heaven. Hamir circles the new form, her sensor pads struggling to calculate the sudden spike in power. So, is this some sorta super enhancement with a trade-off that it doesn't last long? Himari, perched high on Yuuki's shoulder, points a finger at her rival. I'm not going to explain it, because before you can understand it, I will strike you down. Hamir lets out a sharp, jagged laugh. At least you can talk big. She launches another programmed sequence, moving faster than the eye can track as she closes in for the kill. The entire island seems to vibrate with the force of her movement, the high-speed chase leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Hamir thinks to herself as she weaves through the terrain. If I buy myself some time, they should revert back to normal. But before she can finish the thought, Yuuki vanishes and reappears directly in her path. And then I'll beat the shit out of Wa. Yuuki's armored fist connects with Hamir midair, a collision that releases a massive shockwave of pure force. Hamir is sent spiraling away, her breath stolen by the sheer power of the blow. Gug! She frantically tries to tap a new sequence into her sensor pads, her fingers trembling from the impact. Yuuki doesn't give her a second to breathe, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. He delivers a devastating kick that sends her crashing through the forest canopy and down toward the rocky earth below. Yuuki prepares his hands for a final, crushing blow as he descends upon his target. He unleashes a flurry of punches that Hamir is forced to block, the force of each hit threatening to shatter her bones. She manages to catch one of his fists, her face a mask of strain and desperation. Pawn. But Yuuki simply spins in midair, using the momentum to deliver a powerful tail swipe that catches her off guard. Hamir is driven deep into a crater by the force of the strike, the ground around her fracturing into 1,000 pieces. The dust begins to settle, revealing the broken form of the high-speed fighter lying in the center of the impact zone. Himari hops down from Yuuki's shoulder, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. Phew, that did it. Well done. But a hand suddenly twitches in the dirt, a sign that the battle isn't over just yet. Yuuki and Himari watch in shock as Hamir begins to drag herself out of the crater, her movements slow and agonizing. She glares at them through a veil of blood and dust, her spirit still unbroken despite the physical damage. FHH, FHH. Himari steps forward, her own resolve hardening. Don't overdo it, you can't fight anymore, right? She asks, though she already knows the answer. Hamir pulls herself to her feet, her eyes burning with a frantic, desperate energy. I can still fight barehanded, without any ability. Himari takes a final step forward, her boot snapping a twig on the forest floor. I'll take you up on that challenge. She raises her own fists, her eyes locked onto Hamir's. I warned you, I'm gonna kick your ass. Hamir lunges forward one last time, her movements clumsy but filled with lethal intent. Even if I'm injured, I won't lose in a fistfight. Got her. She throws a desperate punch, her mind racing with past failures. She better not have forgotten the 5 times I made her cry. But Himari is too fast, dodging the strike and looming over her rival with overwhelming power. Dawn. Hamir looks up in terror as the killing blow descends. WH, what happened to her? Himari's fist connects with absolute finality. You must be an idiot to fight someone from the 7th squad barehanded. Hamir slumps back onto the ground, her eyes wide and glassy as the last of her strength leaves her. Himari stands over her, her own breathing heavy but her eyes triumphant. The scene shifts back to the beach, where Ren watches the final moments of the battle through her shared vision. She looks toward the forest, her expression tightening. I don't like the way you're looking at me. She draws her own blade, the steel catching the light of the setting sun. You really do have the blood of the main family. The final clash is coming, and it promises to be the bloodiest one yet. I've vowed to take everything from you assholes. Hamir screams her defiance to the sky, her voice echoing through the silent forest. I will rule over the Azumas. Himari looks down at her with a cold, pitiless gaze. You're not the only one who has a bone to pick with the Azumas. She delivers one final, crushing strike that ends the fight once and for all. Zun. Himari turns back toward Yuuki, a small, triumphant smile playing on her lips. But putting that aside, she delivers a series of rapid-fire strikes to a training dummy, her movements a blur of controlled aggression. Pan, go. The dummy is sent flying across the training room, a testament to her ever-increasing power. Do, ga. She stops, her chest heaving as she wipes the sweat from her brow, her focus absolute. She looks at her hands, the power she's cultivated feeling more real than ever before. So damn strong. She looks toward the horizon, her eyes fixed on the next challenge. I've gotta pay you back for all you've done to me. Back at the academy, the observation room is silent as the images on the screen fade to black. Wah. A soldier breaks the silence, her voice filled with admiration. Those two are impressive. Another joins in, her face bright with excitement. What an upset. Good going, Himari, ka. One of the observers thinks to herself, her eyes reflecting the lingering energy of the battle. Heavenward, huh? As in advancing toward heaven, I see, just like the heaven in my name. A tactical officer checks the sensors one last time. With the battles over for now, I guess I'll collect the dropouts. The scene fades into the deep, dark forest, where the shadows of the battle still linger. Deep within the woods, Himari and Yuuki, now back in his human form, stand close together, the tension of the battle finally beginning to ebb. I apologize for being unable to maintain my transformation, Yuuki says softly. Himari looks at him, her eyes soft and filled with a warmth she rarely shows. Why are you speaking so politely to me? I mean, you were just so amazing back there. Yuuki blushes, his gaze dropping to the forest floor as he struggles to find the right words. Himari steps closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Enough of that. Yuuki looks up, his eyes wide with confusion. Himari takes a deep breath, her face flushing crimson as she makes her move. Stick your tongue out. Yuuki complies, his confusion deepening as she leans in even closer. Embe. Their tongues meet in a brief, shocking moment of contact that sends a jolt of energy through both of them. Pedo. They pull apart, both of them breathless and trembling from the intensity of the moment. What an indecent reward. The contact was deep and intimate, the sensation of it lingering long after they've separated. Nyuru, Ruro. The energy between them is palpable, a connection that goes far beyond the simple master and slave dynamic. Chupu. Himari's eyes are glassy and unfocused, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions and raw, unbridled power. She lets out a soft, shuddering breath, the aftereffects of the reward coursing through her veins. Haya. In the shadows nearby, Ren watches the entire scene unfold with a look of quiet, contemplative interest. She has seen enough to know that the game has changed forever. Himari and Yuuki suddenly realize they're being watched, their faces turning a bright, glowing red as they scramble to regain their composure. Wah! Ren steps out from behind a tree, her expression as calm and unreadable as ever as she delivers her final command. Proceed. Deep in the training grounds of the motto, a dense forest stands silent as three figures gather. Chapter 63, Commander of the Ninth Squad. Yuuki stands frozen, his face flushed a deep crimson as he finds himself caught in an incredibly awkward position between two powerful women. Heat radiates from his skin, his heart hammering against his ribs in the sudden, suffocating proximity. Himari looks away, her own face dusting with a shy pink as she tries to regain her composure. We'll be done shortly, so wait over there, would you? She stammers, avoiding Yuuki's wide-eyed gaze. But Commander Yakumo Izo isn't about to let the moment pass so easily, crossing her arms with a stubborn glint in her eyes. I can't have that, she insists firmly. Himari snaps back in a panic, shouting, why not? Yakumo leans in, her voice dropping to a serious, commanding tone that leaves no room for argument. If you're going to reward him, then make sure you do it properly, she orders, catching Himari completely off guard. Suddenly, Yakumo leans down and nips Yuuki's ear, causing a sharp yelp of surprise to escape his throat. Even if the reward's a kiss, don't focus only on the mouth, she whispers into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. Himari watches in stunned silence, her face a mask of shock as the commander takes charge of the situation. Use your hands and take good care of him, Yakumo adds, guiding the moment with an unexpected and bold intimacy. The air between them thickens as Himari finally leans in, her lips meeting Yuuki's in a soft, trembling contact. It's a moment of pure, focused sensation, the world outside the forest fading into insignificance. Himari's hand reaches out, pressing against Yuuki's chest as she deepens the connection, her heart racing as fast as his. The physical proximity is overwhelming, a reward earned through the trials of battle. Yakumo watches from the side, a serene smile playing on her lips as she observes the pair. "You're going too hard," Himari whispers between breaths, while Yakumo counters with a calm, "Take it slow and easy." The moment stretches, a soft exhale of breath escaping as they finally pull apart, the tension lingering in the quiet air. Soft sounds of lingering emotion fill the space between them. Yakumo looks down at the flustered pair, her eyes softening with a genuine, almost playful affection. "So cute," she murmurs to herself, watching the younger warriors navigate their feelings. The scene shifts, showing the aftermath of a heavy training session as Himari lies exhausted on the stone ground. Her breath comes in ragged gasps, her body pushed to its absolute limit. Yuuki is right there beside her, his own forehead slick with sweat, his eyes closed as he tries to recover from the strain. The intensity of the training has left them both drained and battered. They lie side by side, the silence of the courtyard reflecting the gravity of the power they are trying to master. Every muscle aches, a testament to the brutal standard set by their superiors. Himari stares up at the sky, her resolve hardening despite the exhaustion weighing down her limbs. She knows that this is only the beginning of what she must endure to reach the top. Across the courtyard, Maya and Yachiho stand over the fallen trainees, their expressions unreadable and cold. "The appetizers are all cleaned up," Maya says, dusting off her hands as if the previous struggle was nothing more than a warm-up. Yakumo's gaze sharpens, a predatory glint entering her eyes as she looks toward the next challenge. "That just leaves the main dish," she says with a chilling, expectant smirk. The sisters look on, watching as a shimmering portal of energy begins to manifest in the center of the training area. "Ooh, they met up," Yachiho exclaims, pointing toward the rising spiritual pressure. Maya remains stoic, her eyes narrow and focused as she senses the shift in the atmosphere. She knows that the real test is about to begin, and there will be no room for error. On a desolate shoreline, Himari and Yuuki, now in his transformed state, stand across from the formidable commander Yakumo. A massive spray of seawater erupts behind them, punctuating the tension of the standoff. Himari takes a deep breath, the sound of the wind and the crashing waves the only things filling her ears. She can feel the sheer weight of Yakumo's presence pressing against her like a physical force. Yakumo stands perfectly still, her long hair whipping in the wind, a faint, challenging smile on her face. "Show me your strength, Himari," she challenges, her voice carrying easily over the roar of the ocean. With a sudden, explosive burst of light, Yakumo summons her weapon, the soul-piercing lance, Sunset. The weapon glows with an intense, blinding energy as it manifests in her grip. In a blur of motion, she spins the massive spear, the air whistling as the three blades at the tip catch the light. The sheer speed of her movement is a clear warning of the power she wields. Yuuki watches from his defensive stance, his mind racing through the information he has. "I heard from Himari that it's a spear she can control the length of," he thinks, his eyes locked on the weapon. "It looks simple, but it's strong." He readies himself, his body tensing as he prepares to engage the 9th Squad's leader. "Still, I can take it on in my heaven form," he declares, his spirit burning with a fierce determination. He launches himself forward like a bolt of lightning, the ground beneath his feet shattering from the force of his takeoff. "Heavenward!" he roars, his strike aimed directly at the commander. Yakumo effortlessly sidesteps the assault, her movements fluid and calm as the air rushes past her. "Is that how you defeated Hamer?" she asks, her voice conversational despite the combat. Himari charges in right behind Yuuki, her face set in a grim mask of focus. "I'm going to mow you down too," she shouts, refusing to be intimidated by the commander's casual demeanor. Yakumo merely chuckles, a low, condescending sound that grates against Himari's nerves. Heh heh, she laughs, her eyes never leaving her opponent's. Himari's eyes widen as she realizes the commander isn't even breaking a sweat, the power gap between them becoming painfully obvious. It's a terrifying realization that hits her like a physical blow. Yuuki continues his relentless assault, his fists blurred as he rains down a barrage of strikes. Go, Yuuki, Himari cries out, pushing her own limits to keep up with his pace. Yakumo's eye narrows, tracking every movement with a cold, analytical precision. She sees every opening, every flaw in their combined attack, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. She moves with a grace that defies belief, her spear spinning in a defensive circle that deflects every blow with ease. It's a dance of death, and she is the one leading it. The tip of the spear glimmers as Yakumo prepares to go on the offensive, the energy around the blades humming with a dangerous intensity. The air itself seems to crackle in anticipation. Suddenly, she thrusts the spear forward, a series of blindingly fast strikes that force Himari and Yuuki into a desperate retreat. Gah! Yuuki grunts as he barely avoids a lethal blow. Himari struggles to keep her guard up, the sheer speed of the attacks pushing her beyond her reactions. She's thrusting so quickly, she thinks, her eyes darting to track the shimmering steel. Yuuki feels the pressure mounting, his transformation straining under the weight of Yakumo's power. This is nothing like how Hamer was, he realizes, the true strength of a squad commander finally sinking in. Yakumo closes the distance in a heartbeat, her spear a blur of motion that keeps them pinned down. This range is dangerous, Himari realizes, her heart pounding in her chest as she searches for an opening. With a cold, detached expression, Yakumo prepares another strike, her focus absolute as she dismantles their defense. There is no mercy in her gaze, only the pursuit of martial perfection. Yuuki skids across the ground, the force of a deflected strike sending him tumbling back. He struggles to find his footing, his body aching from the intensity of the exchange. Yakumo's eyes lock onto Himari, sensing the vulnerability in the younger woman's stance. She knows the fight is nearing its conclusion, and she is ready to deliver the final blow. Himari's eyes go wide with fear as the spear tip lunges toward her, the sound of the wind rushing past her ears like a death knell. She can't move fast enough to avoid it. In a final, desperate move, Yakumo swings the massive lance in a wide arc, the force of the blow creating a shockwave that tears through the battlefield. The power is absolute, leaving no room for escape. The impact is earth-shattering, a cloud of dust and debris erupting from the center of the strike. The sound of the collision echoes across the desolate landscape, a final punctuation to the struggle. Huge chunks of rock are sent flying into the air, shattered by the sheer magnitude of the commander's strength. The ground itself is scarred and broken, a testament to the power of the soul-piercing lance. The dust begins to settle, Himari is seen tumbling backward, her body battered and her spirit flagging. She struggles to catch her breath, the reality of her defeat setting in. The spear remains embedded in the ground, a silent monument to the overwhelming force that just ended the confrontation. The air is heavy with the scent of ozone and shattered stone. Yuuki lies face down in a massive crater, his transformation flickering and fading as his energy reaches its limit. The heaven form has been broken, leaving him vulnerable and exhausted. Debris continues to fall from the surrounding cliffs, the rumble of crumbling stone the only sound in the sudden silence of the battlefield. The destruction is absolute and terrifying. Himari reaches out with a trembling hand, her voice a desperate whisper as she calls out for her partner. "Yuuki," she cries, her heart breaking at the sight of his fallen form. Through the swirling dust, Yakumo emerges, carrying the unconscious Yuuki over her shoulder with an ease that is almost insulting. She walks toward Himari, her expression cold and disappointed. Yuuki's head hangs limp, his eyes closed as he drifts in a state of deep exhaustion. The battle has taken everything from him, leaving him a broken shell of the warrior he was moments ago. Himari looks up at them, her eyes filled with a mix of shock and despair. She can't believe how easily they were defeated, how wide the gap between her and the commander truly is. Yakumo drops Yuuki to the ground with a heavy thud, her gaze fixed on Himari. "He lacks the experience with his current transformation to fight me," she states flatly, her voice devoid of any warmth. Himari glares up at her, her jaw set with a stubborn, defiant pride even in the face of such overwhelming power. She refuses to back down, her spirit still burning despite the defeat. Yakumo looms over her, her silhouette framed by the fading light as she draws her spear back. "Once again, you had someone to protect," she says, her words a sharp reminder of Himari's perceived weakness. Himari pulls Yuki close to her, her arms wrapped around him in a protective embrace as she glares at the commander. She may be defeated, but she will not let anyone hurt him. Yakumo looks down at her with a piercing, analytical gaze. "Is that the end of it? Is that all that your strength amounts to, Himari?" she asks, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. Yuuki remains unconscious, his peaceful expression a stark contrast to the boiling anger in Himari's eyes. "If you only fight using eternal chains? Slave. We already have Commander Yuzin for that," Yakumo adds, her words twisting the knife of Himari's insecurity. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts around Himari as she summons her own power, her spirit refusing to be broken. She spreads her arms wide, her energy manifesting in a blinding, defiant display. With a roar of determination, she manifests her weapon. Armed bell, bang bang bang. The massive cannons appear in her hands, glowing with an intense, destructive power. She unleashes a devastating barrage of fire, the explosions rocking the coastline as she pours every ounce of her remaining strength into the attack. Smoke and fire fill the air, obscuring everything from view. Yakumo stands in the center of the storm, her expression unchanged as she easily deflections the incoming projectiles with her spear. She moves with a calm, effortless grace that makes Himari's attack look like child's play. Himari continues the assault, her voice cracking with the strain of maintaining such an intense output. "Even if you spin your spear to guard yourself, the blast will still hit you," she screams, her desperation apparent. Yakumo's lip curls into a dismissive sneer as she looks through the smoke at her opponent. "Weak," she shouts, her voice booming over the sound of the explosions. In an instant, she unleashes a counterattack of her own, several shimmering orbs of energy appearing around her and launching toward Himari with terrifying speed. The sky is filled with the light of her power. Himari watches in horror as the orbs close in, her own defenses failing to stop them. She realized that she has completely miscalculated the commander's true strength. Yakumo stands calmly amidst the destruction, her spear held loosely at her side. "I can adjust the output of my spear," she explains, her voice dropping to a chillingly calm tone. She looks Himari directly in the eye, her gaze cold and unrelenting. "That just now was 10% of my full power," she reveals, a statement that leaves Himari completely stunned. Himari's pupil shrinks as the weight of that revelation hits her. 10%. All of that struggle, all of that power, and she was only facing a fraction of what the commander is capable of. Before she can even react, Yakumo is on her again, moving so fast she becomes a mere blur of shadow and steel. The air whistles as she closes the distance in a fraction of a second. Himari raises her fist in a futile attempt to defend herself, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. She is completely outmatched, a realization that paralyzes her with fear. The impact is instantaneous and brutal, a sudden explosion of force that sends Himari flying backward. The sound of the collision is a sharp, jarring crack that echoes through the training area. She is sent tumbling through the air, her body limp as she crashes through the rocky terrain. Dust and debris follow her as she skids across the ground, her momentum finally spent. She hits the ground with a sickening thud, her gear shattered and her body bruised and broken. She lies there in the dirt, the sound of her own ragged breathing the only thing she can hear. Yakumo walks slowly toward her, her footsteps steady and deliberate. "If you're the second in command," she begins, her voice echoing in the quiet courtyard. She looms over Himari, her shadow falling across the younger woman's battered form. "Then I'd like you to make me use at least 30%, she challenges, her words a final, crushing blow to Himari's pride. Chapter 64, Himari's Resolve. The scene shifts back to the sisters watching the fight unfold. I guess this is where the banquet ends, Yachiho says, her voice filled with a quiet concern. Maya remains silent, her eyes fixed on her sister's struggle. She knows that Himari is reaching a breaking point, and what happens next will define her future as a warrior. Back on the battlefield, Himari's hand clenches into a tight, trembling fist, her knuckles turning white from the force of her grip. Her spirit is battered, but it refuses to stay down. A low, pained grunt escapes her throat as she struggles to push herself back up, the sheer weight of her defeat pressing down on her like a physical force. "Ah," she groans, her resolve beginning to flare anew. Yachiho starts to step forward, her face filled with worry for her sister. "Wah!" she exclaims, her heart racing as she watches the brutal training session continue. The vast, open training ground is silent as the two figures face each other once again. The power dynamic is clear, but the struggle is far from over. Yakumo stands perfectly still, her long hair cascading down her back, her spear held ready. She is waiting for Himari's next move, her patience as infinite as her power. Himari remains on her knees, her head bowed in a moment of intense frustration and pain. She can feel the eyes of her sisters on her, the weight of their expectations adding to her burden. Yachiho's expression turns to one of alarm as she realizes how dire the situation is. She's got her cornered, she realizes, her voice trembling with concern. In her mind, Himari's spirit roars with a sudden, fierce determination. "Himari, I'll save you now," she shouts internally, her anger finally beginning to override her fear. She stands up with a sudden, explosive burst of energy, her body trembling with the force of her reawakened resolve. The ground beneath her feet cracks as her power begins to flare once more. Maya stands further back, her eyes narrow and cold as she watches the transformation. "Maya," Yachiho cries out, looking for guidance from her older sister. Maya merely adjusts her glasses, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. "Seeing Himari in danger, you failed to recognize what's right in front of you," she says, her words a sharp rebuke to Yachiho's concern. Yachiho struggles against Maya's command, her voice rising in frustration. "Hey, let me go, you'll stay right there, Yachiho," Maya insists, her authority absolute. She looks toward Himari with a cold, analytical gaze. "That is for the good of the Azumas," she states, her loyalty to the family overshadowing any personal feelings. Yachiho looks on in stunned silence, her face a mask of shock at her sister's coldness. She can't believe that Maya would just stand by and watch Himari be broken. Yakumo continues her relentless pressure, her voice echoing across the courtyard. "Yachiho can't save you either," she states, her spear pointed directly at Himari. She looks Himari in the eye, her gaze piercing and unrelenting. "So, what will it be?" she asks, her voice a challenge that demands an immediate answer. Himari's eyes are wide and wild, her breath coming in short, jagged gasps as she stares at the spear tip. She is at her breaking point, her mind racing through her options. Suddenly, she launches herself forward in a desperate assault, her movements fueled by a sudden, explosive surge of energy. She closes the distance in a heartbeat, her fists ready to strike. She leans in close, her face set in a grim mask of determination. "I'll get in good and close," she shouts, her voice filled with a fierce, desperate power. Yakumo merely watches her approach, her expression calm and unmoving. She sees every move, every flaw in Himari's attack, waiting for the perfect moment to counter. The clash is instantaneous, a blur of motion as Himari tries to land a solid blow. But Yakumo is ready, her spear moving in a defensive arc that blocks every strike with ease. "While my spear's out, my ability strengthens my body as well," she explains calmly. "The hand-to-hand combat you specialize in won't work on me." Yakumo's eyes widen in surprise as she senses a sudden shift in Himari's energy, something she didn't expect. A new, dangerous power is beginning to manifest from within the younger woman. With a sudden, mechanical click, a small device manifests on Himari's arm, glowing with an intense, concentrated energy. It's a move Yakumo hasn't seen before, and it catches her off guard. Himari unleashes a point-blank blast, the explosion rocking the training ground and sending a cloud of smoke and fire into the air. The sound of the blast is deafening, a final, desperate gambit. Yakumo emerges from the smoke, her expression unchanged as she easily deflections the last of the energy with her spear. She looks toward Himari with a cold, analytical curiosity. Himari watches in horror as her last-ditch effort fails, her face a mask of shock and despair. She has given everything she has, and it still isn't enough to even scratch the commander. Yakumo strikes back with a sudden, powerful blow that sends Himari flying across the courtyard. The force of the strike is absolute, leaving no room for defense. Himari skids across the ground, her body battered and her spirit broken. She struggles to find her footing, her vision blurring from the pain and exhaustion. She collapses into the dirt, her body trembling with the force of her defeat. The reality of her weakness is a crushing weight that she can no longer ignore. A low, pained groan escapes her lips as she tries to catch her breath, the taste of blood in her mouth a sharp reminder of the battle. She is at her absolute limit, her strength completely spent. Yakumo stands over her, her silhouette framed by the fading light. "It's over," she states flatly, her voice devoid of any warmth or mercy. She looks down at Himari with a cold, piercing gaze. "You're second in command and this is all you've got?" she asks, her words a final, stinging insult to Himari's pride. She looks toward the horizon, her mind already moving on to the next task. "The 7th Squad, and Commander Yuzin, must not be worth much," she adds, her words a chilling dismissal of everything Himari stands for. Himari's eyes are wide and glazed with shock, the weight of Yakumo's words hitting her harder than any physical blow. The shame of her failure is overwhelming, a dark tide that threatens to swallow her whole. Her vision begins to fade into a hazy, dreamlike state, the sounds of the courtyard drifting away into a distant murmur. She is losing herself in the darkness of her own defeat. The world turns black as she sinks into a deep, dreamless unconsciousness, her spirit finally giving in to the overwhelming strain of the battle. A flashback begins, the scene shifting to a memory of a much younger Himari. She begins, her voice small and uncertain in the quiet of a commander's office. She looks up at Tenka with wide, hopeful eyes, her face filled with a mix of awe and anxiety. "To be made the second in command of the 7th Squad?" she asks, her voice trembling with the weight of the moment. Tenka looks down at her with a warm, encouraging smile, her eyes filled with a genuine belief in the younger woman's potential. She sees something in Himari that Himari hasn't even seen in herself yet. Himari struggles to believe it, her self-doubt still whispering in the back of her mind. "But I can't believe you'd promote me after I ran away from home," she confesses, her head bowing in shame. She looks toward the ground, her voice a quiet, desperate murmur. "The Azumas, the 9th Squad, might judge you for it," she adds, her fear of her family's judgment still weighing her down. Tenka merely chuckles, a warm, reassuring sound that fills the room with a sense of peace. "So what?" she asks simply, her voice filled with a fierce, unapologetic pride. She looks Himari directly in the eye, her gaze unwavering. "You're the one I want for the job," she declares, her words a powerful affirmation of Himari's worth. Himari's eyes widen in shock, her heart hammering in her chest as she hears those words. No one has ever believed in her like this before, no one has ever seen her as anything other than a failure. Suddenly, tears begin to well up in her eyes, a flood of emotion finally breaking through her stoic mask. "Ah," she gasps, her voice catching in her throat. She buries her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with the force of her quiet sobs. "Himari, I'm sorry," she stammers, the weight of her relief and gratitude overwhelming her. Tenka watches her with a gentle, patient expression, her heart aching for the younger woman's struggle. She knows exactly how hard Himari has had to fight to even get this far. In her mind, the voices of her sisters echo like a cruel, repetitive chant. "The Azumas don't need you. You're an Azuma. Can't you do better than that?" They mock, their words a constant reminder of her perceived inadequacy. But Tenka's voice cuts through the darkness, her words a beacon of hope in the sea of her self-doubt. "Commander," Himari whispers, her heart overflowing with a sudden, fierce loyalty. She looks up at Tenka, her face wet with tears but her eyes shining with a new, powerful resolve. "Thank you so much," she cries out, her voice filled with a genuine, heartfelt gratitude. Tenka looks back at her, her own eyes misting over with a shared emotion. Huh, she murmurs, her heart touched by the depth of Himari's response. Tenka wipes a tear from her eye, a warm, genuine smile breaking across her face. You're making me cry, she says with a light-hearted, emotional laugh. The two women share a moment of pure, heartfelt connection, the bond between them forged in the fire of their shared struggles. And here I thought I'd used up all my tears, Tenka adds, her voice soft and full of affection. She reaches out and takes Himari's hand in her own, her grip firm and reassuring. It's a gesture of pure, unconditional support that means more to Himari than any promotion ever could. Tenka pulls her into a warm, protective embrace, her voice a soothing whisper in the quiet of the office. You earned this position with your grit and determination. Hold your head high, she orders, her words a final, powerful charge to her new second-in-command. Back in the present, Himari's eyes snap open, her spirit suddenly reawakened by the memory of Tenka's belief in her. Okay, she declares, her voice a low, dangerous growl. A sudden, explosive surge of energy erupts from her body, the ground beneath her feet shattering from the force of her reawakening. The air itself seems to vibrate with the intensity of her resolve. Yakumo's eyes widen in surprise as she senses the shift in the atmosphere, the power radiating from Himari now far exceeding anything she has shown before. She gasps, her curiosity turning to a sudden, wary concern. Himari stands in the center of a swirling vortex of energy, her silhouette framed by the brilliant, blinding light of her power. She has reached a new level, her spirit finally breaking free of the chains of her self-doubt. She stands tall and defiant, her eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. She is no longer the battered, defeated warrior from moments ago. She is something new, something powerful and dangerous. Yakumo watches her with a piercing, analytical gaze, her mind already working to understand the nature of this new power. She's not the same Himari as before, she realizes, her voice a quiet, thoughtful whisper. Himari looks her directly in the eye, her face a mask of cold, unrelenting determination. Take back what you just said. I won't forgive anyone who slanders the commander, she states, her voice ringing with a fierce, uncompromising loyalty. Yakumo merely chuckles, her own eyes narrowing as she readies her spear. I said what I did because you lack strength, Himari. If you don't like it, then make me eat my words, she challenges, her voice a low, dangerous invitation. A sudden, shimmering card manifests in the air between them, showing the stats of a powerful new ability. Yakumo Izo, level 9900, motto destructive power 360,000. It's a glimpse into the true nature of the battle that is about to unfold. Himari launches into action, her movements blurred and unpredictable as she channels her new power. A massive vortex of energy manifests around her, pulling in everything from the surrounding area. Yakumo is caught off guard by the sheer magnitude of the attack, her eyes widening as she struggles to maintain her footing. This is, she gasps, her focus finally being pushed to its limit. Maya and Yachiho look on in stunned silence as the battle reaches a new, terrifying intensity. It's Commander Izo's Night Storm, Yachiho exclaims, her voice filled with a mix of awe and fear. But Himari isn't done yet, her spirit suddenly manifesting a new, familiar ability that catches everyone by surprise. A shimmering portal appears behind her, the energy around it humming with a familiar resonance. Yakumo's eyes widen as she recognizes the move, her mind racing to comprehend how Himari could have mastered it. She gasps, her composure finally beginning to crack. Tenka and the others watch from the sidelines, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. She copied aim no my Tori, Tenka exclaims, her voice echoing the collective shock of everyone present. It's not as precise, but still usable. The air crackles as the two powers collide, a sudden, blinding flash of light erupting from the center of the exchange. The two warriors are locked in a fierce, desperate struggle, neither willing to back down. Himari launches another barrage of strikes, her movements fluid and deadly as she channels the borrowed power. Yakumo struggles to keep up, her own defenses being pushed to their absolute breaking point. She looks at her opponent with a mix of surprise and newfound respect. This ability, she begins, her voice a quiet, thoughtful murmur. She recognizes the nature of the power Himari is using, a secret ability hidden deep within the Azuma bloodline. It's Hamir's python, she realizes, her gaze sharpening as the true extent of Himari's awakening becomes clear. The clash continues, the sound of the collision echoing across the desolate coastline like a clap of thunder. The sheer magnitude of the battle is absolute, leaving no room for anyone else. Himari and Yakumo skid across the ground, the force of their exchange pushing them both to their limits. They look at each other with a fierce, uncompromising determination, their spirits burning brighter than ever before. Yakumo takes a moment to recover, her eyes never leaving her opponent. She can feel the intensity of Himari's resolve, a power that is now truly worthy of her attention. Himari stands her ground, her body glowing with the shimmering, iridescent light of her reawakened spirit. She has finally found the strength she was looking for, a power that is uniquely her own. Tenka and Maya watch the scene with a mix of shock and wonder, their faces reflecting the gravity of the transformation they are witnessing. They know that everything has changed, that Himari is now a warrior truly worthy of her title. Himari's eye narrows as she prepares for the final exchange, her spirit focused and absolute. She knows that this is the moment that will define her future, and she is ready to take it with both hands. With a final, explosive burst of light, she unleashes her ultimate technique, Golden Hour. The entire battlefield is swallowed in a brilliant, blinding radiance as she pours every ounce of her remaining strength into the attack. Yakumo's eyes widen in final realization as the power of the Golden Hour closes in around her. She can feel the sheer magnitude of Himari's resolve, a force that even she cannot easily deflect. The countdown begins as the energy reaches its peak, the seconds ticking away with a terrifying finality. 1. The air vibrates with a dangerous, concentrated power. Himari's face is set in a grim mask of pure, unrelenting focus as she drives the attack home. She has given everything she has, her spirit finally breaking free of the chains of her past. 0. The light reaches a blinding intensity, swallowing everything in its path as the final exchange begins. The world itself seems to hold its breath as the power of the Golden Hour is unleashed. The clash is earth-shattering, a sudden explosion of force that sends a shockwave tearing through the desolate landscape. The sound of the collision is absolute, a final, world-ending punctuation to the struggle. Himari and Yakumo are caught in the center of the storm, their spirits locked in a fierce, desperate struggle for dominance. Neither is willing to give an inch, their resolve as infinite as their power. The two warriors skid across the ground, the force of the final exchange pushing them both to their absolute limits. They look at each other with a newfound respect, the battle having revealed the true depth of their spirits. Himari stands her ground, her voice ringing out with a fierce, uncompromising pride. "I'll say it again, take it back," she demands, her gaze fixed on the commander. Yakumo looks back at her with a serene, appreciative smile, her eyes glowing with a newfound respect for the younger warrior. She has finally seen the true strength that Himari is capable of. Tenka and the others look on in quiet awe, the magnitude of what they have just witnessed finally sinking in. "Himari-kun, doesn't she seem off?" Yachiho asks, while Maya counters with a thoughtful, "She made her totally snap." Maya looks toward the horizon, a faint, intrigued smile playing on her lips. Her anger and this state of being driven into a corner forced her to unconsciously awaken. "Things are getting interesting," she notes, the future of the Azuma bloodline finally beginning to show its true potential. Dust and debris choke the air as a massive shockwave tears through the training grounds. Both fighters are pushed to the absolute limit, but the question remains, who has the strength to stand their ground? Himari lunges forward, her eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding loyalty. "I will not allow insults against the commander," she screams, putting every ounce of her spirit into this final strike. Fubuki stands tall, the winds of the clash whipping her hair as she prepares to meet the challenge. "I take back what I said about Commander Yuzin," she concedes, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. Himari's eyes widen in shock at the sudden admission. It's the acknowledgement she's been fighting for, but victory isn't secured with words alone. Fubuki's expression hardens into a predatory smirk, a look that signals the true fight is only just beginning. Now, come at me without holding back, she commands, inviting a level of violence that few could survive. Steel meets spirit as the two warriors collide once more in a blinding flash of power. This isn't just a spar anymore, it's a test of who deserves to lead the Azuma bloodline into the future. Himari grits her teeth, forcing her body to move despite the overwhelming pressure pushing back against her. "You got that right," she roars, refusing to let the momentum shift toward her opponent. Fubuki's eyes narrow as she feels the sheer force behind the younger girl's desperation. The air hums with the strain of their combined power, a tension that threatens to shatter the very ground beneath them. The exchange is brutal and swift, leaving both women gasping for breath as they reel from the impact. "My, Commander," Himari wheezes, her body finally beginning to buckle under the impossible strain. Fubuki watches her with a clinical, almost detached gaze, noting every tremor in her opponent's stance. Silence falls over the arena, heavy with the weight of an impending collapse. Sweat stings Himari's eyes as she struggles to keep her head up, her vision blurring at the edges. She mutters, the words catching in her throat as her strength deserts her. Her hand slips from her weapon, her fingers trembling as they lose their grip on reality itself. "Amazing," she whispers, a final acknowledgement of the mountain she couldn't climb. The fight ends not with a bang, but with the soft sound of a body hitting the earth. Himari collapses, her journey ending at the feet of the woman who now holds all the cards. Fubuki catches the falling girl, supporting her weight with a strange, newfound respect in her eyes. "Looks like you've already hit your limit," she notes, her voice lacking the bite it held before. She looks down at the exhausted warrior in her arms, her expression softening into something almost maternal. "But," she begins, pausing as if searching for the right way to validate the struggle she just witnessed. The silence lingers as Fubuki stares at the girl she nearly broke. "I got to see your potential, Himari," she finishes, admitting that the future of the family might be brighter than she thought. High above on the ridge, the observers stand in stunned silence, the sunset casting long, dramatic shadows over the scene. The hierarchy of the Azuma family has been tested, and the consequences will be felt by everyone. Maya and Yachiho watch from afar, their own roles in this drama still weighing heavily on their minds. "Good for you, Himari. If you'd interfered, she wouldn't have got to that," Yachiho remarks, understanding the necessity of the struggle. Yachiho gives Maya a playful, yet firm noogie, breaking the somber atmosphere with a bit of sisterly roughhousing. "Going forward, remember to take care of yourself too," she adds, even as the narration confirms that with their forfeiture, the banquet is officially over. The Azuma family crest stands bold and final against the shifting political landscape. Fubuki has done it. She has been officially named the new head of the family, and with her comes a new era of power. Back at the estate, Tovra works her strange magic, a glowing sphere of energy hovering over Himari's resting form. "I didn't say anything because I thought it'd ruin the fun, but I'm well prepared for treating injuries," she says with a mischievous glint. Himari's face is a mask of peaceful exhaustion, the healing process soothing the trauma of her recent defeat. But even in sleep, the marks of the battle remain, a reminder of the price she paid for her growth. Suddenly, Himari bolts upright with a startled cry, her eyes wide as she realizes the state she's in. "Wah!" she screams, the sudden return to consciousness bringing a fresh wave of embarrassment. The group gathers in the courtyard, the tension of the battle replaced by the awkward reality of their new dynamics. "You used commander-level abilities one after the other? Wow!" Someone exclaims, though Himari can only look down at her hands and lament, "But now I can't use any of them." Yachiho jumps in with her usual boundless energy, striking a pose to demonstrate the correct way to look the part. "Your pose is too superficial, Himari. Like this. Here," she shouts, desperate to turn the tactical discussion into a photoshoot. Himari can only sweat drop at the absurdity, her mind still reeling from the sheer scale of the power she touched. "And here I thought I had full mastery over learning. What should I do?" she wonders, but Tenka is there to ground her. There's no hurry, Himari. Tenka pumps a fist, her eyes shining with the kind of confidence that only comes from years of high-level combat. You can't get strong in one go. Let's overcome any compatibility issues through training, she encourages, setting a path forward for the young warrior. A small, genuine smile touches Himari's lips as she looks at her mentor. The weight of the world seems a little lighter when you aren't carrying it alone. Tovara stands nearby, her youthful appearance belying the ancient wisdom and cunning she possesses. Commander Yuzen's right, she pipes up, her eyes scanning the group for her next opportunity to stir the pot. She leans in with a wicked grin, her pigtails swaying as she drops a bit of tactical advice. Now that you know what you have, find a way to get more out of it next time, she says, her tone sounding more like a challenge than a tip. Himari meets the grandmother's gaze, her own determination returning in full force. She knows she's being watched, and she knows she can't afford to fail again. Tovara pats Himari on the shoulder with a sudden, uncharacteristic warmth. "You're an upstanding Azuma too, Himari," she declares, but the praise feels like a lead-up to something much more complicated. The young girl blinks, a bit confused by the sudden shift in Tovara's behavior. "It's a little late to say that," she mutters, her intuition telling her to watch for the trap. And there it is, the hook that leaves everyone in the room stunned into silence. "You'll need to birth lots of children for the Azuma line from now on," Tovara announces casually, causing a collective, "Huh," from the group. Tovara points a finger directly at Yuuki, who looks like he wants the ground to swallow him whole. "After all, you've already got a man," she exclaims, turning the political future of the family into a very personal problem for the young slave. She starts dragging Yuuki away, her strength far exceeding her small stature. "If you want, I can bring him along for a special lecture on child making," she chirps, while Tenka eagerly agrees, "Let's do that." Yuuki can only stutter in protest as he's hauled off into what is surely going to be the most awkward conversation of his life. He tries, but the momentum of the Azuma women is impossible to stop. Fubuki watches the scene with a look of pure, unadulterated exasperation. "Here it comes, Grandma's bossiness," she sighs, recognizing the familiar pattern of Tovara's meddling. The other family members can only watch in pity as Yuuki is led away. Once she gets started, she won't listen to anybody. One of them whispers, knowing that the grandmother's whims are absolute law in this house. The atmosphere shifts suddenly as a dark, oppressive presence begins to manifest behind them. The comedy is over, and the true power dynamic of the estate is about to be revealed. Fubuki turns her head, her voice dropping into a low, dangerous register that silences the courtyard. "Mother," she says, addressing Tovara with a lack of warmth that borders on hostility. Tovara pauses, her playful facade slipping just for a second as she glances back. "Yeah," she asks, though the tension in her shoulders betrays her awareness of the shift in the air. Fubuki's eyes are cold, twin pools of ice that promise a reckoning for the years of manipulation. "Be quiet," she commands, a simple order that carries the weight of her new authority as the head of the house. Tovara's eyes widen in genuine shock, her jaw dropping at the audacity of her own daughter. "What did you say to me, Fubuki?" she asks, her voice trembling with a mixture of rage and disbelief. The grand architecture of the Azuma estate looms over them, a silent witness to this generational clash. "It is your achievements that have made the Azumas stronger than ever before, Mother." "But," Fubuki begins, setting the stage for a brutal critique of the past. She walks past her stunned relatives, her words cutting through the air like a blade. "Your policy of meritocracy that pit even the children against each other created strife within the family." She continues, listing the sins of the previous regime. The family members look away, the truth of Fubuki's words hitting home for everyone who grew up under Tovara's thumb. "And caused the children to grow up with deep issues," she adds, her gaze landing on those who suffered the most. Fubuki stops and looks back at her mother, her expression one of utter disdain. "What's more?" she says, the mystery of her next accusation hanging heavy in the air. She gestures toward Tovara's youthful appearance, her voice dripping with sarcasm. the way you arrogantly swagger about despite reducing yourself to a rank-and-file squad member, saying you didn't want the hassle, hardly gives the impression of a sound organization. Tovara bristles at the insult to her lifestyle, but Fubuki isn't finished. I'd also like you to stop walking around outside wearing a school uniform. Act your age. But I am willing to turn a blind eye to that, she says, offering a single, cold concession. A chilling aura erupts from Tovara as she reaches her breaking point, the air around her distorting with raw power. Everyone else backs away, sensing the lethal intent behind the grandmother's silence. Tovara's face is a mask of fury, her eyes glowing with an unstable energy as she reaches out. How dare you speak that way to me? She shrieks, lunging forward to reclaim her dominance through force. The attack is over before it even begins, a sudden and decisive display of superior strength. Fubuki stands over her mother, her spear pinned firmly against Tovara's back, grounding her in an instant. Fubuki leans down, her face inches from Tovara's, a cruel but necessary smile playing on her lips. I am the Azuma head now, she whispers, the mystery of the family's future finally resolved. The observers can only gasp as the former head is pinned like a common criminal. When you were the supreme commander, you could have handled this attack easily, Fubuki notes, her voice carrying a chilling realization. She looks around at the shocked faces of her kin, reinforcing her point with every word. You've grown soft, mother, she declares, a consequence of Tovara's own choices coming back to haunt her. Fubuki's gaze returns to the woman beneath her spear, her eyes narrowing with lethal intent. If you're becoming a problem in your old age, I will put you down, she threatens, leaving no doubt about the lethality of her new laws. Tovara struggles against the pressure, her voice a low, guttural growl of defiance. You, Fubuki, she hisses, even as she's forced to acknowledge the shift in power. Fubuki's eye glints with a sharp, predatory focus, watching for any sign of a counterattack. She is the predator now, and she won't hesitate to strike if provoked. Tovara's own eye narrows, a dark and calculating look that suggests she might have one last trick up her sleeve. The tension between mother and daughter is a live wire, ready to snap at any moment. A soft, mocking chuckle escapes Tovara's lips, a sound that sends a shiver down the spines of those listening. Heh, she breathes, a mystery wrapped in a single syllable. Tovara's face breaks into a wide, jagged grin, the blood on her forehead only adding to her manic appearance. You've gotten strong, she admits, the pride of a monster seeing its creation finally surpass it. Fubuki doesn't move, her stoic expression unchanged by the praise. She knows her mother's games too well to be swayed by a few kind words after a lifetime of cruelty. She pulls back her weapon, allowing Tovara to rise as the rest of the group watches with bated breath. Going forward, I will be leading the Azumas. Do what you want, Fubuki states, setting the new boundaries of their relationship. Tovara looks down, her pigtails shielding her face as she accepts the new reality. Yes, she whispers, a simple confirmation that marks the end of an era. Fubuki turns and walks away, her boots clicking sharply against the stone tiles. The clash is over, but the work of rebuilding the family has only just begun. She stops in the center of the courtyard, addressing the entire family with the authority she just fought to secure. The Azumas must be strong. I will build a new Azuma family without changing that ideology, she proclaims, promising an evolution rather than a revolution. Fubuki glances over her shoulder, her gaze lingering on her siblings. Going forward, let's get along a little better, she adds, an olive branch offered with a hint of a smile. The family members exchange wary glances, the trauma of the past not so easily forgotten. Sure, one of them stammers, the cringe in his voice palpable as they face this strange new world of cooperation. Fubuki's smile widens into something that feels almost as threatening as her spear. I will retrain you from the ground up. With love, she promises, a revelation that sounds more like a prison sentence to some. She calls out to her sisters, her tone leaving no room for argument. Hamir, Yumina, she says, singling them out for her first lesson in love. One of the girls sticks out her tongue in a childish display of disgust, while the other can only offer a weak, nervous smile. the first groans, realizing that their easy days are officially over. Tenka Izumo approaches the new head of the family, her own demeanor respectful and professional. "I wish to continue our good relations, Commander Izumo." "I do too," she says, cementing a vital alliance for the 6th unit. She offers a graceful apology for the earlier tensions. "I apologize for my rudeness toward you, Commander Yuzin. It was only to provoke Himari, wasn't it?" she admits, revealing the tactical mind behind her earlier provocations. Tenka stands tall, her confidence unshaken by the day's events. "If you really do underestimate me, I'll take you on any time," she adds with a challenge that Fubuki seems to find intriguing. Fubuki meets the challenge with a smirk of her own. "You've trained Himari very well for me," she says, a backhanded compliment that acknowledges Tenka's skill while claiming the result for herself. The two powerful women shake hands, a public declaration of peace and cooperation between their units. "The Azumas will not forget this debt," Fubuki states, a payoff for all the support Tenka has provided. Yuuki and Himari watch the exchange, their own futures inextricably tied to these two formidable leaders. They can only hope that this new alliance brings more training than trouble. Fubuki turns toward them, her gaze sharp as she gives a new command. "Himari, you two stay behind," she orders, causing the young girl to pause mid-step. She leans in with a look that promises a very long night of hard work. "We have to practice what you did earlier," Fubuki explains, already planning her next move for their development. Himari's face lights up with a mixture of excitement and dread. The moment she becomes head of the household, she's all commands, she notes, but she wouldn't have it any other way. She pumps her fist into the air, her voice echoing through the courtyard as the sun finally sets. "Fine by me," she shouts, ready to face whatever trials her new head has in store. The sky is a brilliant, clear blue, the sun hanging high above a world that has no idea what is about to descend upon it. Peace is a fragile thing, and the silence of the clouds is often the prelude to a storm. A dark, winged silhouette begins to take shape against the blinding light of the sun. It's a presence that doesn't belong in the sky, a mystery that is slowly revealing itself to the world below. A single feather drifts downward, caught in a gentle breeze as it wafts toward the earth. It is a sign, a small and seemingly insignificant omen of a power that dwarfs everything the Azumas have fought for today. High above, a winged entity watches with a look of predatory delight, her laughter carried away by the wind. "La," she sings, her presence a revelation of a new threat that is just beginning to unfold. She looks down at the sprawling human city, her eyes glowing with an ancient, terrifying curiosity. "So this is the human world," she muses, her arrival marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of a much more dangerous one. Elsewhere, in the quiet solitude of the baths, the sound of falling water is the only thing that breaks the silence. A figure stands under the spray, seeking a moment of peace after a day of high-stakes politics and power plays. Ren Yamashiro, the Supreme Commander, runs a hand through her long, dark hair, the water cascading down her flawless form. But her mind is far from peaceful, the memories of her recent actions burning like a slow fire. She grips her shoulder, her jaw tightening as a wave of frustration washes over her. "Every time I remember it, I get so angry," she mutters, the mystery of her inner turmoil finally coming to the surface. Her thoughts drift back to a specific moment, an image of herself that she finds both humiliating and intoxicating. "That reward I gave Yuuki Wakura," she whispers, the memory of her own vulnerability haunting her. The flashback is vivid, a scene of chaos and strange intimacy that defies everything she stands for. She remembers her body refusing to move, her vulnerability exposed to the very man she is supposed to command. The image of her own face, flushed and helpless, is burned into her mind's eye. It was a moment of absolute powerlessness, a consequence of a power she didn't fully understand. She remembers the weight of the moment, the way the world seemed to tilt as she fell into the reward she had promised. "Huh?" she had asked then, and the question still echoes in her mind now. Her memories take an even darker, more intimate turn, the sensation of touch returning with startling clarity. "Are you supposed to rub my belly too?" she recalls asking, the embarrassment of the memory still stinging like a physical blow. Yuuki's face, equally shocked and overwhelmed, appears in her mind. "The reward's still going on," he had said, a statement that had felt like both a promise and a threat to her composure. She remembers his hands, hesitant but driven by a force neither of them could control. "I gotta get this over with quick," he had thought, but the moment had stretched into an eternity of sensory overload. The physical sensations were overwhelming, a mixture of pleasure and shame that threatened to shatter her carefully constructed identity. "Ka!" she had groaned, the sound of her own weakness still ringing in her ears. The memory of his touch on her skin, the way her body responded despite her mental protests, is more than she can bear. She thinks, the silence in her mind more revealing than any words could be. She remembers the raw, primal feeling of being handled, the reward becoming something much more visceral and terrifying. "Erg!" she had cried out, her pride finally crumbling under the weight of the experience. Back in the present, Ren's eyes snap open, burning with a new and dangerous resolve. "He's an utter," she begins, the accusation hanging in the air like a death sentence. The image of Yuuki leaning over her, his hands on her body, is the final straw for the Supreme Commander. "Beast," she finishes, labeling him with the only word that justifies the way he made her feel. She stands in her private chambers, the luxury of the estate doing nothing to soothe her pride. "Next time, I'll show Yuuki Wakura who the real dog is," she vows, her plan for vengeance already taking shape. She picks up a simple leather collar, her fingers tracing the buckle with a cold, calculated intent. "For that, I ordered this," she says, the revelation of her next training session, promising a level of discipline Yuuki isn't prepared for. Ren holds the collar tight, her expression one of absolute, unyielding authority. "I, Ren Yamashiro, Supreme Commander of the Demon Defense Force, swear that I will discipline him," she declares, a chilling promise that marks the end of his freedom and the beginning of her absolute control. Night has fallen over the Azuma estate, the sounds of the banquet fading into a peaceful, exhausted silence. "Ha, nothing beats a bath at home," Yachiho sighs as she splashes into the water, a well-earned reward for a long day of fighting. She leans back against the stone, her mind wandering through the memories of their shared past. "You were always by my side when we were little, Yachiho. Was that because—" she begins, her thoughts drifting to a time before the battles began. The memory of a young Hamer looms in her mind, a shadow of the person she would eventually become. "You were protecting me from Hamer?" she asks, the mystery of their childhood dynamics slowly being unraveled. Yachiho's sister scoffs, her eyes closed as she enjoys the warm water. "HMPH, hardly, you were just a pain of a little sister," she retorts, though the lack of bite in her voice suggests otherwise. The two girls sit in the steam, the silence between them comfortable and worn from years of shared experiences. Some truths don't need to be said out loud to be understood. A soft, genuine "thank you" escapes Yachiho's lips, a simple payoff for all the years of unspoken protection she received. Her sister looks over, a rare moment of softness crossing her face before she can hide it behind a smirk. "Oh," she starts, but the words are lost to the steam. Yachiho smiles, the light of the moon reflecting in the bathwater as she looks at her sister. "One-chan," she says, a simple title that carries all the love and respect she has for the person who stood by her. But the sentimental moment is short-lived as Yachiho suddenly darts away, her energy returning with a vengeance. "Pew!" she shouts, zooming across the bath in a blur of motion. The water splashes against the side of the tub as she comes to a stop, the quiet of the night shattered by her playful antics. "Chapu," the water responds, a gentle reminder that even warriors need to act their age sometimes. Yachiho turns back with a wide, cheeky grin, her pigtails damp from the water. She looks like a different person than the soldier who was fighting for her life earlier today. The others can only laugh at her boundless spirit. "You're in an awfully good mood, Yachiho," Maya notes, while another sister calls out from the side, "Since it's been so long, please wash your big sister's back." Yachiho gives her sister a flat, unimpressed look, her playful mood suddenly evaporating. "Yeah, right," she mutters, her loyalty only extending so far when it comes to chores. Tovara adjusts her glasses, a sly glint in her eyes as she watches the younger girls bicker. She's a predator even in the bath, always looking for a way to manipulate the situation to her advantage. Without warning, a massive wave of water erupts from the center of the pool, nearly knocking Yachiho off her feet. "Enwa!" she screams as a dark, liquid shape begins to rise from the depths. A massive, watery hand grips Yachiho, lifting her into the air with terrifying ease. "Wild god of extremities, the Great One," someone announces, while Tovara simply laughs. That wasn't a question. The estate echoes with the sounds of chaos as the bath time takes a turn for the supernatural. "Don't use your abilities in here," a voice screams, a command that goes entirely unheeded by the grandmother. The grand roof of the bathhouse stands silent against the night sky, a stark contrast to the splashing and shouting occurring within its walls. Some traditions are harder to break than others. Elsewhere in the estate, Maya stands in a quiet hallway, her expression one of cold, focused determination. "I still haven't lost to Himari. I'll seduce the man staying here," she resolves, her plan for victory moving from the battlefield to the bedroom. She bursts into Yuuki's room, her clothes falling away in a sudden, dramatic display of intent. "And steal him away from her?" she shouts, a revelation that leaves the poor boy absolutely speechless. Maya pauses, the reality of her own actions finally catching up to her as she stands there in nothing but her boots. "Now that it comes down to it, this is embarrassing," she admits, her face turning a deep shade of red. But her pride won't let her back down now, not when she's come this far. "But here goes," she cries, lunging forward with a band that echoes through the quiet house. The room is empty, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. "He's not here," she screams, her grand plan foiled by a simple lack of presence. Tovara appears in the doorway, her eyes glowing with an annoying amount of amusement. "If you're looking for Himari and the boy, they went to a parallel space with Fubuki," she explains, watching Maya's frustration with glee. Tovara sighs, her youthful form looking particularly small in her school swimsuit. "And after I'd come to tease Yuuki Wakura. What a bore," she laments, her own plans for mischief ruined by Fubuki's diligence. She looks up with a sharp, calculating gaze, her mind already moving on to the next potential game. "Still," she muses, the mystery of her next move keeping everyone on edge. She sits on the floor, her legs tucked under her in a pose that looks far too innocent for a woman of her age and power. "She's totally got the body of a child," Maya notes, observing the strange consequence of Tovara's abilities. A close-up of Tovara's eyes reveals the cold, clinical truth of her existence. Tovara's ability, Azuma years, ephemeral, enables her to absorb life force, the narration explains, revealing the dark secret of her youth. The text continues to unravel the mystery of her power. She can revert to a youthful form by absorbing life force from flowers, she explains, a beautiful but parasitic method of survival. Tovara stands among the flora of the estate, her presence alone enough to make the flowers wither as she takes what she needs. It is a quiet, natural kind of violence that has sustained her for decades. But the power has its altruistic side as well as accelerate growth and healing by sharing the excess with others, the narration adds, showing that even a monster can be useful to the family. Tovara continues her healing work on the injured, her hands glowing with the stolen life force of the garden. It is a cycle of theft and charity that defines the Azuma way of life. Maya watches her grandmother with a look of pure, unadulterated awe. "What a monstrous ability," she whispers, realizing just how deep the roots of the Azuma power really go. Tovara glances back with a sharp, knowing glare that freezes Maya in her tracks. "You're thinking something rude, aren't you?" she asks, but Maya is quick with a frantic "no, never." The scene shifts to a remote, rocky island, the waves crashing against the white cliffs under a vast, empty sky. This is where the real work begins, far from the comforts of the estate. Fubuki stands on the shore, her spear planted firmly in the sand as she addresses her students. "You need to work on your tunnel vision in particular. And that covers what you lacked during the banquet, Himari," she lectures, her words cutting through the sound of the ocean. Himari looks up with wide, determined eyes, absorbing every bit of advice. "I'll keep that in mind," she says, while a masked warrior nearby offers a simple, thank you for your guidance. Fubuki's only response is a casual anytime. Suddenly, Fubuki lunges forward, her chain rattling with a sharp, metallic jangle. Let's continue. Try employing heavenward next, she commands, her sudden attack forcing an ah from the startled warriors. A blinding flash of light erupts from the group as the training reaches a fever pitch. This isn't just practice. It's an evolution, a sudden burst of power that changes the very air around them. The observers can only stare in shock as the reality of the situation hits them. No way, you activated his lending? One of them gasps, while Fubuki can only offer a surprised, oh my. A close-up of Fubuki's face reveals a new, dangerous curiosity dancing in her eyes. In that case, I might as well take a go at riding him, she says, her voice carrying a sultry, predatory weight. Himari's eyes go wide with a sudden, overwhelming panic as she realizes what her head is suggesting. Hold on, I'm in the middle of using Yuuki. If she borrows him now, does that mean? She stammers, the mystery of her future becoming a very crowded reality. She looks at her powerful relative, her heart racing as the consequences of this new arrangement sink in. Moth, Fubuki, and I are going to reward him together, she shrieks, the question of who really controls the slave left entirely to the imagination. In the clearing of the training grounds, Himari Azuma braces herself, sweat dripping from her brow as she prepares for the next onslaught. The air hums with the residual power of her transformation, but she's reaching her limit. My body feels so heavy, so this is how it feels to lend him out, Himari thinks, her eyes wide with shock. She hadn't realized that sharing the slave's power would take such a physical toll, yet she refuses to buckle. High above her, seated on the back of the massive beast, Kyoyuka Yuzin looks down with a calm, commanding gaze. Himari, are you up for some light sparring? Show me what you can do, she asks, her voice carrying the weight of a seasoned commander. The sudden challenge leaves Himari stunned for a fraction of a second, her mind racing to calculate the distance between her and her superior. It isn't just a test of strength, it's a test of her resolve under pressure. With a defiant roar, Himari digs her heels into the dirt, her competitive spirit reigniting. You bet, she shouts, lunging forward with a speed that defies her exhaustion. The battle is joined, and the sound of rapid-fire blows echoes through the forest as Himari launches a flurry of strikes. Kyoyuka maneuvers the slave monster with effortless grace, parrying every attempt with cold precision. Within the beast's mind, Yuuki feels the strain of his borrowed form. My strength and speed are somewhat reduced, he notes, feeling the drag of Himari's exhaustion affecting his own movements. Despite the handicap, Kyoyuka sees the opening before Himari can even register her own mistake. But, she murmurs, the beast beneath her tensing its muscles for a counteroffensive that will end the fight instantly. Himari's eyes go wide with terror as a massive fist hurtles toward her with the force of a falling mountain. She has no time to dodge, no time to block, only time to realize the sheer gap in their power. The impact is catastrophic, a shockwave rippling through the air as Himari is sent flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. She tumbles through the air, her vision spinning as the landscape becomes a blur of green and gray. Himari skids to a halt in the dust, gasping for breath as she looks up in disbelief. Did I just bounce off you? She cries out. Behind her, Kyoyuka watches with a sharp eye, noting, it's as if he's rubber. The commander's gaze shifts to a towering rock formation nearby, a monolith of solid stone that seems to pierce the sky. This was never just about a simple spar, it's about pushing the slave's limits to the absolute edge. Kyoyuka points her weapon toward the monolith, her eyes cold and calculating. Can you jump and destroy that rock? She commands. Beneath her, the beast lets out a low, guttural growl. Got it, Yuuki replies through the monster's throat. The beast crouches low, the earth beneath its massive paws cracking under the sudden buildup of kinetic energy. Every muscle in its body coils like a high-tension spring, ready to release a world of devastation. With a ground-shaking roar, the creature launches itself skyward, leaving a crater in the soil where it once stood. It's an impossible feat of acrobatics for a creature of its size, a blur of shadow moving against the bright sky. Himari watches from below, her neck craned back as she tracks the monster's trajectory. It's a sight that defies logic, Kyoyuka Yuzin riding a nightmare through the clouds toward the highest peak of the stone monolith. So high, Himari gasps, her own fatigue forgotten in the face of such raw, unadulterated power. She finally understands the true potential of the weapon Kyoyuka has forged from the boy who serves them. They reach the apex of the jump. Kyoyuka levels her spear, her hair whipping wildly in the wind. They aren't just falling, they are accelerating, gravity and muscle working in perfect, lethal harmony. The beast's arm pulls back, glowing with an internal heat as it prepares to deliver a blow that would shatter a fortress. This is the culmination of their training, a single moment where all their effort is focused into a point of destruction. They collide with the monolith like a meteor, the sound of splintering stone deafening as the upper half of the mountain simply disintegrates. Dust and debris rain down on the forest, a testament to the sheer violence of the impact. The monolith is transformed into a stump of jagged rock and rising smoke, the sheer force of the strike having pulverized the solid granite. The power on display is beyond anything Himari had imagined possible. In the chaos of the impact, Kyoyuka's voice rings out like a clarion call through Yuuki's mind. "Focus your strength into your arm for the last punch," she orders, demanding even more from a body already pushed past its breaking point. The beast delivers one final, crushing blow, and the remaining fragments of the monolith explode outward. The training ground is silenced, save for the sound of falling pebbles and the heavy breathing of those who remain. The dust settles. Kyoyuka looks back at the destruction with a satisfied nod. "The plasticity of your body can come in handy," she observes, noting how Yuuki absorbed the recoil that should have shattered his bones. Exhausted and trembling, Himari leans against a nearby tree, her stamina completely spent. This is tiring. It's making me crave something sweet," she mutters, her mind already shifting from the battle to the coming reward. The sun begins to set over the sprawling Azuma estate, casting long shadows across the traditional architecture. The intensity of the training has faded, replaced by the quiet, domestic peace of the evening. Inside the kitchen, Himari stares down at a jar of golden liquid with a mixture of relief and anticipation. "I see. So this is the reward this time around," she says, the sweetness of the honey already calling to her. Kyoyuka stands nearby, her posture relaxed but her presence still commanding. "I was wondering what was in store when my body headed for the kitchen. You must be exhausted," she says to Yuuki, who stands ready to serve. Himari doesn't hesitate, letting the thick, rich honey ooze onto her tongue, the sugar hit instantly revitalizing her drained nervous system. It's a moment of pure bliss after hours of grueling combat. But the reward quickly takes a more intimate turn as the bond between the slave and his masters demands a different kind of replenishment. In a moment of shared heat, the boundaries between them begin to blur. The physical contact is electric, a necessary exchange of energy that leaves all participants breathless. It's a ritual as old as their pact, a release of the tension built up during their life-and-death struggle. Afterward, Himari points a finger at Yuuki, her face flushed red with a mixture of embarrassment and lingering adrenaline. "You best be thankful," she barks, trying to regain her composure as Kyoyuka watches on with a knowing smile. Kyoyuka looks away, her expression softening as she considers the jar of honey. The training was successful, but the emotional cost of these sessions is something she must always monitor closely. The atmosphere in the room shifts again, becoming heavy with a new kind of expectation as Kyoyuka prepares to claim her own portion of the evening's recompense. She moves with a slow, deliberate grace that commands absolute attention. She looks directly at Yuuki, her gaze heavy with a desire that mirrors the intensity she displays on the battlefield. "Come," she says simply, an order that he is powerless to refuse. Yuuki stands frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes that the night is far from over. The commander's expectations are always high, and tonight will be no exception. Yuuki's eyes narrow, a wave of heat rising to his face as he tries to process the commander's directness. He's been through hell today, but the look in Kyoyuka's eyes tells him there's no room for fatigue now. Kaioyuka tilts her head slightly, her voice dropping to a low, seductive hum. It's your reward, she reminds him, turning the service he provides back into a gift intended for him alone. She steps closer, her presence overwhelming the small space. Go ahead, don't hold back, she whispers, encouraging him to embrace the animalistic side he so often suppresses. At any rate, Yuuki starts, his voice trailing off as he loses himself in the moment. The logic of the training grounds has no place here, replaced by a raw, undeniable chemistry. The reward won't end until I accept it, he realizes, finally allowing himself to lean into the connection. The weight of his duty and the pleasure of the reward finally become one and the same. Kaioyuka lets out a soft, satisfied sigh, her eyes closing as she enjoys the results of her labor. The boy she has tamed is becoming more than just a weapon. He is becoming the cornerstone of her strength. Her hand reaches out to touch him, her voice gentle but firm. Going forward, your training will get even tougher, she warns, her mind already planning the next set of challenges for him to overcome. Come to the Azuma estate as often as you like. I'll relieve you of your fatigue, she promises, offering him a sanctuary within the very place where he is pushed to his breaking point. The night deepens, the traditional garments are cast aside, the reality of their bond stripped of all pretense. It's a quiet moment of vulnerability in a world that demands they always be strong. Across the room, Himari throws her arms up in mock frustration, though her cheeks are still burning bright red. This just keeps going, she shouts, her voice echoing through the quiet house. Yuuki looks at her, startled by the outburst, while Kaioyuka simply laughs, a rare and genuine sound that catches them both off guard. The tension in the room finally snaps, replaced by a strange sense of camaraderie. That's the spirit, Himari, Kaioyuka says with a playful glint in her eye, clearly enjoying the chaos her commands have caused among her subordinates. Himari isn't backing down, her face inches from Yuuki's as she complains about his lack of decorum. How indecent can you be? She asks, even as Kaioyuka gently reminds her, Himari, be nice. And so, Yuuki and Himari's overtime training finally comes to a close under the watchful eye of their commander. It was a day of growth, pain, and unexpected rewards, leaving them all changed in ways they don't yet understand. Meanwhile, in a desolate landscape of jagged peaks and swirling clouds, a different kind of gathering is taking place. The air here is thin and cold, far removed from the warmth of the Azuma estate. Two figures stand on a high ledge, their silhouettes dwarfed by the massive stone arches that span the canyons. They move with a quiet confidence that suggests they are the masters of this harsh terrain. The shorter figure, a young woman with a sharp, intelligent face, finishes her report. And that's the report on Yuuki for this week, she says, her eyes fixed on her companion. Tenka Izumo, the commander of Unit 6, erupts into a boisterous laugh, her energy filling the desolate space. Ah ha ha, my little brother's as cool as ever, she beams, her pride in Yuuki evident in every word. The reporter sighs, her expression softening. You've helped me out in so many ways, Tenka, even though you'd be in danger if you were exposed, she says, acknowledging the risks the commander is taking. Tenka turns to her, a rare look of sincerity crossing her face. Even so, thank you, she replies, her usual brashness replaced by a moment of quiet gratitude. The reporter watches her go, a wistful look in her eyes. Sister, she whispers to the wind, the bond between them stretching across the miles that separate their duties. Back at the estate, the atmosphere remains light and playful as the girls bask in the afterglow of their successful training session. It's a moment of peace they've earned through blood and sweat. Far away, in the heart of the city, a towering skyscraper reaches for the stars, its glass facade reflecting the lights of the metropolis. This is Shueisha, the heart of the media world and the site of tomorrow's mission. A taxi pulls up to the curb and a woman steps out into the night. Okay, good work today. Tomorrow you have an interview and filming at Shueisha. I'll send you the schedule again later, a voice says from inside the car. The woman, the famous actress Shiki Kawabata, waves goodbye with a tired smile. I'll take a bath first, she sings to herself, unaware that she is being watched from the shadows of the nearby alleyways. Inside her luxury apartment, The sound of running water fills the bathroom as Shiki prepares to wash away the stress of her day. The steam rises, obscuring the room in a warm, white mist. Shiki hums a cheerful tune as she steps under the spray, her eyes closed in relaxation. She feels safe here, protected by the high-tech security of her building and the anonymity of her fame. Suddenly, a cold voice pierces through the sound of the shower. "Well, well, aren't you gorgeous?" it sneers. Shiki's eyes snap open, her heart leaping into her throat as she realizes she is no longer alone. She turns around, clutching her towel to her chest, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The silhouette of a figure stands just outside the glass, a dark shadow in the middle of her sanctuary. The bathroom door rattles as the intruder begins to move, the sound of heavy footsteps echoing against the tile. Shiki realizes with mounting dread that her security has failed her completely. The steam begins to clear, revealing the true nature of the threat. It isn't a fan or a stalker. It's something far more ancient and far more dangerous than anything Shiki has ever encountered. Shiki looks up, her face pale with terror as the creature looms over her. Her voice is gone, her body frozen by a fear that transcends the physical world. The monster looms, its shadow stretching across the wall like a dark omen. It has come for her, and there is no one left to hear her screams. The creature reveals itself as a being of fluid shadow and jagged edges, its very existence a violation of the natural order. It has passed through the barriers as if they were nothing more than paper. The monster's head tilts, its eyes glowing with a predatory light. "You've passed the first round of screening to be my prey?" It hisses, its voice a cacophony of scratching nails and wet leather. Shiki slams her back against the shower wall, her eyes wide as she looks for any way to escape. "Eek!" she cries out, but the sound is swallowed by the creature's overwhelming presence. "Whoa now," the monster says, its form shifting and warping as it closes the distance between them. It moves with a terrifying, unnatural grace that suggests it is playing with its food. A single white feather drifts through the air, a strange and delicate contrast to the violence of the scene. It lands softly on the floor, unnoticed by either the predator or the prey. Shiki's body goes limp as a strange energy washes over her, her strength deserting her in an instant. "Shikokuni wouldn't want me to cause a scene," the monster murmurs, its voice now strangely melodic. The actress falls to the floor, her consciousness fading into a dark, bottomless void. She has been taken, removed from her world as easily as a pawn from a chessboard. The creature, now disguised in a more human-like form, licks its lips with a chilling sense of anticipation. The hunt is just beginning, and the city has no idea what is coming for it. Summer has finally arrived in full force, the late August heat shimmering over the white sands of the beach. It's a day of respite for the members of Unit 7, a chance to be normal teenagers before the war calls them back. Shashu Suruga stands on the boardwalk, her sunglasses on and a confident smile on her face. "Summer has arrived," she declares, her energy as bright as the sun overhead. Ni looks at her with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean? It's almost over," she points out, but Shashu just laughs and strikes a pose. "Nope, my summer starts now. It's been so long since we've had a break. Let's play to our heart's content today." Yuki stands by, holding drinks for everyone while the girls discuss their plans. "By the way, have you forgotten which squad you're in?" one of them asks playfully. "I'm on my break," another retorts, clearly enjoying the lack of discipline. Young Ni is the most excited of them all, hoisting a giant watermelon-themed inner tube over her head. "The inner tube's ready," she shouts, her braids bouncing with every step. The group charges toward the surf, their laughter mingling with the sound of the crashing waves. "All right, let's go swimming, Ni," Shashu calls out, her competitive edge now directed at having the most fun possible. Shashu stops for a moment, looking out at the horizon with a thoughtful expression. This is what they are fighting for, these moments of peace, these days of sun and laughter that feel like they could last forever. The girls wade into the water, their swimsuits catching the light as they splash one another. They look like any other group of vacationers, their deadly skills hidden beneath the surface of their joyful play. Shashu watches her teammates with a mix of admiration and a touch of envy. "They've got such rocking bodies," she thinks, her face flushing as she compares herself to the more developed commanders. Her mind wanders back to the other units she's seen. And that Commander Izo I saw before was a total babe too, she recalls, the pressure to be as impressive as the leaders weighing on her even on her day off. Yuki calls out to her, snapping her out of her reverie. "Let's go play, Yuki," she shouts back, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the deeper water. Deep down, Shushu's drive hasn't diminished at all. "I'm not backing down yet, what I lack in combat strength compared to the commanders. I'll make up for in skill and drive," she vows to herself. The game is on, and Shushu leaps through the air to catch a beach ball, her movements sharp and athletic even in the shifting sand and surf. She's giving it her all, treating the beach like a secondary training ground. Yuki and Ni join in, the trio creating a whirlwind of activity that draws the eyes of other beachgoers. It's a perfect day, the kind of memory that will keep them going when the nights get long and the battles get hard. Sahara joins the fray, her laid-back attitude a perfect counterpoint to Shushu's intensity. They splash and dive, the cool water a welcome relief from the baking heat of the afternoon sun. Underwater, the world is silent and blue, a temporary escape from the noise of the beach. Shushu swims with an effortless grace, her eyes open as she watches the light filter down through the waves. The day begins to wind down. Shushu finds herself alone with Yuki near the beach showers. The playful mood of the afternoon has shifted into something a bit more quiet and personal. The sound of the shower is a steady, rhythmic pulse against the wooden stalls. Shushu waits just outside, her heart beating a little faster than it should be as she contemplates her next move. Inside, Yuki is rinsing off the salt and sand, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. "Hiya, that was fun," he says to himself, his mind still filled with the images of the day's laughter. He leans his head back against the cool tile. "I hope we can cure my sister soon, so we can hang out like today," he muses, his thoughts always returning to the family he lost. Suddenly, a pair of hands reach out from the shadows, covering his eyes and cutting off his vision. A playful, familiar voice whispers in his ear, "Guess who?" Yuki jumps, nearly slipping on the wet floor. "Shushu-chan," he gasps, recognized her touch instantly. He can feel the heat of her presence behind him, a proximity that makes his head spin. Shushu's eye peers through the gap in the stall, a mischievous glint shining in her gaze. She's decided that today is the day she'll finally get a real reaction out of him, no matter the cost to her dignity. She steps into the stall, leaning against him with a confident smirk. "You knew it was me right away," she teases, her voice low and intimate. Yuki is trapped, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. "What is it?" he stammers. Shushu's eyes sharpen, her power beginning to hum beneath her skin. "Time to pull out my new skill?" she thinks, her determination overriding her embarrassment as she prepares for a demonstration. "Use paradigm shift on a single part of my body." She concentrates, focusing all her energy into a single, localized transformation. It's a high-level technique she's been practicing for weeks. "So only my chest will get bigger." She completes the shift, her body warping under the influence of her will. The results are immediate and dramatic, designed to catch Yuki completely off guard. The proximity is undeniable now, and Yuki is forced to face the full weight of Shushu's improvement. "I was waiting for the shower," he stammers, his eyes darting everywhere but at the girl in front of him. Shushu pouts, leaning even closer until they are almost touching. "But you were taking so long," she complains, her playful tone masking the fluttering of her own heart. Yuki is at his limit, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to maintain some semblance of order. He manages to squeeze out, but the words fail him completely as he realizes he's totally outmatched. With a sudden burst of energy, Yuki bolts from the shower stall, his face a mask of pure panic. "Sorry about that, I just finished." He shouts over his shoulder as he sprints toward the safety of the changing rooms. Shushu watches him go, her hands balled into fists and her eyes burning with a competitive fire. "It's working, the vacation is having an effect on him. I've made a whole slew of romantic plans for today. You won't get away," she vows. The sun dips below the horizon, the sky turns a brilliant shade of orange and gold. The playful chaos of the afternoon is giving way to the quiet mystery of the evening, and Shashu's mission is far from over. Yuuki sits alone on the seawall, the rhythmic sound of the waves providing a soothing backdrop to his racing thoughts. He's finally had a moment to breathe, the cool evening air helping to clear his head. Shashu approaches him quietly, the brashness of the shower scene replaced by a softer, more genuine demeanor. She looks out at the ocean and sighs. "What a nice view," she says, her voice barely a whisper. Yuuki looks at her, surprised by the change in tone. "The scenery and motto's all the same, so seeing this is even more poignant," he observes. Shashu nods in agreement. "You can say that again." They sit together in silence for a long moment, the only sound the distant call of a gull and the constant pulse of the tide. "You know, watching the sunset together like this," Shashu begins, her courage finally catching up with her ambition. She turns to him, her eyes shining with an emotion she's spent all day trying to hide. "Feels like we're a couple," she says, her smile soft and vulnerable for the first time since they arrived at the beach. Yuuki is silent, his gaze fixed on her as the weight of her words sinks in. He sees her not as a fellow soldier or a teammate, but as a girl trying her hardest to reach out to him through the walls they've both built. He lets out a small, honest laugh. "Ah, I saw you had a lot more romance manga in your room. Is that why?" he asks, his teasing tone lacking any of the bite it usually carries. Shashu's face goes beet red as she looks away. "Huh, you noticed? It's because you said you weren't interested in them before," she stammers, her carefully constructed cool completely crumbling. Yuuki smiles, a warm and genuine expression that makes Shashu's heart skip a beat. "Yeah, well, I guess I'm getting to be that age," she admits, scratching the back of her head. Yuuki just chuckles. "Ah, I get it." He looks at her more closely, the fading light of the sun illuminating the fine lines of her face. "Lately, you've gotten even cuter, Shashu-chan," he says, the compliment catching her completely off guard. Shashu's eyes go wide, her whole world narrowing down to the boy sitting beside her. The impact of his words is greater than any physical blow she's ever taken, her heart swelling with a joy she can't even describe. The moment is shattered by the insistent buzzing of a phone in Yuuki's pocket. The digital world is intruding on their perfect sunset, a reminder that they are never truly free from their responsibilities. He pulls the device out and checks the screen, his expression immediately shifting back to professional seriousness. "Oops, it's time," he says, the magic of the evening evaporating in an instant. He stands up and begins to head back toward the estate. "I've gotta go train," he calls back over his shoulder, his duty calling him away before Shashu can say another word. Shashu stands frozen on the seawall, her hand half raised as if she could pull him back through sheer force of will. The sudden transition from romance to reality has left her feeling dizzy and disoriented. "Ah," she suddenly shouts, the realization of what just happened finally hitting her. She had him right where she wanted him, and then she let him slip away because she got distracted by her own feelings. She slumps forward, her mind replaying the day's failures in agonizing detail. "I blew my whole plan," she groans, her mental images of them holding hands and sharing drinks now feeling like a distant dream. She looks toward where Yuuki disappeared, a new kind of frustration boiling over. "Yucky, you devil of a man, I feel like this has happened before." She cries out to the empty beach, her summer ending on a very different note than she expected. Back at the training grounds, the night is alive with the sound of steel on steel. Yuuki is back in his slave form, his body a blur of shadow and power as he moves under Kyoyuka's command. He finishes a maneuver, Yuuki looks back at his commander. "Kyoyuka-san, let's use Heavenward," he suggests, eager to test the limits of his most powerful transformation. Kyoyuka shakes her head, her expression grim. "Think of it as a last resort. That technique is too draining. It reduces your efficiency. Your current form should be your standard," she explains, always prioritizing long-term survival over short-term gains. Yuuki looks at his massive claws, his brow furrowed in thought. But Kyoyuka cuts him off with a sharp look. "The way I see it," she begins, her voice taking on a professorial tone. "The reason why Heavenward couldn't best Fubuki wasn't due to lack of experience. Rather, That form had too much power for your body to handle, she clarifies, identifying the fundamental flaw in their greatest weapon. The realization hits Yuuki with the force of a thunderbolt. He had always assumed he just wasn't good enough, but Kaioyuka is suggesting that his own strength was working against him, tearing his body apart from the inside out. I see, okay. So if you train yourself, you'll be able to move about more freely even in heavenward form. Yuuki concludes, his optimism returning as he sees a clear path forward for their improvement. Kaioyuka nods and gestures for him to get into position. Today, I want to increase the variations to your long-range attacks, she says. Yuuki tilts his massive head in confusion. Long range. She points to an image of a winged enemy they encountered recently. One of the 8 thunder gods had wings. We need to account for an enemy who can fly, she reminds him, the threat of their ultimate enemies always lurking in the back of her mind. Yuuki considers the problem, his massive tail twitching as he thinks. Good point. Right now, all I'd be able to do is throw rocks. He admits. Kaioyuka smiles. I have an idea I want to test out. Let's warm up first. The beast's claws dig into the dirt, preparing for a high-speed sprint. Every session is a lesson, every movement a step toward the power they will need when the final battle truly begins. With a ground-shaking boom, the monster launches forward, its speed vastly superior to anything it displayed only a few weeks ago. Kaioyuka sits effortlessly on its back, her body perfectly synced with its movements. She watches the scenery blur past them, her eyes narrowing as she monitors the creature's vital signs. Something is different tonight, a subtle shift in the quality of the beast's power that she can't quite put her finger on. They are moving faster than ever, the air screaming past them as they tear through the training ground. Yuuki feels lighter, more responsive, as if the connection between his mind and his monstrous body has been refined into a single, seamless thread. Kaioyuka looks down at him, her voice filled with a mixture of wonder and concern. Have you always been able to reach this speed? While in my form, she asks, beginning to suspect that something unprecedented is occurring. The beast stops, its massive chest heaving as it catches its breath. Even Yuuki seems surprised by his own performance, his eyes wide as he looks back at the distance they covered in only a few seconds. I don't think that's all it is, Kaioyuka muses, her mind racing to connect the dots. She's seen this kind of exponential growth before, but never in a weapon as complex and volatile as the slave. She looks down at the chains that bind them together, the glowing links a constant reminder of the contract they share. She murmurs, a new theory beginning to take shape in her brilliant mind. Yuuki considers his own sensations. I've been in whirlwind form a lot lately, so my body feels lighter somehow. Maybe my muscles remember that speed? He suggests, trying to make sense of the change. Kaioyuka's eyes go wide as the pieces finally fall into place. Oh, she gasps, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. It isn't just about memory, it's about a permanent, fundamental change in Yuuki's very nature. She grips the chain tighter, her knuckles white with the intensity of her focus. Could it be? She whispers, her mind reeling from the implications of what she's discovered. She looks at the memories of his other forms, Iwatushi, Shining Star, Whirlwind, Human Bullet, Killer Fang, and Phoenix Wings. The truth becomes undeniable. As I continue to lend him out, his base form with me will get stronger, she realizes. Every time another girl uses him, Yuuki isn't just helping them, he's evolving into a god-slayer. The sun begins to set over the sprawling training facility, casting long shadows across the wooden architecture. Chapter 69, The Chains Grow Stronger. Inside, the atmosphere is quiet and intimate as Kaioyuka Yuzin leans over Yuuki Wakura. So the more you lend me out, the stronger my base form with you gets. Kaioyuka whispers as she carefully brushes his teeth, her expression focused and gentle. She continues her explanation, noting that his muscles are learning the merits of each new form. Lending you out has become even more consequential, she adds, looking down at him with an unreadable gaze. A sudden silence falls between them as Kaioyuka pulls back, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looks away. The toothbrush clatters into a cup, breaking the stillness of the room. Yuuki looks up at her, confused by the sudden shift in mood. Sweat beads on his forehead as he waits for her to speak. Kaioyuka turns her back to him, her posture stiffening. But in that case, she begins, her voice trailing off as she contemplates the weight of their connection. She looks back over her shoulder, her expression softened by a flicker of uncertainty. The domesticity of the moment belies the growing power between commander and slave. Yuuki clenches his fist, a determined smile breaking across his face. "There's all the more reason to keep lending me out," he declares with renewed energy. Kaioyuka's eyes widen, caught off guard by his enthusiasm. A small blush creeps onto her cheeks, mirroring the heat of the sunset outside. She turns away again, her long hair flowing behind her as she moves toward the door. The tension is palpable, a mix of duty and something far more personal. She pauses at the threshold, a faint, rare smile gracing her lips. It's a moment of quiet realization, he's truly committed to her. She steps out of the room, she leaves Yuuki with a final, cryptic thought. "Maybe," she whispers softly, the word hanging in the air like a promise. Yuuki stands alone in the hallway, looking after her with a mix of wonder and determination. He knows their path is only getting more difficult. The scene shifts to the coastline, where the moon hangs high over the shimmering ocean waves. The sound of the surf rhythmically crashing against the sand fills the night air. On the beach, a lone figure is silhouetted against the white sand, pushing himself to the limit. Yuuki is training, his body a blur of movement under the moonlight. He gasps for air, sweat pouring down his face as he continues his grueling workout. HFF, HFF. The physical toll is immense, but his mind is elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the Demon Defense Force headquarters, the Japanese flags snap in the wind under a dark, heavy sky. A high-level meeting is about to take place. Inside the grand conference hall, the commanders of the various squads sit around a massive table. "Today, we shall all," one of them begins, setting a grim tone for the assembly. Ren Yamashiro, the commander of the 10th Squad, looks down from her seat with an icy authority. "Take a ride on Yuuki Wakura," she commands, leaving Himari shocked by the directness of the order. Yuuki sits on the floor, surrounded by the powerful women of the Anti-Demon Corps. "Lie down there, Yuuki Wakura," a voice instructs him, giving him no choice but to comply. One by one, the commanders begin to utilize him in his slave form. Shashan Suruga perches on his back, her expression one of curious experimentation. The 10th Squad's vice commander, Myra Mamino, lands heavily onto him next. The sheer weight of their collective power is a physical burden he must bear. Fuyu sticks to him as well, her smaller frame adding to the bizarre pylon. Yuuki grunts under the pressure, his face pressed against the carpet. Yakumo Siko, the 9th Squad commander, plops down with a mischievous wink. She seems to be enjoying the exercise far more than the others. Another commander leans down, resting her chin on her hands as she stares into Yuuki's eyes. The intimacy of the situation is overwhelming, even in his transformed state. The commanders continue to find their places, using Yuuki as a literal foundation for their meeting. He is the anchor for the most powerful warriors in Japan. Kaioyuka watches with a dark scowl, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. The sight of her slave being utilized by the other commanders clearly strikes a nerve. Ren Yamashiro looms over him, her presence more crushing than any physical weight. "Thum," she seems to radiate power as she stares down at the exhausted Yuuki. Suddenly, the image shatters as Kaioyuka bolts upright with a gasp, her eyes wide with shock. The dream was all too vivid. She sits in her bed, breathing heavily, the sheets tangled around her. Ha, ha! The wooden walls of the cabin are a stark contrast to the grand hall of her nightmare. Beside her, the other girls of the 7th Squad sleep soundly, unaware of their commander's sudden awakening. Kaioyuka wipes the sweat from her brow, trying to steady her heart. She clutches her head, her face burning with embarrassment. "What a ridiculous dream," she mutters to herself, unable to shake the lingering images. Unable to return to sleep, she heads down to the shore. The moon reflects on the dark water, the sound of the tide providing a lonely soundtrack to her thoughts. Kaioyuka walks slowly along the water's edge, her long hair blowing in the cool night breeze. She is searching for clarity in the vastness of the ocean. She stops and looks out at the horizon, her expression filled with a quiet melancholy. Why? She asks the emptiness, her voice barely a whisper. Why does my chest ache so much? She presses a hand to her heart, struggling with feelings she has long suppressed for the sake of her duty. She hears a familiar sound in the distance, the rhythmic thud of movement. Her eyes sharpen as she focuses on a figure further down the beach. It's Yuuki. Even at this hour, he is relentlessly training, his silhouette performing push-ups in the sand. HFF, HFF. Yuuki looks up, surprised to see her standing there. Kyoyuka-san, he gasps out, his eyes reflecting the moonlight. Kyoyuka stands tall, her vulnerability instantly replaced by her commander persona. She walks toward him as he stands up, dusting the sand from his clothes. Perfect timing, he exclaims, while she simply asks, for what? Yuuki takes a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. It's about lending me out. I've made a decision, he tells her firmly. Kyoyuka watches him intently, her eyes searching his face for any sign of hesitation. She waits for him to continue, her heart racing faster than she'd like to admit. Yuuki looks down at his shoes for a moment, gathering his courage. The stakes of this conversation feel higher than any battle they've fought together. He looks back up, his eyes burning with conviction. I don't want this after all, he shouts, his voice echoing across the quiet beach. Kyoyuka freezes, her breath hitching in her throat. The rejection hits her harder than she expected, her mind racing to process his words. Yuuki continues, stepping closer to her. It's one thing if it's an emergency, but normally I want to keep pairing up with you, Kyoyuka-san, just like we've been doing. He admits that at first, the idea of getting stronger through others didn't sit well with him. I thought it was necessary, but it just didn't sit well with me, he confesses, his voice softening. He shouts again, his passion undeniable. Whether it's for regular missions or the most important battles, I want it all to be with you. Yuuki stands tall before her, his spirit shining through. I can only do what I do, because of you, Kyoyuka-san, he declares, leaving her momentarily speechless. Kyoyuka's face softens, a genuine smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. The ache in her chest begins to fade, replaced by a warmth she can't ignore. She tries to play it cool, looking away. Anyway, the enhancements from lending are pretty meager. I didn't even notice until you brought it up. Yuuki. Suddenly, she lunges forward, grabbing him by the front of his shirt. And more than anything, it's when training with you that I usually... She starts, her voice filled with a sudden surge of intensity. She pulls him into a tight, aggressive embrace. Well said, she shouts, her eyes flashing with a predatory joy that both terrifies and excites him. She leans in close to his face, her smile widening into something almost manic. That's why you're my slave, she declares, reclaiming her authority with fierce pride. Yuuki beams back at her, his face flushed with happiness. Yeah, he shouts, completely swept up in her energy. They are a team, bound by more than just a chain. The moonlight illuminates the beach as Kyoyuka prepares for their next step. All right, let's do some special training. We're gonna develop a new technique. She pulls a heavy iron chain from her side, the links jangling loudly in the quiet night. This is the source of her power, the physical manifestation of their bond. Yuuki, now in his powered-up slave form, stands ready as Kyoyuka holds the chain taut. A bundle of bamboo poles stands as their target in the sand. This chain manifests with my ability, Kyoyuka explains, her eyes narrowing as she focuses her energy. The air around her seems to vibrate with power. She steps forward, her sandals sinking into the sand. Now that I'm more accustomed to Yuuki, I should be able to extend it, she reasons, her plan taking shape. With a sudden, violent motion, she lashes out with the chain. It snakes through the air with a loud jangle, moving faster than the eye can follow. Yuuki watches in awe as the chain extends far beyond its normal length, his eyes wide as he senses the new potential of their power. The chain wraps around the bamboo poles with incredible speed, binding them together in a tight, unbreakable grip. Kyoyuka stands perfectly still, her control absolute. She yanks the chain back with a powerful pull. The bamboo poles are shredded instantly, pieces of wood flying in every direction as the force of the attack is unleashed. Kyoyuka calls out his name as she continues the demonstration. Yuuki, she is testing the limits of what they can achieve when they work in perfect sync. Yuuki roars in response, his body surging with the energy she is channeling through the chain. The power is exhilarating, a raw force that demands to be used. The bamboo target is completely obliterated, reduced to splinters by the sheer overwhelming force of the combined attack. The sand is kicked up in a cloud, obscuring the scene for a moment. The dust settles, Kyoyuka looks at the destruction with a satisfied grin. I can see this, being applied in lots of ways, she says, her tactical mind already analyzing its uses. Yuuki looks back at her, his breathing heavy but his spirit high. They have found a new way to fight, a technique that will make them even more formidable. The scene fades to the dark, starry sky over the facility. The night is quiet once more, but the air is still charged with the energy of their training. Lights flicker inside the dormitory as the squad settles in for the night. But for Kyoyuka and Yuuki, the night is far from over. Inside the room, Kyoyuka leans over Yuuki, her eyes glowing with a strange intensity. Reward in progress, the sign on the door would say if they had one. She leans in closer, her intentions clear. She begins to lick his neck, the intimate act catching him completely off guard. You did well tonight, Yuuki. Your range of action has increased, she murmurs against his skin. Yuuki's face turns bright red, his body jolting at her touch. I'll keep doing my best, he stammers out, his heart pounding against his ribs. Kyoyuka stops and looks at him, her eyes filled with a softness he rarely sees. She reaches up and gently cups his face, her fingers grazing his skin. They stare at each other in the dim light, the world around them fading away. The intensity of their connection is undeniable, a bond that goes deeper than commander and slave. Yuuki looks back at her, his eyes searching hers. He sees the strength, the determination, and the hidden vulnerability that makes her who she is. He leans in, and their lips meet in a soft, tentative kiss. It's a moment of pure connection, a realization of the feelings they have both been struggling to name. Suddenly, a loud, jarring sound echoes through the facility. Boo, huonk, the blare of a horn shatters the silence of the room. They both pull apart, looking around in shock. The conch shell? Kyoyuka asks, her voice filled with immediate concern. The romantic moment is instantly forgotten as duty calls. Yuuki's face drains of color as he realizes the significance of the sound. One blow of the conch shell, that means an urgent situation, he says, his voice shaking slightly. He reaches for his phone, which is vibrating frantically on the table. The screen is filled with notifications, all signaling a major emergency. He stares at the phone in disbelief. It blew 3 times, he whispers, the realization of the danger hitting him like a physical blow. Kyoyuka looks away, her jaw set in a grim line. She knows what this means. The threat they have been preparing for is finally here. She looks back at him, her eyes burning with a fierce light. That means, it's the 8 thunder gods, she declares, her voice filled with a grim determination. The scene shifts to the grand headquarters of the Demon Defense Force, the home base of the 10th Squad. The imposing building stands under a dark, ominous sky. Yuuki walks alone down a long, brightly lit hallway, his expression one of quiet contemplation. The weight of the impending battle is already beginning to settle on his shoulders. He stops, looking around with a confused expression. I could have sworn the bathrooms. This way, he mutters to himself, momentarily lost in the sprawling facility. He pauses, a strange sensation washing over him. He feels as if he's being watched, the hair on the back of his neck standing up. He turns around quickly, searching the empty hallway for any sign of another person. But there is only silence and the sterile glow of the overhead lights. A figure is hidden in the shadows, leaning against the brick wall. A woman in a dark, hooded cloak watches him intently, her eyes narrowing as she observes his every move. Yuuki spots her and stops, his posture stiffening. He begins, unsure of who she is or why she is following him. The woman doesn't say a word, she simply steps back into a room and disappears. Can I help you? Yuuki calls out, but there is no response. He rubs the back of his neck, a sense of unease growing within him. That was the commander of the 8th Squad, he realizes, remembering her distinctive appearance. He looks back at the empty doorway, a dark, swirling energy beginning to manifest around the edges. Something is not right, he can feel it in his very bones. The 8th Squad commander stares at him from the shadows, her expression filled with a cold, calculating intensity. She seems to be evaluating him, weighing his worth as a warrior. Yuuki continues down the hall, his face etched with worry. Does she have something against me? He wonders, his mind racing with possibilities. He walks past another doorway, his thoughts still preoccupied with the mysterious commander. He is so focused on her that he doesn't notice the danger approaching from his other side. A pair of hands suddenly reaches out from the shadows, moving with a supernatural speed. Yuuki doesn't even have time to react before they are upon him. He is violently yanked into the room, his feet leaving the floor as he is dragged into the darkness. Gaba yank! The sound of the struggle is muffled by the closing door. Inside the room, he is pinned against the wall by Yakumo Siko. Been a while, she shouts with a manic grin, her face inches from his. Yakumo-san, Yuuki gasps out, completely overwhelmed by her sudden appearance. She continues to tease him, her hands wandering as she leans in close. How about you let me borrow you again, Slave-chan? She asks mischievously. Yuuki struggles to break free, his face turning beet red. Only if it's necessary. I'm sticking with Kyoyuka-san normally. Yakumo ignores his protests, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Why don't we fly to a hot spring in Hokkaido? I'll show you the way, she suggests, her imagination already running wild. Yuuki's eyes bulge in shock. That's so far. She leans in even closer, her hand resting provocatively on his chest. Of course, I'll give you, she whispers, her voice filled with a mock-seductive tone that leaves him completely flustered. A proper reward, she finishes, her eyes locking onto his. Yuuki is speechless, his mind reeling from the sheer absurdity of the situation. Before she can do anything else, Yuuki makes a desperate break for it. I'm going to the bathroom, pardon me, he shouts, sprinting away as fast as his legs can carry him. Ah, he ran away, Yakumo calls after him with a laugh. Yuuki locks himself in a stall, leaning against the door with a sigh of relief. Ja, flush. The sound of the toilet is the only thing that can drown out the sound of his racing heart. When he finally emerges, he is met by Tenka Izumo. Hey there, she says with a friendly wave. Tenka-san, Yuuki responds, his voice still a bit shaky from his encounter with Yakumo. Tenka looks at him with a warm, knowing smile. Where are you going, Yuuki-kun? She asks, her voice calm and reassuring. Yuuki tries to regain his composure. Back to the conference room, he tells her, hoping to find some sense of order in the middle of the chaos. Tenka points in the opposite direction. That's the long way, she notes, her eyes twinkling with amusement at his obvious confusion. She continues to watch him with that same warm smile, her eyes filled with a quiet affection. She seems to genuinely enjoy his company, even in the midst of an emergency. She reaches out and takes his hand. Come with me, you might run into dangerous characters if you go alone, she tells him, her voice filled with a mock seriousness. Thank you, Yuuki responds, grateful for her guidance. They walk together down the hallway, their chibai forms a stark contrast to the serious nature of their mission. I'll take the lead, Tenka says with a wink, while Yuuki simply follows, still trying to make sense of everything that has happened. Back in the conference hall, Himari Fuyu and an older commander wait for the meeting to begin. Their expressions are serious, a reflection of the weight of the situation. Mayura Mamino stands nearby, her arms crossed and her face a mask of cool detachment. She is ready for whatever challenge lies ahead. Shushan Suruga looks on with a concerned expression, her eyes filled with a quiet anxiety. The threat of the 8 thunder gods is a heavy burden for all of them to bear. Yakumo Siko sits with a thoughtful expression, her mischievousness momentarily replaced by a more tactical mindset. She knows the importance of the upcoming battle. The meeting is finally underway. The commanders sit around the massive table, their faces illuminated by the glow of a large screen at the front of the room. Tenka Izumo watches from the sidelines, her expression serious and focused. She is ready to do her part to protect their world. Kyoyuka Yuzin looks on with a fierce determination, her eyes burning with a cold, unwavering light. She will not let the 8 Thunder Gods succeed. Another commander watches the screen with a grim expression, her jaw set in a hard line. The danger they are facing is greater than anything they have ever encountered. The 9th Squad commander looks down with a calm, stoic expression. She is ready for battle, her spirit unshakable even in the face of such overwhelming odds. Ren Yamashiro appears on the large screen, her image flickering slightly. Ren-sama is calling in remotely from Washington. I will now explain the emergency summons, an assistant announces. A map of Yokohama City appears on the screen, several locations highlighted with red dots. In the last few days, a number of women have gone missing in Yokohama City, Ren explains, her voice grave. Images of the missing women appear on the screen. They are all young and seemingly chosen at random, their disappearances a complete mystery. More photos are shown, the list of victims growing longer with each passing second. The scale of the kidnappings is truly alarming. Ren snaps her fingers, her expression hardening. A related crime? Or at least they were, she says, hinting at a far more sinister motive behind the disappearances. An image of a mysterious figure appears on the screen. Then this figure showed up on a surveillance camera, Ren says. The figure is a woman in a long, flowing white dress, her hair reaching down to her feet. The commanders look at the image in shock. One of the 8 Thunder Gods, Himari exclaims, while Shushan adds, I've never seen her type before. Kyoyuka's hair suddenly twitches, her senses alerting her to a sudden change in the atmosphere. She passed through a crack in the building and vanished, Ren continues, her voice filled with a cold urgency. Kyoyuka looks at the screen with a sharp, focused gaze. She has the ability to pass through objects, she asks, her mind already analyzing the new threat. Tenka looks on with a concerned expression. Is she using this ability to kidnap these women? She wonders, her voice filled with a quiet dread. The 9th Squad commander speaks up, her voice calm and authoritative. If the 8 Thunder Gods are behind this, then it's a job for the Demon Defense Force. Shushan looks down, her hands clenched in her lap. All the Shuki that have entered the human world so far have just gone on a rampage, she notes, the situation becoming even more confusing. Kyoyuka's eyes flash with a fierce light. That's all the more reason why we need to wipe them out as soon as possible, she declares, her voice filled with a grim determination. Ren looks at them from the screen, her expression unwavering. Let's deal with this one first. We'll send a subjugation team to the human world to work with the police and take down the enemy, she orders. Ren points a finger toward the group. There's a passage in Yokohama. Your squad is in charge? Myra, she says, placing the responsibility on the 10th Squad's vice commander. Myra Mamino stands up from her seat, her expression cold and determined. You got it, she says, her voice filled with a sharp, uncompromising energy. Ren continues her briefing, her image looming over the assembly. Keep your team small. We can't afford to leave Motto understaffed. In that case, she begins, her plan taking its final shape. Myra looks at the screen with a confident smirk. I can easily crush him. On my own, she declares, her belief in her own power absolute. Himari looks at her with wide, admiring eyes. So cool, she whispers, completely captivated by Myra's strength and confidence. Shushan, on the other hand, is squealing with delight. Eek, Mira-sama, you're hella awesome, she shouts, her excitement a sharp contrast to the serious nature of the mission. Yakumo Siko jumps up, her hand raised high. Me, Yakumo-sen will come with you, she shouts, her energy as boundless as ever, but Myra quickly shuts her down. I ain't gonna risk you blowing Yokohama away. Take another commander with you, Ren adds from the screen. Myra spins her commander's hat on her finger with a casual, confident motion. The one who'll dance with me, she begins, her eyes scanning the room for the right partner. With a sudden, lightning-fast motion, she throws her hat across the room. By zip! The hat slices through the air with incredible speed, a blur of dark material. The hat is caught in midair by a single hand. Bashi catch! The impact of the catch creates a small shockwave, blowing the other commander's hair back. The hat is held firmly by Kyoyuka Yuzen. Is you, Kyoyuka, Myra finishes, her choice finally revealed. Kyoyuka looks at her with a steady, unflinching gaze, ready for the mission. Kyoyuka puts the hat on her own head, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity. "Just what I was hoping for," she says, her voice filled with a cold, unwavering determination. The older commander looks at Ren with a concerned expression. "Will we be okay, with the commanders of both the Ogre Gate and the Reverse Ogre Gate away?" she asks. "The others will fill in for them. They've been trained for such situations," Ren responds confidently. Tenka looks on with a serious expression, her thoughts already on the challenges that lie ahead. "She's right. It won't be a problem," another commander adds, their collective confidence a powerful shield against the darkness. The older commander nods slowly, her expression still grim but accepting of the plan. She knows that they have no other choice but to trust in their warriors. Myra stands before the group, her voice filled with a final, commanding energy. "Once this meeting's over, we're outta here," she declares, the mission finally underway. Kyoyuka stands beside her, her spirit as fierce as ever. "Right, we won't let them do as they please a minute longer," she shouts, her voice echoing through the conference hall. Yuuki watches them, his expression one of quiet determination. The next battle will be in the human world, he realizes, the stakes of their mission becoming more real with each passing second. The scene shifts to a grand, abandoned mansion in Yokohama. A notice of closure sign hangs on the gate, the building's silent architecture a stark contrast to the city's bustling lights in the distance. Inside the mansion, several large, monstrous shuki loom in the darkness. A central figure, a woman in a white dress, carries a limp body over her shoulder, her every step accompanied by a loud, metallic clack of the floorboards. She drops the body onto the cold floor with a heavy thud. "Here's another one to store," she says, her voice filled with a chilling, detached calm. The victim is one of the missing women, her face etched with a silent terror. One of the shuki, a creature with multiple eyes and a sharp, insect-like face, hisses in response. Sha hiss. It seems to be guarding the room, its presence a constant threat to anyone who would dare to enter. A strange, semi-transparent material suddenly flows across the floor, moving toward the victim. Bishu BSSHT? It seems to be some kind of organic substance, its movements fluid and unnatural. The material begins to wrap itself around the woman's body, its grip tight and uncompromising. GRRK, she is being cocooned, her body being prepared for some unknown, sinister purpose. The camera pans up to reveal dozens of other women, all suspended from the ceiling in similar cocoons. They hang like macabre decorations, their faces visible through the translucent material. "Luhaha, I've almost reached the target amount," the mysterious woman laughs, her eyes sparkling with a dark, predatory joy. She looks up at her collection of victims, a hungry expression crossing her face. "And I'm getting hungry," she adds, her voice a chilling promise of the horror to come. The stage is set for a battle that will determine the fate of them all. Yokohama stretches out beneath a bright afternoon sun, its towering skyscrapers masking the darkness that has begun to seep into the city's heart. Inside a secure facility, a laptop screen displays a surveillance shot of a girl hovering midair over the city. "It's just as we feared. She's the one behind the abductions," a voice confirms with grim certainty. DDF officers and local police gather around a long conference table, mapping out their next move. "We should be able to ascertain the victims' locations by tomorrow evening at the latest," one officer reports, while another adds, "which means they're still alive." A young detective narrows his eyes, his hand half raised as he processes the weight of the investigation. Partner looks on, the silent tension in the room growing heavier with every passing second. Kyoyuka Yuzun turns her sharp gaze toward the civilian authorities, setting the boundaries for the coming conflict. "The enemy isn't human. Please leave the combat and rescue to the Demon Defense Force," she orders firmly. Myra Kamyunt, commander of the 2nd Unit, leans in beside her. "We'll leave the tracking and perimeter to the police," she adds, her expression cold and focused. The police officers nod and begin to file out of the room, leaving the dirty work to the specialists. "We'll be in touch as soon as we have a lead," one calls back as the door closes. Once they're alone, Myra lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the enemy's power finally hitting home. Man, she can phase through stuff and fly too? What a pain, she grumbles, crossing her arms. Kaioyuka looks toward the window, her mind racing through the archives of Mado's history. That ability belonged to a humanoid Shuki the 8 Thunder Gods captured, she explains softly. The implications of that fact are chilling, suggesting a power far beyond a simple monster. If she's capable of using it, can she steal away others' abilities? That would explain the kidnappings, Kaioyuka muses. Myra flips through a stack of profiles, scanning the names of the missing. From the looks of the data, there ain't any outstanding ability users among the kidnapped, she notes, her brow furrowing. Kaioyuka remains silent, her eyes searching for the one detail they might have missed. Yuuki stands behind her, watching the two commanders navigate the complexities of a case that has the entire city on edge. Myra looks up from the files, her sharp eyes reflecting a mixture of boredom and lethal intent. The discussion winds down as the trio decides their best course of action is patience. They will wait for the police to provide the final coordinates before launching their assault. Outside, the Yokohama air cabin glides silently over the waterfront, carrying the DDF members high above the busy streets. Inside the gondola, Myra takes in the view as a tactical necessity. We'll take a circuit around Yokohama to get a lay of the land, she says, while Yuuki beams at the skyline, shouting, "This is my first time riding this." Myra reaches into her pocket and extends her hand toward Yuuki. "Here," she says simply. Yuuki takes the small candy with a bright smile. "Thank you," he chirps, catching Kaioyuka watching them from the side. Myra leans back, a small smirk playing on her lips. "Still walkin' round with sweets on you, eh? Bet you picked up that habit from Ryu-san," Kaioyuka observes, recognizing the familiar gesture. The curiosity gets the better of Yuuki as he unwraps the candy. "How long have you two known each other?" he asks, looking between the two commanders. Myra's gaze drifts to the passing buildings. "Since we joined the Demon Defense Force," she answers, her voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. She remembers her youth, a time of unbridled confidence and street brawls. "I was invincible in my old stompin' grounds of Okinawa. Figured I was the strongest with or without my ability," she recalls with a puff of her cheeks. Kaioyuka can't help but let out a small, triumphant smile. "Until you lost to me in a fistfight," she reminds her rival. Myra's face sours instantly as she grits her teeth. "Even though that ability of yours was a total flop," she mutters under her breath. Despite their clashing egos, their paths have always run parallel through the dangerous landscapes of Mado. And the two of us were assigned to the wildest zones in Mado, the Ogre Gate and Reverse Ogre Gate. We both became commanders at about the same time too, Myra explains. Yuuki lets out a nervous laugh, finally piecing together their dynamic. "So you're rivals," he says, realization dawning on him. A visible vein pops on Myra's forehead as her competitive spirit flares up at the mention of the word. She shifts her weight, her sandals scuffing against the floor of the gondola as she prepares to settle the score right here. Kaioyuka doesn't back down, leaning in with equal intensity as the air in the small cabin begins to crackle with tension. The two commanders press against each other, foreheads nearly touching, their rivalry threatening to boil over into a physical confrontation. They shout in unison, their voices echoing in the tight space. "The seat of Supreme Commander will be mine," Kaioyuka yells while Myra counters, "No, it'll be mine." Yuuki shrinks back into his seat, sweating as he watches the sparks fly between them. "There they go again," he sighs, realizing this is just another day on the job. But beneath the chaos, Yuuki feels a sense of duty toward these two powerful women. "Rivals on the same mission, huh? I have to help them out," he thinks, tightening his fist. Later, the group heads into the heart of Yokohama's Chinatown, the ornate gate standing as a threshold between the investigation and a much-needed break. They gather around a large round table piled high with steaming dishes. "This is delicious, Myra," Kaioyuka says between bites, as Myra scoffs, "HMPH, I figured you'd like the strong flavors." Suddenly, Myra's expression shifts from casual to dead serious as she focuses on Yuuki. "By the way, kiddo," she starts. Yuuki pauses with a spoonful of rice halfway to his mouth. Yes, he asks, his cheeks stuffed with food. Yuuki pauses with a spoonful of rice halfway to his mouth. Yes, he asks, his cheeks stuffed with food. Myra's gaze is steady, her voice low as she reveals her true motives for this partnership. The reason why I chose Kyoyuka wasn't to see which of us is superior, she admits. She takes a sip of her drink, her resolve hardening. It's 'cause I thought I could crush the enemy if I was with her, she adds, looking Yuuki straight in the eye. Yuuki listens intently as Myra clarifies the nature of their competition. We both wanna become Supreme Commander, but we're not gonna trip each other up to get there, she states firmly. She pours more water into her glass, the sound of the liquid the only noise in the quiet restaurant. So don't you go and overplay your hand either, she warns. Yuuki's eyes widen as he realizes Myra saw right through him. Trying to help Kyoyuka win, he thinks, the realization hitting like a physical blow. Kyoyuka continues to eat, her focus unwavering despite the heavy conversation. We put human lives first, she declares, her mouth full of noodles. Myra slams her hand on the table, her voice rising to a roar. That's the soul of the Demon Defense Force, got it, she demands as Yuuki stammers, yes, ma'am. Night begins to fall over the port, and a massive ocean liner sits docked, its dark hull reflecting the city lights. The trio walks along the waterfront, the salty breeze a sharp contrast to the heavy atmosphere of Chinatown. This place is so lively and hip, Yuuki observes, and Kyoyuka nods. Yeah, I like it too. They pass a mother patting her child's head, a simple moment of peace that serves as a reminder of what they're fighting to protect. Myra's expression darkens as she watches them, her jaw set in a hard line. I won't forgive, dirty sneaks, who go around abducting folks. She growls, her eyes burning with fury. They eventually retire to a high-rise hotel, the building standing like a monolith against the night sky. Inside, the sound of rushing water fills Kyoyuka's room as she washes away the day's grime under the shower. The steam swirls around her as Kyoyuka stands under the spray, her thoughts still occupied by the humanoid Shuki and the mystery of the abductions. Suddenly, the click of a lock echoes through the room, and Kyoyuka's eyes snap wide open in surprise. Myra stands in the doorway, completely unbothered by her own lack of clothing. I'll scrub your back for ya, she says with a casual, predatory grin. Kyoyuka stares back, her expression unreadable through the steam and water. Why the sudden offer? She asks, her voice wary. Myra's smile fades into something more inquisitive as she leans against the doorframe. Lately, you and Tenka have been up to something, haven't you? She probes. Kyoyuka remains frozen, the silence hanging heavy between them. I can tell from your glances. You sometimes communicate with her through your eyes, Myra continues, her gaze piercing. She steps closer, her eyes locking onto Kyoyuka's with an intensity that demands the truth. What's going on? She asks, her voice a low rumble. Kyoyuka looks away, the secret of their recent encounter with the enemy weighing heavily on her mind. She knows she can't reveal everything just yet, but the bond between commanders is a difficult thing to ignore. Finally, Kyoyuka speaks, her voice firm. You're right, something happened, but I can't tell you about it right now, she admits, prompting a shocked ha from Myra. Kyoyuka meets Myra's gaze again, her eyes filled with a solemn promise. When the time comes, she starts. She steps out of the shower, the steam parting around her like a shroud. I promise I'll tell you too, she says, standing face to face with her rival. Myra stares back, her anger slowly giving way to a grudging respect for Kyoyuka's resolve. She turns away, hiding her frustration behind a playful threat. If you need help, tell me ASAP, got it? She shouts, while Kyoyuka simply replies, I will. Meanwhile, in his own room, Yuuki lies awake in bed, his mind replaying the day's events in a loop. Eyes flutter open as he stares up at the ceiling, the quiet of the hotel room amplified by the city's distant hum. He sits up slowly, the covers falling away as he tries to shake off the lingering sense of unease. He looks out the window at the sparkling lights of the city below. Oh yeah, we're in Yokohama, he reminds himself, the reality of their mission setting in. He looks toward the door connecting their rooms, wondering if Kyoyuka is still awake, Where's Kaioyuka-san? He wonders, his heart skipping a beat. Suddenly, the door handle turns, and the sound of it clicking open shatters the silence of the room. Myra Kamiyunt steps into the room, her bathrobe hanging open to reveal far more than Yuuki was prepared to see. Yuuki's eyes widen to the size of saucers, his face turning a bright shade of crimson as he freezes in place. Panic seizes him as he realizes the trouble he's in. "Gah, I'm gonna be sleeping with the fishes," he screams in his head, expecting Kaioyuka to walk in at any second. Myra stops, clutching her robe shut as she notices Yuuki's horrified expression. "I didn't know you were up," he stammers, his voice cracking. Yuuki scrambles out of bed, heading for the exit with his eyes tightly shut. "I'm sorry. On second thought, I'll go sleep in another room," he shouts, only for Myra to cut him off. "So we can spring into action faster," she begins. He stops dead in his tracks, his heart hammering against his ribs as he waits for the rest of her sentence. Myra looks down, her voice dropping to a whisper as she avoids his gaze. "You should stay here," she says, the silence between them becoming almost deafening. Her face is flushed, a rare sign of vulnerability from the usually aggressive commander. "It's not a big deal or anything," she adds, trying to regain her composure. Yuuki can only nod, his own face burning with embarrassment. "Oh, okay," he managed to whisper, as they both settle into an incredibly awkward silence. The next morning, the sun rises over Yokohama, signaling the start of the final phase of their investigation. A DDF intelligence officer delivers the news they've been waiting for. "Word came in from the police," she reports, providing the exact location of the enemy's lair. The target is a sprawling mansion on the outskirts of the city, its elegant architecture hiding the horrors within its walls. Myra, Kaioyuka, and Yuuki, now in his humanoid Shuki form, stand outside the gates. "So this is their hideout," Myra says, her eyes narrowing as she scans the building. She pulls at her choker, her lethal intent beginning to flare. "They're tryin' to be classy. They wasted no time coming out," she notes, sensing the enemy's presence. Suddenly, a massive, muscular humanoid Shuki with a single horn on its head looms over them, blocking their path to the mansion. Myra doesn't even flinch, looking the monster up and down with bored eyes. "Oh, must be a guard. He's strong," she says, while Kaioyuka adds, "Did you forget who you're talking to?" Myra steps forward, her aura beginning to glow with a dangerous light. "Once I unleash my ability, it means certain death, remember?" she warns, her smile turning predatory. She marches across the courtyard with the confidence of a woman who has already won, her boots clicking sharply against the stone path. The giant Shuki flexes its massive muscles, its body bulging as it prepares to crush the tiny intruder under its fists. The battle lines are drawn in the garden of the mansion, as the DDF prepares to launch their final assault on the kidnapper's stronghold. The Shuki lunges forward, throwing a massive punch that whistles through the air with enough force to shatter stone. Myra sidesteps the attack with effortless grace, the giant fist missing her by a mere hair's breadth. She looks up at the monster, a mockingly impressed look on her face. "These are pretty good punches," she admits, her voice calm and steady. But then her expression hardens, her lethal intent boiling over. "But you lack something," she adds, pointing a finger at the creature. She slams her heel into the ground, anchoring her entire body for a final, devastating blow. "And that's," she starts. "Soul," she shouts, driving her fist deep into the Shuki's chest with a force that sends shockwaves through the courtyard. The massive monster is sent flying back, crashing into the garden walls. "Half-assed attacks ain't gonna touch me," Myra says, blowing a strand of hair out of her eyes. Yuuki watches from the side, completely stunned by her raw power. She did that barehanded? Does her ability power her up? He wonders, his heart hammering. Kaioyuka's voice suddenly rings out, sharp and urgent. "Myra," she shouts, pointing toward the mansion. Myra turns her head, her eyes narrowing as she searches for the new threat. "What?" she asks, her voice dropping to a low growl. A second, multi-legged Shuki has emerged from the building, its spindly limbs holding a terrified woman hostage above its head. The creature holds a wicked-looking blade to the girl's throat, its intentions clear. It wants the DDF to back off, or the hostage dies. Myra stands her ground, her gaze fixed on the monster. I had a feeling they were up to something, but... She starts, her voice carrying a dangerous edge. Behind her, the giant Shuki begins to crawl out of the rubble, its body regenerating with unnatural speed. Myra's smile returns, but it's cold and lethal. "That's just pathetic," she says, her eyes glowing with a dark energy. In an instant, she vanishes from sight, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air where she once stood. The multi-legged Shuki is suddenly pierced through the torso, a blade appearing out of nowhere as Myra rematerializes behind it. The monster's eye widens in shock as it realizes its fatal mistake, its grip on the hostage loosening. Myra smirks, the look of a predator who has just cornered its prey, her lethal intent filling the air around them. She pivots on her heel, her blade carving through the air as she prepares to finish the creature off. With a series of blindingly fast strikes, Myra severs the creature's limbs, sending the hostage falling toward the ground. She moves in a blur, catching the woman before she can hit the pavement, her focus never wavering for a second. She lunges forward again, her foot slamming into the monster's head and pinning it to the earth with a thunderous impact. The rescued girl lies unconscious in Myra's arms, her breathing shallow but steady as the danger finally passes. Myra sets her down gently, her hand lingering for a moment on the girl's shoulder as a sign of silent reassurance. She looks back at Kyoyuka and Yuuki, her expression hardening as she prepares for the next wave of enemies. Kyoyuka shouts out, her voice filled with concern. "Huh, what? Myra-san?" But Myra simply holds up a hand. "Don't worry, leave that one to Myra," she commands. She turns her attention back to the giant Shuki, her blade held low. "We'll snuff out the Shuki in front of us," she declares, her voice echoing through the courtyard. The giant monster curls its massive body into a sphere, its thick skin hardening into a layer of organic armor. It launches itself forward like a runaway boulder, crushing everything in its path as it rolls toward the DDF members. Kyoyuka raises her sword, her eyes narrowing as she times the impact, her body tensing for the coming collision. A massive explosion of light and force shatters the air as the two powers collide, the courtyard filled with dust and debris. Kyoyuka moves through the chaos like a ghost, her blade dancing as she carves through the monster's armor with surgical precision. She delivers a series of lightning-fast strikes, the Shuki's massive frame finally beginning to buckle under her relentless assault. The giant creature is torn apart, its remains scattered across the garden as Kyoyuka lands gracefully amidst the carnage. She notices a small cut on her arm, blood trickling down her sleeve, but her expression remains unchanged. Yuuki rushes to her side, his voice panicked. "Are you okay, Kyoyuka-san?" But she simply shakes her head. "I got nicked, but it's not a problem," she replies. Her eyes drift toward Myra, who is standing in the center of the courtyard, her aura pulsing with an even greater power than before. Myra looks toward the mansion, her gaze cold and unrelenting, her presence looming larger than life over the battlefield. Myra clenches her fist, her voice dripping with lethal intent. "I'm gonna make you pay for taking hostages, shit for brains," she spits. But as the narrator notes, what's strengthening Myra's body isn't her own ability. Miles away, on the roof of the second squad's dormitory in Motto, a massive flag is raised whenever Myra is on a mission, its scarlet fabric snapping in the wind. The one bearing that flag is Megumi Zaha, the vice commander of the second squad, her eyes filled with an unshakable devotion to her leader. In her youth, Megumi had been a delinquent, using her mask and her attitude to hide her own feelings of inadequacy. But then she met the unequaled Crimson Myra, a woman who was all the more beautiful when spattered with the blood of her enemies, and Megumi's world changed forever. By bearing Myra's flag, Megumi found a sense of pride and confidence that she had never known, her own strength tied directly to the woman she admired most. Megumi's ability, known as bearing the scarlet flag, Red Soul, is an extremely rare power that strengthens only one specific individual, Myra Camient herself. Back at the mansion, the multi-legged monster begins to twitch, its body distorting as it enters a new, more terrifying form. Its limbs grow longer, its many eyes focusing on Myra as it prepares to unleash its true power on the DDF commander. The creature lets out a bone-chilling screech, its body pulsing with a dark energy that threatens to consume everything in its path. Myra remains unimpressed, looking toward the mansion's entrance. "Found everyone who was kidnapped alive and breathin'," she reports to her team. More and more hostages emerge from the shadows of the building, led to safety by the DDF's relentless efficiency. Myra carries another girl out of the mansion, her expression softening for a brief second before hardening once more. She looks around, her voice sharp. "First, ensure the victim's safety. No sign of the kidnapper, though," she notes, her eyes searching the shadows. Suddenly, multiple sets of eyes open in the darkness, all of them reflecting Myra's own lethal intent. A dozen Myras appear simultaneously, their boots slamming into the ground as they surround the remaining enemies. They speak in unison, their voices creating a terrifying harmony. "Then, a beat-in for you," they shout, lunging forward as one. "Scarlet Regiment, all killing," they roar as the army of Myras descends upon the monster in a whirlwind of fists and steel. A barrage of punches rains down on the creature, each one carrying the full weight of Myra's power, shattering its defenses in seconds. The hostages are shielded by the various clones, their safety guaranteed by the overwhelming presence of the second unit commander. Kyoyuka and Yuuki watch the spectacle in awe, the ability to split herself up without diminishing her strength. "It's always a sight to behold," Kyoyuka admits, while Yuuki simply whispers, "Wow." The Myras pose together, their collective smirks directed at the fallen enemy. "Well, I'm a commander after all," she says, her confidence absolute. Inside the quiet halls of the mansion, the soldiers of the Anti-Demon Corps stand at the ready. They are the thin line between humanity and the monsters in the dark, but right now, they're searching for a phantom. The estate is sprawling, a maze of gardens and architecture that should have been a sanctuary. Instead, it's become a crime scene where the trail has gone cold. Kyoyuka Yuzun stands by the window, her gaze hard and focused. Beside her, Yuuki Wakura remains silent, sensing the mounting frustration radiating from his commander. The silence is broken by the heavy thud of Myra's beast-like Shuiki companion as it turns to leave. "The kidnapper ain't here. Screw it. Let's leave the search to the cops," it grunts, its patience finally snapping. Myra looks over her shoulder, her expression unreadable behind her cap. "There's not even a clue," she admits, while Kyoyuka sighs, conceding to the reality of the situation. "I guess that's all we can do." But Myra's sharp eyes catch something Kyoyuka tried to hide, the jagged tears in her uniform and the red stains beneath. "Go get that injury checked, Kyoyuka," Myra orders, her voice leaving no room for argument. Kyoyuka tries to brush it off with a casual look. "It's just a scratch," she says. Myra isn't buying the tough act for a second. Myra points a finger aggressively at her comrade, her concern masked by her sharp tone. "Yeah, I can't have you getting poisoned, you moron," she shouts. Behind her, the Shuiki adds, "If we have the time, we should have it looked at just in case." Myra turns her back on them, waving a hand as she heads for the door. "I'ma go report our findings," she calls out. Kyoyuka watches her go with a faint, knowing smile. "You two are so meddlesome," she whispers to herself. Kyoyuka scans the room one last time, her mind shifting from the failed search to the internal pressure building within her. The battle is over, but the slave bond demands its due. She looks up at the corners of the ceiling, confirming what she already knew. "No cameras," she observes, her voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur. "I guess I can give him his reward here then." Suddenly, the air in the room ripples with power. The invisible chains of the slave bond begin to manifest, glowing with a brilliant light before they shatter into 1,000 shimmering fragments. Yuuki feels the sudden rush of heat as the transformation takes hold, his breath hitching in his chest. "Kyoyuka-san, do you have any other injuries?" he asks, his voice trembling as the air grows heavy with tension. Kyoyuka remains silent, her back to him, the weight of the bond pulling at them both. Yuuki swallows hard, the silence stretching between them like a physical thing. "Kyoyuka-san." She reaches down, her fingers trembling slightly as she begins to undo the fastenings of her uniform. Just to be safe, she murmurs, the sound of fabric sliding against skin echoing in the small room. Kaioyuka turns toward him, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and the irresistible pull of the reward. She lifts the hem of her shirt, revealing the lacy details of her underwear and the skin Myra was so worried about. "Why don't you check for yourself?" she asks, her eyes meeting his with a daring challenge. The world outside the mansion ceases to exist as the reward commences. Kaioyuka lets out a soft, shaky breath, her composure slipping away. Apparently, this is your reward," she whispers, the reality of the bond taking control. Yuuki is frozen, his eyes wide as he tries to process the sudden shift in atmosphere. The physical closeness is overwhelming, the scent of her skin filling his senses as the room seems to grow smaller. He manages a weak thumbs up, his face burning a bright crimson. All good, no, injuries here," he stammers, his brain struggling to form a coherent thought as Kaioyuka continues the display. Kaioyuka leans in closer, the vulnerability of the moment stripping away the commander and leaving only the woman. "And on this side, too," she says, her voice barely a breath as she moves with a slow, deliberate grace. Yuuki lets out a strangled cry, his hands flying up as if to ward off the intensity of the moment. "No, injuries," he repeats, though his eyes tell a very different story of panic and awe. The commander of the 7th unit is gone, replaced by someone entirely at the mercy of the bond. "We're in the human world?" she thinks, her mind racing as she feels the cold air against her skin. She reaches up, her hands trembling as she continues the reward, the lacy fabric of her bra being pulled aside. And outside, she gasps, the realization of where they are adding a layer of thrill to the shame. She turns away, her skin glistening under the room's lights. "I can't believe I have to get naked here," she thinks, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Kaioyuka stands fully exposed before her slave, her long hair cascading down her back like a silver waterfall. She looks back at him through half-lidded eyes, her voice dripping with a soft, playful malice. "You pervert." Yuuki is paralyzed, his heart racing so fast it's almost painful. He stares at her, his voice a mere whisper of wonder. "Why, you're beautiful." The moment is shattered by a sudden harsh noise at the door. Clutch! The handle turns, and Myra's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. "Hey, we're gonna pull out soon." Chaos erupts in a heartbeat. Kaioyuka scrambles to cover herself with her long hair, her face exploding in a bright red blush. Yuuki panics, his hands hovering uselessly in the air as Myra stands in the doorway, her eyes going wide with shock. Myra freezes, her jaw dropping as she takes in the scene. The commander of the 7th unit, naked in a private room with her male subordinate. It's a scene she never expected to witness. The doorway stands empty for a split second, the silence more deafening than any shout could ever be. The implications of what she just saw are already racing through Myra's mind. Slam, Myra throws the door shut with a force that rattles the walls. She leans against the wood, her heart hammering as she tries to process the visual information currently searing into her brain. Outside in the hallway, Myra's legs begin to give way. Her boots tremble against the floorboards, the shock of the revelation vibrating through her entire body. Myra clutches her face, her thoughts a chaotic mess of disbelief. The hell are you doin', Kaioyuka?" she screams internally. "He's a guy, it ain't like you're both gals, and yet you're naked." Her eyes go wide, her pupils shrinking in pure horror as a new thought takes root. Could it be, are those two engaged? And now Kaioyuka has gone beyond friendship. Later that day, the sun hangs low over the city skyline, casting long shadows across the towering apartment buildings. The mission is over, but for some, the real trouble is just beginning. Inside one of the high-rise rooms, Yuuki stands by the window. He looks out at the urban sprawl, the events of the afternoon still playing on a loop in his mind. He looks tired, the mental toll of being Kaioyuka's slave finally catching up to him. He needs rest, but peace is a rare commodity in his line of work. A shadow falls across the floor as Myra enters the room, her presence bringing a sudden chill to the air. "Kaioyuka'll be back shortly," she says, her tone clipped and professional, though her eyes search his for any sign of guilt. She walks into the center of the room, her hands in her pockets. She's gettin' checked nearby, she explains. Yuki simply nods, his gaze returning to the floor. Okay. Myra remains silent for a long moment, the air thick with unasked questions. She looks at him from the side, her eyebrows furrowed in deep thought. Finally, she can't hold it in any longer. She turns her head slightly, her voice dropping to a serious, questioning tone. So, by the way, kiddo. Yuuki looks up, surprised by the change in her demeanor. He blinks, waiting for whatever is coming next. Myra leans in, her eyes boring into his as she delivers the question that's been eating at her since the mansion. Are you two going out? She barks, the bluntness of the question catching him completely off guard. Yuuki's reaction is instantaneous. His face flushes red and his hands fly up in a frantic wave of denial. No, nothing of the sort, he shouts, his voice cracking with panic. Myra's eyes narrow, her suspicion far from eased by his reaction. Yeah, she asks skeptically, you just seem so worried about her. Yuuki lowers his hands, his expression softening as he thinks about his commander. The reason I can be any help at all is thanks to Kyoyuka-san, he says softly. He looks back toward the window, the city lights reflecting in his eyes. Kyoyuka-san's an amazing person, he continues. She makes me want to work for her sake. Myra stares at him, her hard expression beginning to crack as she realizes the depth of his devotion. She sees something in him that she hadn't expected, a pure, unyielding loyalty. Yuuki gestures with his hand, trying to find the right words to describe their complex relationship. It's like how samurai had their masters, he explains. Myra crosses her arms, nodding slowly. I see, so she's the master. Yuuki rubs the back of his neck, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Yeah, well, I am her slave, he admits, his tone almost lighthearted as he accepts his role. Myra looks at him for a long beat, her gaze softening. She's seen enough of the world to know that a soul like his is rare, especially in a world infested with demons. Suddenly, she reaches out, her gloved fist connecting with his chest in a solid, friendly *bump*. It's a gesture of respect from one soldier to another. A wide, genuine grin spreads across Myra's face. You've got a good soul, she declares. Yuuki blinks in surprise, the compliment catching him by surprise. Myra-san. Later, Myra settles onto the couch in the living area, her body finally demanding the rest she's been putting off. She lets out a heavy breath as she sinks into the cushions. She looks over at Yuuki, her voice tired but firm. Go rest up before our next battle, she tells him. Yuuki nods obediently. Okay. He heads for his room, the door clicking shut behind him. Myra watches him go, her mind still wandering back to the scene she witnessed earlier. Catcha. Alone in the quiet room, Myra leans back, closing her eyes as she tries to make sense of the 7th unit's strange dynamic. Batten. She stares up at the ceiling, her brow furrowed in confusion. I can tell that he's devoted and loyal, but, she thinks, the image of Kyoyuka's reward still fresh in her mind. The sheer intimacy of the moment she walked in on haunts her. How can they be doing all that, and still not be going out? She wonders, her frustration growing with every passing second. She tosses her head back in exasperation, her eyes wide with a mix of envy and bafflement. Even if it is the reward for her ability, damn, Kyoyuka, reel it in. Exhaustion finally wins out. Myra's head slumps forward, her breathing evening out as she falls into a deep, dreamless sleep right there on the couch. ZZZ. Meanwhile, in his own room, Yuuki lies on his back across the large bed. He's spent, his body and mind pushed to their absolute limits by the day's events. He stares up at the darkened ceiling, his thoughts a muddled soup of Kyoyuka, Myra, and the monsters they fight. I'd better rest while I can, he thinks, rolling onto his side. Goro *. Eyes begin to flutter shut, the darkness of sleep pulling at him. He's safe, he's protected, and for the first time in hours, he can finally let go. But the darkness isn't empty. A woman with long hair and a playful, dangerous smile leans over him, her presence as sudden as a lightning strike. Heya, she chirps, her voice slicing through his drowsiness. Yuuki's eyes snap open in shock. Before he can even process the stranger in his room, she reaches out and pokes his cheek with a large, delicate feather. Pusu. The world turns into a nightmare in a single heartbeat. Yuuki tries to scramble back, his mind screaming a single, terrifying thought: the kidnapper. He tries to push himself up, but his muscles refuse to obey. His hand remains frozen on the mattress, a cold numbness spreading through his limbs. I can't move. He opens his mouth to shout for Myra, for anyone, but no sound comes out. His vocal cords are as dead as his legs. I can't speak. The stranger giggles, her eyes dancing with dark amusement as she twirls the feather between her fingers. Luhaha, it's no use. You're paralyzed, it's a beautiful god skill. She leans back, her long, multicolored hair flowing around her like a living cloak. Her smile is wide and predatory, her eyes fixed on him with an intense, disturbing curiosity. I am Kusetsu. Yuuki's heart hammers against his ribs in a frantic, uneven rhythm. He knows that name from the legends. I knew it. She's one of the 8 thunder gods. Kusetsu lets out a long, dramatic sigh, her hand dramatically pressed to her forehead. I got back to my nest. I found my guards slaughtered and my food escaped. She laments. How's that for a botch plan? She leans in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I want to rampage out of revenge, but Shikokuni-'s forbidden me from fighting. But when I spotted you, I thought I'd follow you back. She reaches out, her fingers inches from his face. Her eyes are dark and mesmerizing, full of a hunger that goes beyond simple survival. I hear Shikokuni is rather fond of you, Yuuki Wakura. She hooks a finger under his chin, pulling his face toward hers. So I'll at least bring you, as a souvenir from Yokohama. With a flick of her wrist, Kusetsu forces his body to stand. Yuuki is like a marionette, his limbs moving under the command of her invisible strings. Suku *. She watches him with a clinical interest, as if he's an insect under a microscope. You can help me out with an experiment too. I mean, you barely qualify, but good enough. Yuuki's mind is racing, the fear threatened to consume him. Experiment? He thinks, his teeth gritted as he fights against the paralysis. Kusetsu looks him up and down, her gaze lingering on his face. Her expression is one of genuine, albeit twisted, intrigue. Before I kidnapped one of my prey. She gestures toward his midsection, her smile turning wicked. She was having intercourse with a male. She says it with the same detachment she'd used to describe the weather. Yuuki's eyes go wide with a mix of shock and dawning horror. He can feel the heat of her body as she presses closer to him, the air between them crackling with unnatural energy. She leans in, her lips almost brushing his ear. I'm curious to know if it really feels that good. Her voice is a low, seductive purr that sends a shiver of terror down his spine. Without warning, she closes the distance. Kusetsu presses her lips against his in a sudden, forceful kiss. Yuuki's eyes bulge, his mind screaming in protest as the 8 thunder god claims her first taste of him. The paralysis holds firm, but his body begins to react on its own, a horrific side effect of her divine skill. My tongue and arms are moving, on their own, he thinks in a blind panic. Kusetsu lets out a soft, surprised sound against his mouth. Her eyes flutter shut as she experiences a sensation she has never known before. Biku. She pulls back slightly, her breath hitched, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. She moans, her eyes opening to reveal a look of newfound, dangerous obsession. She pushes him back onto the bed, her weight pinning him down. Her smile is no longer playful, it's hungry, primitive, and utterly unstoppable. This is pretty good. She leans over him, her hair cascading around them like a curtain of silk. Her eyes are wide and wild, the light of her godhood shining through. How about we see what happens to a human when he has intercourse with a god? Later, in a very different setting, a bonus tale unfolds. Yuuki finds himself in a kitchen, caught between a mother and her daughter. They both lean in, pressing kisses against his cheeks as he blushes furiously. Chu *. The younger woman pulls him closer, her face full of a soft, adoring intensity. Yuuki is completely overwhelmed, his eyes wide and sweat beading on his forehead as he tries to maintain some semblance of order. The mother watches with a calm, knowing smile as she slowly pulls down her shoulder strap. The air in the room grows heavy with a different kind of tension. Shiru. She stands before him, her skin glowing in the kitchen light. She lets out a soft, satisfied sound as she reveals herself, her gaze fixed on him with a motherly affection that is far from innocent. Purun. Yuuki and the daughter both react with wide-eyed shock. The audacity of the mother's actions has caught them both completely off guard, their faces turning a bright, matching red. She reaches for a jar on the counter, her movements slow and deliberate. She begins to pour a thick, golden honey over her chest, the sweet scent filling the room. Toraro. Yuuki is frozen, his mouth hanging open as he watches the honey slowly drip down her skin. She looks over at him, her eyes shining with mischief. Here. She points to her chest, her smile wide and inviting. Lick it, all off, she commands, her voice smooth and irresistible. Yuuki is powerless to resist. He leans in, the sweetness of the honey meeting his tongue as he begins to follow her instructions. The mother lets out a soft moan of pleasure, her hand resting on his head. Chew asterisk. The daughter watches, her face red with embarrassment and a growing sense of frustration. She leans in, her eyes wide as she demands his attention as well. Here too, she pouts, the honey beginning to drip from her own chest. Toran. Yuuki looks back and forth between the two women, his heart racing. He is caught in a trap of his own making, a slave to the desires of the women he serves. The daughter presses closer, her hands moving to cover herself as she looks at him with a mix of defiance and longing. Yuuki swallows hard, the intensity of the situation reaching its breaking point. He leans in toward her, the sweetness of the honey again meeting his tongue as he tries to satisfy them both. The room is silent except for the soft sounds of his efforts and their hitched breathing. The daughter's eyes go wide, her pupils shrinking as she experiences a sudden, overwhelming surge of sensation. The world around her seems to dissolve into a haze of golden light and sweet honey. She lets out a sharp, strangled cry, her body arching as the climax of the moment takes hold. Yuuki continues his work, his own heart hammering in his chest as the bonus tale reaches its peak. Ah! The mother smiles down at them, her expression one of complete motherly satisfaction. Looks like the reward for me is over, she says softly, her voice full of pride. She leans in, her face close to his, her eyes searching his for any sign of regret. She finds none. Satisfied. Yuuki can only nod frantically, his face a bright, unmoving mask of embarrassment and exhaustion. He has done his duty, and his reward is more than he ever could have imagined. Koku. The mother's eyes shine with a deep, genuine affection. She sees him for who he truly is, a loyal servant, a good soul, and someone worthy of her highest reward. She reaches out, gently patting his head as if he were a prized pet. Good boy, she coos. How earnest. Yuuki can only sit there, his brain completely fried by the day's events. Neighed asterisk. The daughter stands back, her arms crossed and her face still burning with shame. Dirty boy, she barks, though there's no real heat in the insult. And so, the reward of the mother and daughter comes to its sweet, honey-coated end. A close-up reveals a predatory smile as Myra leans over her prize, her tongue flicking with anticipation. Drink up every last bit, she whispers with a voice that commands obedience. Myra stares deep into Yuuki's eyes, her presence overwhelming the small room as the chapter titled The Slave and Kusetsu begins. Droplets of God, she murmurs, promising a taste of divinity that borders on the forbidden. Yuuki lies trapped on the bed, sweating as the realization of his utter helplessness sinks in. I've made it so you can move a little, Myra says, her tone a chilling mix of playfulness and absolute dominance. Myra smirks, pulling back her garment to expose herself to the paralyzed boy. Now use your tongue to worship every nook and cranny of your god, she commands, her confidence as sharp as her horns. Yuuki clenches his teeth, his face flushing with a mix of fury and biological betrayal. Go on, Myra urges, leaning closer to ensure he has no escape from her divine decree. Suddenly, the heavy atmosphere shatters as an authoritative voice bellows from the doorway. Mira-san. The door is kicked open with explosive force, sending shards of wood flying across the room. Myra and Yuuki look toward the intrusion, their intimate moment violently interrupted by an unwanted guest. Kyoyuka Yuzun stands in the threshold, her hand adjusting her military cap as she surveys the scene with cold fury. Who the hell are you? She demands, her eyes locked onto the horned intruder. Myra doesn't wait for an answer, leaping from the bed with supernatural grace and disappearing into the hallway. Kyoyuka is on her heels instantly, the chase through the building unfolding in a blur of motion. Kyoyuka checks on the captain's slave, shouting, "You okay?" Yuuki, still trembling from the residual paralysis, manages a strained reply, "I'm paralyzed, but I'm fine. She's one of the 8 thunder gods," Myra declares as she phases through a wall like it's made of liquid. She looks back with a taunting smile, knowing she's just lured a very dangerous hunter into a lethal game. Kyoyuka doesn't hesitate for a second, her boots thudding against the floor as she charges toward the hole in the wall. "Got it!" she yells, her resolve hardening into a weapon of its own. Myra watches from the other side, her face partially obscured as she prepares to take this fight to the open air. The thrill of the hunt is visible in her dilated pupils. Kyoyuka's gaze is a sharp contrast, filled with the professional focus of a captain who has seen the worst the world has to offer. She knows that against a god, there is no room for error. A massive explosion rocks the side of the skyscraper, sending glass and debris raining down as the 2 fighters launch themselves into the sky. The battle for Yokohama has officially begun. Kyoyuka roars over the whistling wind, her voice filled with a captain's absolute authority. "You think I'm letting you get away?" High above the city streets, Kyoyuka delivers a powerful kick, her boot connecting with the air as Myra dodges with eerie fluidity. The scale of their power is evident as shockwaves ripple through the clouds. Myra's face twists into a snarl of pure vanity as she realizes her perfect image has been compromised. "You dare spoil my beauty?" she hisses, her voice dripping with lethal intent. "With your kick," she finishes, her hand reaching out to grab Kyoyuka's ankle mid-flight. The sheer strength of the thunder god is a revelation, and Kyoyuka is forced to react instantly. Myra flings Kyoyuka away like a ragdoll, sending her hurtling through the sky at terminal velocity. The cityscape below becomes a blur of gray and green as the captain struggles to regain her footing in the air. Kyoyuka's eyes widen as she spots her destination, a massive heliport situated on a nearby rooftop. It's a flat surface, a perfect stage for the next act of this high-stakes drama. A heliport, she thinks, her mind racing through tactical possibilities even as she prepares for a hard landing. She begins to twirl in midair, using her momentum to stabilize her descent and prepare for the impact. This landing will either save her or end her. Kyoyuka hits the concrete with a thunderous slam, her boots cracking the surface as she slides to a halt, dust billowing around her like a shroud. Myra descends slowly, her long hair billowing like a cloak of silk. "What a perfect place to start," she says, her eyes glowing with the promise of divine retribution. "Divine punishment," they both scream, charging at one another with everything they have left. This isn't just a skirmish anymore, it's a collision of 2 unstoppable forces. The resulting impact creates a massive crater in the center of the heliport, a shockwave of dust and energy erupting outward. The ground groans under the weight of their combined power. Kyoyuka is sent skidding backward, her boots carving deep grooves into the roof. She grunts in pain, the sheer physical pressure of the thunder god proving to be more than she anticipated. Myra hovers nearby, seemingly untouched, her expression one of bored superiority. She's testing the mortal, waiting for her to break under the pressure. But Kyoyuka's eyes flare with a new light, a sign that she's about to tap into her true potential. Myra thinks, sensing the shift in the air. "Scarlet Regiment, all killing," Kyoyuka shouts, her hands blurring as she activates her signature technique. The air around her begins to vibrate with energy. In an instant, the roof is crowded with dozens of Kyoyukas, an army of captains all sharing the same lethal intent. "Divine punishment, bring it on," the original challenges. Myra's eyes widen as she recognizes the technique. "Now that I think about it, she used that at my storehouse, the ability to make copies of herself." Myra spreads her arms wide, her clothing morphing into massive, feathered wings that span the width of the heliport. "No matter," she declares, unfazed by the numbers. "I'll take all of them out in one beautiful blow." Myra screams, her wings beginning to glow with an ominous, destructive light. The attack is a whirlwind of feathers and force, shredding the Kaioyuka clones like they were made of paper. The air is filled with the sounds of destruction and crumbling concrete. A thick cloud of dust settles over the rooftop, and Myra stands triumphant amidst the silence. She believes the battle is over, her divinity unchallenged by mere numbers. The smoke swirls around the crater, hiding the truth of what remains. Myra watches with a smirk, waiting for the last of the captain's essence to fade into the wind. But from within the haze, a single Kaioyuka emerges, her uniform torn but her gaze as steady as ever. She's far from finished. Myra's smile falters for just a second, even if one of you survived. She begins, her tone turning cold and clinical. It doesn't mean you can beat me in an aerial battle. Myra shouts, her wings propelling her upward as she prepares to finish this from a position of absolute power. Kaioyuka looks up, a grim smile crossing her lips. "Oh, yes, I can," she whispers, her resolve absolute. The real fight is just beginning. Kaioyuka leaps into the sky, her clones reappearing around her to create a chaotic swarm that Myra can't easily track. It's a vertical blitzkrieg. They clash in midair, a symphony of strikes and parries that lights up the darkening sky over the city. Each blow carries the weight of 1,000 battles. Kaioyuka's fist connects with Myra's cheek, but the god's skin is strangely slick, causing the blow to slip harmlessly away. Myra counters with a smirk. Myra takes advantage of the opening, delivering a spinning kick that sends Kaioyuka plummeting back toward the roof with the force of a meteor. The captain falls like a shooting star, her body trailing a streak of light as she nears the ground, unable to stop her momentum. She hits the surface with a heavy thud, skidding across the concrete once more. The physical toll is mounting, and Myra knows the mortal's time is running out. Kaioyuka catches her breath, her eyes searching for a way to turn the tide. She needs something more than just speed, she needs a miracle. Myra lands softly, her hand reaching into her clothing to produce a set of strange, ornate cards. "Going up against you." It is no longer an execution, but a battle, she admits, the cards fluttering around her like lethal butterflies in the evening air. Kaioyuka looks up, her confusion evident despite her focus. "The hell are those cards?" Myra's expression turns somber, a rare moment of honesty from the thunder god. "I was told that if it came to fighting, I should run away. I've been prohibited from combat." She holds up a card depicting a massive, hulking beast. "Instead, I'll let these guys loose on the city. The threat is clear. If Kaioyuka won't die, the innocent people below will pay the price for her defiance." "Total release!" Myra screams, her power surging into the cards as they begin to glow with a sickly, dark energy that chills the air. Kaioyuka's eyes widen in horror as she realizes the scale of the catastrophe about to unfold. She's a captain, but she can't be everywhere at once. The cards expand, the images of the monsters beginning to distort and push their way into the physical world, tearing through the veil of reality. With a guttural roar, the beasts begin to crawl out of their paper prisons, their horrific forms taking shape in the sky above Yokohama. Dozens of conglomerate giant shuki rain down upon the city, their massive bodies crushing buildings and sending civilians fleeing in blind terror. In the streets below, people look up in frozen shock as the nightmares become reality. Two of the monsters land near a residential area, their hollow eyes fixed on the helpless residents. A young girl in a car screams as a shadow looms over the vehicle. The monsters face a grotesque mask of bone and muscle. The city is becoming a slaughterhouse. Chaos erupts as the shuki begin their harvest, chasing the terrified crowds through the narrow alleyways and broad avenues of the urban landscape. A close-up of a massive, clawed foot stepping onto the asphalt, the ground buckling and shattering under its incomprehensible weight. A truly gargantuan monster towers over the skyline, its presence a death sentence for entire city blocks. The scale of the threat has just reached an apocalyptic level. Myra watches the carnage from above, her laughter echoing over the screams of the city. Kaioyuka stands on the roof, looking at the devastation with a heart-wrenching helplessness. "You bitch!" Kaioyuka growls, her hands shaking with a mix of impotent rage and growing despair for her city. Myra leans in, her face illuminated by the fires starting below. How many people can you save? Good luck, she taunts, relishing the captain's pain. We flash back to a quieter time, inside a steaming bath where Kusetsu holds up the deck with a mischievous grin. Kusetsu, I'm giving you my homemade shuki deck. The two women soak in the hot spring, the chapter title, The Commander's Resolution, appearing as Kusetsu explains the rules. Once you give the signal, the sealed shuki will come out. They've been rendered powerless in the cards, but once they're out, their strength returns within 10 seconds. Myra looks at one of the cards, her eyes wide with childlike wonder. Wow, cool, she exclaims. Kusetsu warns her, aside from the regular small fry, there are also 4 powerful shuki. These can't be defeated unless it's by someone in the commander class. I've also souped up this dead shuki, Kusetsu continues, showing a card of a spider-like creature. Now it's stronger and expels threads that preserve its prey alive. She shows the next one, the massive giant Kyoyuka is currently facing. And this is a conglomerate giant shuki. It's quite robust and beefy. Myra hugs Kusetsu in the bath, her joy uncontained. You think of everything. I love you, Shikokuni. The elder woman simply smiles. I'm merely being careful. Back in the present, the laughter of the thunder god rings out as the giant monster stomps through the city streets. Lu ha ha ha, Myra cackles, relishing the destruction she's unleashed. I've scattered shuki all over Yokohama. She sings out, her voice a cruel melody over the sounds of a city under siege. Myra looks down, expecting Kyoyuka to be paralyzed by the impossible choice. She wonders as she sees the captain's silhouette moving with renewed purpose. Kyoyuka's face is a mask of absolute, icy resolve. The weight of every life in the city rests on her shoulders, and she accepts it without hesitation. I'll show you how many I can save. She claps her hands together, a burst of energy emanating from her palms as she pushes her ability to its absolute limit, ignoring the physical strain. A text box explains the mechanics of her power. When Myra creates her copies, she can choose between quality or quantity. Kyoyuka has made her choice. She isn't looking for a single perfect soldier, she's looking for a legion of guardians. Hundreds, no, thousands of Kyoyuka clones erupt from the original, filling the sky and the streets below. I ain't gonna let a single person die, they all shout in unison. Scarlet Regiment, all killing. Myra's jaw drops, her eyes bulging in disbelief. She never imagined a mere mortal could sustain this many copies at once. The sky is turning red with Kyoyukas. The Kyoyuka clones move with military precision, diving into the streets to intercept the monsters and shepherd the civilians to safety. Gotta go quantity, to the max! The original Kyoyuka screams, her face straining under the effort. Her eyes are fixed on Myra, the primary source of the threat. She knows she only has a few minutes before the strain becomes too much for her to bear. In one part of the city, a Kyoyuka clone tackles a monster just as it prepares to strike a group of citizens. The sheer physical force of the impact sends dust billowing into the air, but the civilians are safe. Another clone grabs 2 terrified women and pulls them to safety as a building collapses nearby. Run, now, she orders, her voice firm and reassuring despite the surrounding chaos. Businessmen and families scramble out of the path of a charging beast, their path cleared by the timely intervention of the Scarlet Regiment clones who hold the line. A Kyoyuka clone delivers a punishing kick to a monster's jaw, sending it crashing through a nearby wall. The tide of the city battle is starting to turn, one rescue at a time. Clones are everywhere, directing traffic, carrying the elderly, and forming human shields between the monsters and the innocent. It's an army of one protecting a city of millions. One clone manages to flip a mid-sized shuki over her head, slamming it into the pavement with enough force to shatter the ground beneath them. A captain clone carries a crying child on her back, her face set in a determined scowl as she searches for the nearest evacuation center amidst the ruins. But the conglomerate giant remains the primary threat, its massive feet pulverizing the city as it continues its slow, inexorable march toward the commercial district. The beast stops in front of a glass-walled office building, its mouth opening to reveal a gathering ball of destructive energy that hums with power. Inside, office workers watch in frozen terror as the light grows brighter, their final moments reflected in the monster's cold, dead eyes through the glass. They scream and shield their faces, waiting for the end as the monster prepares to fire its beam. There is nowhere left for them to run. A sudden impact catches the monster in the side of the head. A Kyoyuka clone delivering a desperate punch to divert its aim just as the energy fires. The captain lands on a nearby roof, her breathing heavy as she stares down the gargantuan foe. She's bought them time, but not much. The monster turns its head, its grotesque features shifting as it refocuses its attention on the pesky mortal who dared to strike it. It lets out a low, vibrating growl. Its face splits open further to reveal a cluster of multiple eyes and a row of serrated teeth, a sight that would break the mind of a lesser warrior. This is the true face of Mato's horror. Kyoyuka grinds her teeth, her mind calculating the threat. He's stronger than the guys that show up in Mato. She needs a heavy hitter. But before the beast can attack, a flash of steel cuts through the air, faster than the eye can follow. Time to submit. A new voice cries out from the wind. A massive blade cleaves through the monster's face, a clean vertical strike that sends a spray of dark ichor into the sky. The creature roars in agony. Fushu lands gracefully on the rooftop next to Kyoyuka, her long ponytail whipping in the wind. "Kyoyuka," she calls out, her sword already poised for another strike. Kyoyuka breathes a sigh of relief. "Good call," she replies. Fushu smirks. "I came to the place that caught my eye the most. My treatment is over. What do you need me to do?" Kyoyuka points toward the beast as it begins to heal its wound. "Defeat this guy, meet up with Lil Bro back at the hotel, then regroup at Rinko Park." Fushu nods. "For the 8 Thunder Gods, right? Roger that." Below them, the city is a sea of activity as the clones continue their work, the initial panic being replaced by an organized evacuation under the captain's watch. Myra watches from her high perch, her expression one of begrudging admiration. "You're really protecting them all," she notes, her divine confidence beginning to crack. Mortality is proving to be stubborn. Kyoyuka wipes sweat from her brow, the exhaustion of maintaining the regiment starting to show. "I've always felt that a single body wasn't enough to look after everyone. Guess that's why I got this ability. I'm glad I did." She looks back up at Myra, her eyes narrowing with a predator's focus. All that's left is to deal with the source. Myra realizes the tide has truly turned and decides to cut her losses. "Kay, see ya," she chirps, turning to fly away. "I'll deliver divine punishment next time we meet." Kyoyuka watches her go, but she isn't about to let the instigator of this massacre escape so easily. "Ha!" she shouts, a mocking laugh that stops Myra in her tracks. "What kind of god turns tail and runs away?" Kyoyuka taunts, her voice amplified by her remaining clones. "Har!" It's a blatant challenge to Myra's pride. Myra stops dead in the air, her eyes widening in absolute fury. The insult to her divinity is more than she can bear. Hubris is a powerful motivator. "Fine," she screams, her power erupting in a dark aura. "One divine punishment coming right up, I'll show you." Kyoyuka watches her charge back. "I ain't letting her get away either." Myra dives toward Kyoyuka, her face twisted in rage. "I know you've used up your power, so you can't make any more copies. How do you plan to fight a god like that?" Kyoyuka doesn't move, her stillness a stark contrast to the divine fury heading her way. She's waiting for the perfect opening. The two figures are mere seconds away from impact, the distance between divinity and mortality closing rapidly in a collision course of will. Kyoyuka prepares herself, her hand reaching for her belt. "I'll use my skills," she declares, her focus sharpening to a razor edge. Myra sneers, confident in her superior physiology and Kyoyuka's perceived weakness. "HMPH, she never learns," she thinks as she prepares a killing blow. Kyoyuka's fist flies forward, but once again, it seems to slip on Myra's slick, divine skin. Myra prepares to deliver her final strike. The impact is a massive explosion of force. Myra's knee connecting with Kyoyuka's midsection with bone-shattering strength that echoes across the roof. "Gwa!" Kyoyuka cries out, her eyes widening in shock, but Myra's triumph is short-lived. "A feint!" She realizes, seeing the Kyoyuka she just hit dissolve into light. The real one is already in position. The real Kyoyuka is behind her, a gleam in her eyes that signals the end of this game. She's caught the goddess off guard. Myra reacts with godlike speed, her wings shedding hundreds of razor-sharp feathers that swirl around her in a defensive barrier. Kyoyuka is caught in the middle of it. "Feather bullets," she shouts, controlling them with her mind to shred anything that comes close. "So she can remotely control them," Kyoyuka notes, her arm bleeding from the barrage. The feathers form a cyclone around Myra, making her nearly impossible to reach without being torn to pieces. It's a divine fortress of blades. "I'll shoot you down," Myra declares, her voice cold and final as she prepares to release the full force of the feathers. As you fall, she sends the storm of feathers directly at Kyoyuka, a cloud of death that fills the captain's entire vision. Kyoyuka clenches her teeth, every muscle in her body screaming in protest from the exhaustion. "I've gotta squeeze out all my strength." With one final, desperate burst of the Scarlet Regiment, Kyoyuka punches through the whirlwind, her clones taking the brunt of the feather bullets to clear a path. Scarlet Regiment, all killing. She reaches Myra, her fist connecting with the god's jaw with the full weight of a commander's resolution. "You're going down," she roars, the impact sending the thunder god spiraling toward the earth as the city watches its savior. The air over the battlefield is thick with the scent of burning ozone and desperate resolve. Myra Camiant watches the chaos with a cold, analytical eye, understanding that the volatile nature of human emotion is the ultimate wild card. The battle rages above the skyline of Yokohama, two titans locked in a dance of destruction that threatens to level the entire district. Chapter 76, A Heated Battle with a God. Kusetsu's face contorts in a mixture of pain and disbelief as she is driven backward. "Shikokuni was right," she gasps, realization dawning that she may have underestimated her opponent. Suddenly, a hand clamps down with crushing force, gripping tight, as the sound of straining fabric and bone echoes through the air. The counterattack has begun, but it isn't coming from the direction Kusetsu expected. Myra leans in close, her eyes burning with an intensity that matches the flames of the burning city. "I'm gonna show you," she whispers, her voice low and dangerous. With a sudden, violent movement, Myra hurls Kusetsu toward the earth with enough force to create a sonic boom. "What happens when you mess with Yokohama?" she roars, the fury of a protector unleashed. The impact creates a massive crater, a geometric shockwave rippling through the concrete as the goddess is slammed into the foundation of the world. Myra doesn't let up, her jaw set in a grim line as she prepares to follow through with another strike. "No more," she grunts, the weight of the city's survival on her shoulders. She plunges through the air like a meteor, cutting through the smoke and debris to finish what she started. "Taking it easy," she finishes, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Kusetsu can only manage a muffled groan as the pressure mounts, her divinity failing to protect her from the sheer physical force of the human commander. GRK. The dust begins to settle, but the silence is only a prelude to the next explosion of movement. Myra lands in a crouch, scanning the crater for any sign of her foe's recovery. But the goddess isn't finished yet, a flicker of movement in the shadows catching Myra off guard. She snaps her head toward the threat, her eyes wide with shock. High above, Kusetsu hovers, her form radiating a new, terrifying light as she looks down at the mortals below. The city below seems like a toy box in the eyes of an angry deity. Myra springs back into action, her body a blur of motion as she repositions for the next phase of the fight. She knows that in this game, stopping for even a second means death. Kusetsu's power flares, her energy manifesting in jagged, crystalline shards that pierce the sky. "With this form," she begins, her voice echoing with 1,000 different tones. She stands tall, her hair flowing like a mane of white fire as she descends to meet her challenger. "I shall deliver your judgment," she proclaims, the authority of the gods backing her every word. Myra's gaze remains fixed on the target, unimpressed by the divine display. "You can change your form all you like, but what I gotta do doesn't change," she shouts back, charging forward into the light. She runs, her mind races, analyzing the return of the clones that had previously stopped the Shuki. The numbers are beginning to favor her, but for how long? She knows the limitations of her technique, but in this moment, those limits don't matter. I emphasized quantity with these copies. They don't last long, but I can have the ones nearby return to me, she yells to the sky. A dozen Myras materialize at once, surrounding the goddess in a perfect circle of tactical coordination. The air is filled with their synchronized battle cries, a choir of vengeance ringing out across the ruins. One clone reaches out, her fingers digging into the goddess's shoulder with a sickening crack. As I am now, Myra thinks, feeling the surge of power through the connection. The real Myra bursts through the line, her fist glowing with a concentrated aura that threatens to tear the fabric of space itself. My power. The impact is absolute, a blue-white flare blinding anyone left watching the carnage. It is on a whole new level, she roars as she connects. The copies dissipate as the real Myra stands alone, her arms outstretched as the goddess is knocked back by the sheer force of the assault. The ground beneath them crumbles under the pressure. Kusetsu recovers midair, a look of genuine fury crossing her face as she realizes the human has actually managed to hurt her. She prepares a counterstroke of her own, her hand flickering with divine energy. Myra's eyes narrow as she anticipates the move, her instincts honed by years of surviving the impossible. A feint won't work on me twice, she declares, bracing for the impact. The collision is ear-shattering, a shockwave that blows out the windows of the surrounding buildings for blocks. The two are locked in a struggle of pure will. They trade blows with blinding speed, each strike landing with the weight of a falling mountain. Sparks of blue and gold energy fly as their powers grind against each other. Kusetsu's eyes glow with an eerie light as she pushes back, her speed increasing with every second. She's fast, I don't have time to make myself slippery, Myra thinks, her defenses starting to fray. A flash of white light blinds her for a split second, and in that moment, the goddess sees her opening. The environment around them dissolves into a white void of pure energy. The impact sends Myra tumbling backward, her form flickering as the divine power tries to unmake her very existence. The sound of the explosion resonates through the empty streets. But Myra stands her ground, catching the goddess's fist in her palm with a sharp grunt. Not bad, Kusetsu admits, a cruel smile playing on her lips. With a sudden twist, the goddess redirects the force, sending a crack snaking through the ground between them. The floor of the city is becoming a maze of jagged glass and rebar. Myra stumbles, blood trickling down her chin as she looks up at the towering deity. Her durability's gone up too, she realizes, the fight becoming a war of attrition she might not win. Kusetsu doesn't give her a moment to breathe, charging forward with a predatory grace. I can tell you're the main body with that strike, she screams, her voice filled with bloodlust. Myra sprints away, her boots thudding against the pavement as she leads the goddess into a trap. Behind her, shadows begin to stir, mirroring her every move. She slides under a debris-filled archway, glancing over her shoulder at the pursuing deity. I have no business, she begins, her plan finally coming together. A flash of light signals the trap being sprung as another Myra appears, flanking the goddess from the side. With a copy, Kusetsu roars, swatting the distraction away with a blast of energy. The real Myra is caught in the backwash, her breath hitching in her throat as the heat of the blast washes over her. She looks up, realizing she's directly under the goddess's shadow. Kusetsu brings both hands down in a devastating overhead strike, her power reaching a fever pitch. Divine punishment, she bellows, the ground shattering into dust beneath her. The screams of the dying concrete fill the air as the strike connects, burying Myra under tons of rubble. The goddess stands victorious, the smoke swirling around her ankles. But the victory is hollow. The form beneath her begins to dissolve into wisps of white smoke. The sound of Myra's mocking laughter seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Kusetsu spins around, her eyes darting between the shadows as she realizes she's been played. This was a clone too, she asks, her voice rising in frustration. From the smoke, another Myra emerges, her sword drawn and ready to strike at the goddess's exposed back. She wrung out another one, Kusetsu thinks, her divine instincts failing her. Myra lunges, her body moving with a fluid, terrifying precision as she closes the distance. Every muscle is tensed for the final blow. She lets out a primal scream of effort, her resolve manifesting as a physical weight that crushes the air around them. This is the spirit of the defense force made flesh. The two commanders clash in a final, desperate struggle, their power levels peaking as they fight for every inch of ground. The very sky seems to split under the intensity of their battle. A hand grips a throat with bone-snapping force, the sound of the struggle echoing through the silence of the aftermath. The tide of the battle is shifting one final time. Kusetsu lets out a blood-curdling shriek as she is driven back, her eyes wide with a mixture of agony and pure, unadulterated hatred. She collapses, her body going limp as Myra stands over her, breathing heavily. The commander's hand is buried deep into the goddess's chest, the divine light flickering out. Myra looks down at her hand, a strange, shimmering energy beginning to rise from the fallen goddess. The silence that follows is more terrifying than the battle itself. Myra gasps for air, her lungs burning as she tries to recover from the sheer physical exertion. Ha! Ha! Her breaths are shallow and ragged, the toll of the fight finally catching up to her. A single, dark eye opens in the shadows, watching the commander with a cold, predatory focus. The hunt is far from over. Myra snaps her head up, her eyes wide with a new kind of fear as she realizes the goddess isn't dead yet. The darkness is moving, closing in around her. A sudden explosion of movement catches her off guard, a heavy blow striking her with the force of a freight train. Go! She is sent flying through a concrete wall, the impact shattering the structure like glass. The sound of the collapse fills the empty streets with a dull roar. Kusetsu steps out from the dust, her form reformed and more terrifying than ever. If you had more copies, she whispers, her voice a chilling promise of what's to come. She looms over the fallen commander, her power radiating in waves that distort the air. You might have taken the life of a god, she sneers, her eyes burning with triumph. Myra looks up, blood blinding one eye, but her gaze remains defiant. She knows that even in defeat, she has done her job. Kusetsu scoffs, looking down at the broken woman. But you spent too much of your strength saving others, she observes, mocking the very humanity that Myra protects. The goddess leans in, her voice dripping with malice. It's called paying the piper. You must have expected this, she says, her shadow engulfing the commander. Myra spits out a mouthful of blood, a small, defiant smile touching her lips. You've got it wrong. God, she grunts, her voice barely a whisper. The goddess pauses, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she looks into Myra's eyes. What could a dying human possibly have left to say? Myra stands up, her body trembling with the effort as she braces herself for one final stand. The ruins of Yokohama provide a grim backdrop for the end of a hero. She wipes the blood from her face, her eyes narrowing with a renewed sense of purpose. I'll save everyone and defeat you, she roars, her voice carrying across the battlefield. The words hang in the air, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the demon defense force. That is my resolve. Kusetsu watches her with a strange, almost curious expression, the goddess fascinated by the mortal's refusal to break. The energy around them begins to spiral, drawn toward the deity. The light flares one last time, a blinding wave of white that washes over the crater and everything in it. The era of the commanders is being challenged by the era of the gods. A name is whispered into the wind, a secret that has been kept since the dawn of this war. Kusetsu. The goddess reveals her full name, her presence expanding until she seems to fill the entire horizon. I am one of the 8 thunder gods, Kusetsu. And the mortal gives her own in return, a title that has been earned through blood and sacrifice. Myra Kamiyant, commander of the 2nd Squad of the Demon Defense Force. Kusetsu giggles, a chilling sound that doesn't match the carnage around her. You're pretty beautiful, Myra, she chirps, her voice full of a dark, twisted affection. Myra doesn't respond to the taunt, her body tensing as she prepares for the end. I'll show you the spirit of the Demon Defense Force. Kusetsu, she screams, her final charge beginning. The two collide in a burst of pure energy, a flash that turns the night into day for one brief, brilliant moment. The city of Yokohama holds its breath. Meanwhile, the giant beast that plagued the city lies dead, its massive form a mountain of cooling flesh and twisted armor. The danger has passed, but the cost remains unknown. Yuuki Wakura, in his slave form, races through the streets with Tenka on his back. "Is your body all right?" she asks, her voice full of concern. Tenka looks out over the survivors, noting that Myra's clones have finished their work. "Seems like everyone's okay," she thinks, but a knot of worry tightens in her chest. Yuuki pushes himself harder, his monstrous form tearing up the pavement as he follows the trail of destruction. "Myra-san saved me before, now it's my turn to save her," he vows. The bridge ahead is empty, a silent witness to the battle that just occurred. The early morning light reveals the true extent of the damage to the harbor district. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them as they reach the center of the bridge. They skid to a halt, their eyes scanning the wreckage for any sign of life. Tenka's eyes go wide with horror as she spots something lying in the middle of the road. Her heart drops into her stomach as the reality of the situation sets in. It's Myra's officer cap, tattered and covered in blood, lying alone in the rubble. It's the only thing left of the commander who stood against a god. A low, humming sound begins to rise from the distance, a haunting melody that sends shivers down their spines. The battle isn't over, it's just changed its tune. High above the bridge, Kusetsu hovers, cradling Myra's broken form against her chest. She sings a soft, mocking lullaby as she prepares to claim her prize. Lula, Lu, Lu. The goddess's body begins to glow with a dark, pulsating light as she starts the process of absorption. Myra's form is slowly being drawn into the divine vessel. Marvels of the Eight, Chapter 77. A piece of Myra's uniform falls to the ground with a soft thud, a final remnant of the woman who fought so hard. "The demon defense force again?" Kusetsu muses, her eyes fixed on the new arrivals. Tenka stands on Yuuki's back, her expression one of pure, unadulterated fury. She knows what is happening, and she won't let it stand. With a roar of defiance, Yuuki charges, his claws digging into the stone of the bridge as he lunges for the goddess. Tenka prepares her space-time manipulation, her eyes glowing with power. But Kusetsu is ready, a burst of energy from her hands sending them backward. The sound of the clash is like a thunderclap, echoing across the bay. She catches Yuuki's attack with a single hand, her power easily overpowering his monstrous strength. "What exquisite power," she murmurs, her voice filled with a terrifying calm. She laughs, a sound that is as beautiful as it is insane. "Just as I'd expect. From a commander like Myra," she says, looking down at her captured prize. Tenka screams in frustration, her eyes blazing as she tries to find a way through the goddess's defenses. "You!" she yells, her voice cracking with emotion. Kusetsu ignores her, her focus remaining on the power she is currently consuming. "Now praise," she begins, her aura expanding to cover the entire bridge. She unleashes a wave of clones of her own, a mockery of Myra's technique that overwhelms the two defenders. "This most beautiful Kusetsu," she cries out in delight. Yuuki is slammed into the ground, his armored form cracking under the pressure of the divine assault. The sound of the impact is sickening, the sound of a hero being broken. Tenka lands in a crouch, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she tries to lead the clones away from Yuuki. She's running out of time and options. She draws her blade, the steel catching the morning sun as she prepares for a final, desperate move. She won't let this god take anything else from them. Tenka's eyes narrow as she focuses her energy into a single, devastating technique. "Wild," she whispers, the air around her sword beginning to warp and distort. She unleashes a storm of slashes that cut through the clones and the air itself. "Mountain cherry blossoms," she bellows, her power lighting up the bridge like a flare. But the goddess simply stands there, catching Tenka's blade between two fingers. "I told you," she begins, her voice full of a mocking pity. She sends Tenka flying backward with a single, effortless shove. "That's not gonna work," she screams, the force of the blast shaking the very foundation of the bridge. Tenka looks up from the ground, her mind reeling as she tries to understand how someone could be this powerful. She even stopped. My storm of slashes, she realizes, her hope beginning to fade. Yuuki struggles to his feet, a guttural growl erupting from his throat as he prepares to charge again. He doesn't care about the odds, he only cares about saving Myra. Grah! Kusetsu swatting him away like a fly, her movements so fast that he can barely see them. The sound of his form hitting the concrete is a dull thud that resonates through the air. She laughs again, the sound echoing across the empty harbor. Lu ha ha, is that all you got against a god? She asks, her eyes bright with a dangerous amusement. She turns her attention back to Myra, her form becoming even more radiant as the absorption nears completion. Just so you know, the fully powered forms of the other thunder gods are even stronger than me, she adds casually. Yuuki looks up, his monstrous face a mask of determination and fear. He knows that if he fails here, the entire world is in danger. Tenka stands next to him, her eyes fixed on the goddess. She knows that they have to find a way to stop her, no matter the cost. Her resolve is a quiet fire that burns brighter with every passing second. Kusetsu raises a single finger, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Granted, I'll overtake them someday, she says, her ambition as vast as her power. She looks down at Yuuki, a cruel light in her eyes. The reason why you guys are still alive, she begins, her tone shifting to one of chilling certainty. She shoves a clone into the ground with a casual flick of her hand. It is because Shikokuni is prudent. She adds, her voice full of a dark, twisted logic. She steps closer to Yuuki, her form shifting and pulsing with an eerie light. You're Yuuki Wakura, aren't you? I can't believe you dared reject my beautiful advances earlier. We'll pick up where we left off. In our current forms, she purrs. Yuuki looks at her with a mixture of disgust and horror. You're crazy, he spits, his voice thick with a monstrous resonance. Kusetsu's smile only grows wider, her eyes glowing with a predatory light. I'm gonna have you, she promises, her voice a chilling whisper that cuts through the silence. Suddenly, a flash of movement from behind catches her off guard. A mysterious figure in a hooded cloak strikes at her with a massive fist, sending her skidding backward. Smack! The figure stands between Yuuki and the goddess, their presence a solid wall of protective energy. The goddess looks on with a mixture of surprise and genuine annoyance. The cloaked figure speaks, their voice low and filled with a quiet, dangerous authority. I'll beat down. The cloak falls away to reveal Neon, her eyes blazing with a fierce, sisterly protectiveness. Any and all women who come near my little bro, she roars, her voice filled with a primal fury. Yuuki looks up at her in shock, his mind reeling as he realizes who has come to his rescue. Ni-chan, he gasps, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes. Kusetsu looks at the newcomer with a cold, analytical gaze, her power beginning to flare again. A new contender, huh? She muses, her interest piqued by this sudden turn of events. The tension on the bridge is palpable, 3 fighters locked in a silent standoff that will decide the fate of the city. Neon's gaze is fixed on the goddess, her muscles tensed for the next explosion of movement. Kusetsu prepares to strike, her form radiating a new, even more terrifying energy. She knows that this new opponent is a threat that must be dealt with immediately. A single, dark eye opens in the goddess's forehead, scanning the battlefield for any sign of another trap. She won't be fooled again. Tenka looks at Neon and Yuuki, a realization dawning on her that changes everything. I can feel Koko's and Neon's life forces, she realizes, the connection between them becoming clear. She looks back at the goddess, her eyes wide with a mixture of horror and a sudden desperate hope. They're both inside her, she screams, the truth echoing across the bridge. Yuuki's heart skips a beat as he realizes what this means. The people she's absorbed are still alive. That means, he gasps, his resolve hardening into a diamond-sharp focus. Tenka draws her blade once more, her expression one of grim determination. We have to make her, she begins, her voice low and dangerous. She lunges forward, her power reaching a new fever pitch as she charges the goddess. Spit out Myra and the others. We're going to defeat Kusetsu right here and now, she bellows. Kusetsu's laughter echoes across the bay, a sound that is as beautiful as it is insane. After you see this, can you still say that? she asks, her form beginning to split and reform. The goddess's power flares, a massive wave of energy pushing them all backward. The very bridge seems to groan under the weight of her divine presence. She raises her hands to the sky, a dark, pulsating light emanating from her palms. "I absorbed Myra," she announces, her voice filled with a chilling pride. A dozen clones materialize around her, each one a perfect copy of the fallen commander. "So I can use her ability now," she screams, her voice a cacophony of 1,000 different Myras. The clones surround the three defenders, their faces a mockery of the woman who fought so hard to save them. The odds have just become impossible. Kusetsu's laughter rings out over the sounds of the struggle, a sound that is as hollow as it is terrifying. "Luo ha ha," she screams, her madness finally reaching its peak. She holds up a single, glowing card, its surface covered in ancient, powerful runes. "How about I destroy the city and make the name of this god known?" she asks, her eyes burning with a dark ambition. She throws the card into the air, her power drawing the energy from the surrounding area into a single, devastating point. "Here's my best card," she bellows, the sky turning a dark, bruised purple. A massive, swirling vortex of energy begins to form over the city. Its center a dark, bottomless hole that threatens to consume everything in its path. The sound of the vortex is like 1,000 screaming voices, a cacophony of pure destruction that drowns out everything else. "Goo-woo," it roars, the force of its arrival shaking the very world. A giant, monstrous mask emerges from the vortex, its face a mask of pure, unadulterated nightmare. The people below look up in horror as the city's doom descends from the clouds. Tenka looks up at the massive threat, her expression one of grim determination. "Don't be overwhelmed, Yuuki," she says, her voice steady and calm despite the chaos. Yuuki looks at the mask, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and a sudden, fierce resolve. "She had guys like that, too?" he asks, his voice barely audible over the roar of the vortex. Kusetsu laughs again, her voice a chilling contrast to the carnage above. "Myra messed up when she decided to detain me," she sneers, her eyes bright with a dark triumph. She leans down, picking up Myra's tattered cap from the ground. "No, she was right," she whispers, her tone shifting to one of sudden, eerie seriousness. She brushes the dust from the cap with a single, delicate movement. "It's too dangerous to let you run rampant," she adds, her voice full of a dark, twisted wisdom. She puts the cap on her head, a cruel smile touching her lips as she looks out over the burning city. "As a result, I've absorbed her and now it's a clone festival, see?" She giggles, her eyes glowing with a terrifying light. Myra's face remains fixed in a look of cold, analytical determination. "The fight starts now. We are the Demon Defense Force," she proclaims, her voice echoing through the chaos. Far from the battlefield, in a quiet, heavily guarded facility, a group of officers watches the fight on a wall of screens. "Ren-sama," one of them calls out, his voice full of urgency. Ren Yamashiro watches the screen with a cold, expressionless gaze. "The preparations for reinforcements are complete," she states, her voice a chilling promise of what's to come. She stands up, her form radiating a new, even more powerful energy as she prepares to intervene. "We're sending in an elite combat force," she announces, her voice carrying across the entire facility. She looks directly into the camera, her eyes burning with an intensity that matches the flames of Yokohama. She knows that the fate of the city rests on her shoulders, and she won't let it fall. The vortex over the harbor district begins to pulsate with a new, even more terrifying energy as the reinforcements begin to arrive. The sky is filled with 1,000 different streaks of light. A pair of massive, glowing hands emerges from the clouds, their presence a solid wall of protective energy that rivals the power of the gods themselves. Guo. The hands descend toward the bridge, their touch a promise of salvation for the defenders and a promise of destruction for the goddess. The battle for Yokohama has just entered its final phase. Ren continues to watch the screens, her expression a mask of cold, tactical focus. However, the situation in Yokohama has gotten worse, she observes, her voice a chilling reminder of the stakes of this war. She looks at her assistant, a silent order in her eyes. I know, she says, her voice low and dangerous. She's already moving on to the next phase of the plan. She prepares to unleash her own secret weapon, her power reaching a fever pitch as she channels it into a single, devastating move. I, too, will use my ability to participate in the battle from here in Washington, she proclaims. Ren's voice echoes through the silence of the command center, a chilling promise of what's to come. I'll say it again, she begins, her tone shifting to one of absolute certainty. She looks directly at the screen, her eyes fixed on the goddess, Kusetsu. She unleashes a final, massive surge of power that lights up the entire room. I'll trample you with my divine army, she bellows, her voice a roar of defiance that carries across the entire world. The reinforcements arrive in force, a solid wall of elite warriors that surround the goddess on all sides. You're going down right here, right now? They cry out in unison, the battle for humanity reaching its ultimate climax. The stage is set for the Yokohama Showdown, a battle that will push everyone to their absolute limits. Beneath the surface of the conflict, the players are moving into position, but the stakes are higher than anyone realizes. High above the skyline of Yokohama, a nightmare takes form as a gargantuan, monstrous head looms over the city buildings. The sky is filled with flying entities, swarming like locusts, signaling that the invasion has truly begun. A horned figure smiles with a predatory grin, watching the chaos unfold with a terrifying sense of glee. She doesn't see a tragedy, she sees a playground designed for her amusement. From behind a massive structure, a small figure peeks out, observing the scale of the devastation. It's a moment of quiet observation before the storm of steel and power breaks loose. Maya lunges forward with wild abandon, her face twisted in a manic, joyful expression of combat. This is the supreme commander of the Demon Defense Force. Come at me all at once if you dare, she shrieks into the wind. Below her, the ground is crawling with monsters, all looking up at the lone defenders who stand between them and total annihilation. The defenders are outnumbered, but their resolve hasn't flickered for a second. The monsters pause, their primitive minds trying to process the proclamation of the commander. Supreme Commander? That's the head honcho. One of them whispers, realization dawning too late. A sinister smile spreads across a demonic face as it stares back at the challenger. She'll be worth defeating, it growls, relishing the thought of claiming such a high-profile prize. The swarm reacts instantly, diving and swooping through the air like a coordinated storm of wings and teeth. They move with a singular purpose, to crush the defense before it can truly mount a counterattack. On a ridge overlooking the carnage, the defenders remain calm, assessing the situation with clinical precision. She fell for it, one observes, her voice devoid of emotion. The cars are all gone. Take us down to the bridge, the other commands. A single finger is raised, signaling the next phase of the operation. It's a subtle gesture, yet it carries the weight of a death sentence for anything in its path. The Yokohama Bay Bridge stands as a silent witness to the carnage unfolding above it, as monsters fly past its towering pylons. The structure itself seems fragile compared to the cosmic powers clashing in the air. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the sun sets peacefully over the city of Washington, D.C. The White House stands illuminated, a symbol of order that is about to unleash absolute chaos. A woman walks across the lawn, surrounded by a swirling ring of dark, gravitational energy. All-encompassing Lord of the Cosmos, she whispers, the title sounding more like a statement of fact than a boast. By loading the same ability into both of her eyes, she begins to hum with a frequency that vibrates the very air around her. Her gaze is fixed on a target halfway across the planet, ignoring the physical distance between them. She increases her energy output, her body acting as a conduit for a force that should be impossible for any human to contain. The ground beneath her boots begins to crack, unable to withstand the sheer pressure of her presence. The energy swirls into a concentrated sphere, a miniature star being born in the center of the nation's capital. This isn't just a weapon, it's a declaration of supreme authority. Suddenly, the sphere erupts, a beam of blinding white light piercing the sky and tearing through the atmosphere. It vanishes into the clouds, leaving a trail of ozone and shattered reality behind it. The beam travels with impossible speed, arcing across the curve of the earth like a bolt of divine retribution. It ignores the boundaries of nations, focused solely on the battlefield waiting for it on the other side of the world. Back in DC, the witnesses stand paralyzed, their faces pale with a mixture of awe and absolute terror. They have seen power before, but nothing that could dwarf the sun itself. One of the observers finds her voice, trembling as she looks at the woman who just altered the world. "Did you just send that to Japan?" she asks, barely a whisper. "Don't worry, it won't hit any aircraft," the commander replies nonchalantly. The air still crackles with the remnants of her power, a testament to the fact that she didn't so much as break a sweat. Even after using such a powerful ability, she looks as though she just finished a casual walk. She turns back with a polite, terrifyingly calm smile. "My subordinates will handle the rest, so let's continue our meeting," she suggests. To those watching, she truly is planet Earth's final answer. The scene shifts back to Yokohama, where the massive Shuki head still towers over the urban landscape, unaware that its doom has already been fired. It continues its groaning, thunderous movement through the city. A smaller creature looks up, a bead of sweat rolling down its face as it senses something wrong in the air. The atmosphere has grown heavy, charged with a power that shouldn't exist. One of the defenders notices the creature's hesitation. "You seem concerned about that Shuki in the sky," she notes, watching the monster's reaction with interest. The creature points upward, its voice trembling. "This guy has a real nasty ability," it warns, though its fear is directed at the wrong target. A flash of light appears at the edge of the sky, growing larger by the millisecond. "It's," someone starts to say, but the word is swallowed by the roar of the incoming strike. The beam from Washington hits with surgical precision, punching straight through the center of the giant Shuki's forehead. The impact is catastrophic, turning bone and flesh into a spray of atoms. The monsters below can only stare in shock as their massive centerpiece is obliterated in a single heartbeat. "Huh!" They cry out in unison, their confidence shattered along with their champion. The defenders look on, unfazed by the sudden turn of events. "Looks like it made itself too big a target," Tenka remarks. "The Supreme Commander must be providing covering fire from America," another adds matter-of-factly. The giant head erupts into a final, world-shaking explosion of smoke and light, raining debris down on the streets below. The immediate threat has been neutralized, but the war is far from over. The battle shifts to the bridge, where the swarm continues to press its advantage despite the loss of their giant. The defenders stand back to back, ready to face the next wave of the aerial assault. Maya looks at her companion, her expression hardening. "There's a lot of them. Buy me some time," she orders. "Understood," the glasses-wearing woman replies, stepping forward. A winged creature dives with a predatory shriek, its talons extended for the kill. It moves with a speed that would be invisible to a normal human eye. Suddenly, a series of invisible impacts ripple through the air, forcing the creatures back. The two women stand at the center of the bridge, the very air around them buckling under the strain of their defensive techniques. Massive spectral hands manifest in the air, folding together to form a barrier. "Wild god of extremities, the Great One," a voice booms, as the manifestation towers over the battlefield. A beam of concentrated energy stabs through the air, attempting to pierce the spectral defenses. The sound of the impact is like a thunderclap echoing between the bridge's pillars. More beams follow in rapid succession, a relentless barrage designed to wear down the defenders. Each strike sends vibrations through the concrete, threatening to tear the bridge apart. The spectral hands begin to crack under the pressure, fine lines spiderwebbing across their surface. The shield is failing, and the monsters can smell the impending victory. The defender grits her teeth, her gaze sharpening behind her glasses. "Feather bullets, they're powerful," she notes, adjusting her strategy on the fly. The shield finally shatters into glowing fragments. "In that case, my hands have been reduced to rubble in a flash," she observes, though there is no hint of panic in her voice. She immediately begins to regenerate the manifestation, the hands reforming even larger than before. "I'll continuously create new hands," to act as her tank, she declares, setting herself as an unbreakable wall. The winged monsters hover just out of reach, their leader smiling. I guess the divine punishment's complete, she says, believing the battle is already won. A massive pile of rubble and spectral energy sits in the middle of the bridge, looking like a tomb. The monsters circle overhead, waiting for the smoke to clear so they can claim their trophies. Slowly, the rubble begins to shift and crumble, falling away to reveal a dark void in the center. The silence that follows is more terrifying than the previous roar of the battle. The two defenders stand perfectly still amidst the destruction, unharmed and ready. They are the eye of the storm, and the storm is about to change direction. The winged leader lands, her expression one of amused disbelief. "Ooh, how tough," she mocks, looking at the women who refuse to die. The woman with glasses stares back, her face damp with sweat, her breathing heavy. The cost of maintaining that defense was high, but it achieved its goal. The monster steps closer, her voice dripping with venom. "But you're already drained," she points out, sensing the depletion of the defender's energy. She prepares to deliver the final blow, a confident smirk on her face. "Let's wrap it up with 10 more seconds of," she begins, her hand glowing with destructive power. Suddenly, the monster's body goes limp, her confidence vanishing in an instant. "Divine? Huh," she gasps, her limbs refusing to obey her commands. Behind her, the woman with glasses stands tall. "That's enough, Maya. I can absorb it now," she says, her voice steady and commanding. A single hand is raised again, this time pointed directly at the paralyzed monster. The trap has been sprung, and the predator has become the prey. The world around them explodes into a kaleidoscope of glowing leaves and ethereal light. Azuma years, ephemeral, Maya calls out, the activation of her true power transforming the bridge into a realm of myth. The winged monsters fall from the sky like stones, their bodies hitting the pavement with heavy thuds. They are alive, but they are hollow, as if the very concept of strength has been stripped from them. The leader struggles to breathe, her face aging decades in a matter of seconds. "HFF, what did you do?" she wheezes, her voice rasping with the weight of stolen time. Maya stands over her, a dark silhouette against the glowing light. "I stole your life force," she explains simply, her own presence becoming more vibrant and youthful as the monster withers. High above, Tenka watches the scene from the bridge's cables, her eyes narrow and calculating. She sees the tide of battle shifting, but she knows the enemy still has tricks hidden in the shadows. The monsters below react with sudden desperation, charging at the two women with everything they have left. It's a suicidal rush, a final attempt to take their enemies with them into the abyss. Maya darts through the crowd with impossible agility, her movements a blur of motion. She doesn't even need to strike. She simply touches them, and their momentum vanishes into thin air. She grabs one of the monsters by the wrist, her fingers locking on like iron shackles. The creature screams as its energy flows directly into Maya's outstretched hand. The transition is complete. "Azuma years, ephemeral direct contact," she shouts, as the monster beneath her is drained to a husk in an instant. The power she has stolen is now her weapon. The monster falls to the ground, a shriveled shell of its former self. It tries to speak, but its vocal cords are as dry as parchment, its life having been consumed by the very person it tried to kill. Maya stands amidst the wreckage, a manic grin returning to her face as the rush of stolen energy pulses through her veins. She looks unstoppable, a goddess of consumption on the battlefield. She laughs, a bright, chilling sound that echoes across the bridge. "Heh ha ha ha, my senses are returning to their heyday," she cries, her body humming with a power that isn't hers. A new figure enters the fray, her movements graceful and deadly. "Aim no my Tori," she whispers, as she reaches out toward a swirling vortex of energy in front of her. The monsters pause, their primitive instincts screaming at them to run. A strange, spinning symbol appears in the air between them, vibrating with a frequency that sets their teeth on edge. The symbol begins to spin faster, pulling the very fabric of reality toward it. It's a spatial rift, a hole in the world that shouldn't exist, and it's growing larger by the second. The range of the ability expands instantly, catching the monsters in its wake. This is the start of the Yokohama Showdown Part 2, and the rules of the fight have just been rewritten. The battlefield is engulfed in a swirling storm of energy, turning the bridge into a chaotic whirlpool of power. At the center stands a woman, her posture calm as she dictates the flow of the entire engagement. Tenka looks down at the scene, her eyes widening in admiration. "As reliable as ever, Tenka-san," she exclaims, seeing her mentor take command of the chaos. The woman at the center looks up with a faint smile, her gaze meeting Tenka's. It's a look of silent confidence, a promise that the situation is firmly under her control. The horned monster stands tall, its voice booming across the distance. "You're pretty good, girl," it shouts, though there is a hint of frustration in its tone. "In battle, a single word can focus your thoughts." The woman closes her eyes for a moment, connecting with a presence far away. "Yuuki-kun's feelings are coming through loud and clear," she whispers, her resolve hardening into steel. Around her, more rifts open in the air, allowing her to warp through space with ease. She moves like a ghost, appearing and disappearing before the monsters can even register her presence. The monster watches her, its eyes narrowing. "My clone's movements are clumsy. Guess this ability takes some time to get used to," it admits, realizing it has underestimated its opponent's adaptability. Suddenly, a fist lashes out, catching the monster off guard. It's a strike that carries the weight of Tenka's entire spatial mastery, aimed directly at the heart of the enemy's formation. The monster glares back, its face twisted in a snarl of defiance. "Don't underestimate," it begins, its voice growing deeper and more resonant with hidden power. Its body ripples and shifts, the clones merging back into a single, terrifyingly large entity. "My main body," it roars, its true strength finally being unleashed upon the defenders. The main body lunges forward, its massive claws tearing through the air with a sound like ripping silk. It moves with a ferocity that the clones couldn't match, its every movement designed to kill. Tenka barely manages to warp out of the way, the air where she stood just a moment ago being pulverized by the monster's strike. "What are you doing?" she mutters, her breath hitching. The monster doesn't answer, its focus shifting to the other defender. "To my sister," it bellows, its rage fueled by a familial bond that makes it even more dangerous. The swarm of clones erupts again, spreading out to surround the defenders from all sides. They move in perfect sync now, their clumsy movements replaced by a predator's grace. A unified cry of "Hey!" rises from the swarm, a sonic blast of rage and determination that shakes the bridge to its very foundation. The final clash is about to begin. Tenka draws her sword, the blade gleaming with a faint, spatial light. She stands ready to meet the charge, her eyes scanning the battlefield for the slightest opening in the enemy's defense. One of the clones is sliced in half before it can even land a blow. "What is this power?" it gasps as its form begins to dissolve back into basic energy. Tenka moves with surgical precision, her sword appearing and disappearing in flashes of spatial distortion. She isn't just fighting, she is carving a path through the enemy's very existence. The blade slices through another clone, the cut so clean that the creature doesn't even realize it's been hit until its body begins to fall apart. This is the absolute peak of sword mastery. The monster roars in frustration as more of its clones are destroyed. "Another copy," it screams, realizing that its numbers mean nothing against an opponent who can control space itself. A puddle of dark, liquid-like substance forms on the ground, bubbling and shifting with a life of its own. It's a new form of attack, one that doesn't rely on physical strength or speed. A figure slowly rises from the liquid, its form identical to the horned monster. It's a new type of clone, one that seems more stable and dangerous than the ones before it. It points a finger at Tenka, its voice a perfect mimicry of the original. "I'm right here," it taunts, its confidence returning as it prepares to strike. Suddenly, a sharp blade stabs through the monster's chest from behind. "Gwa!" it gasps, its eyes widening in shock as its own weapon is turned against it. Another figure stands in the background, watching the scene with a cold, detached expression. They have been waiting for this exact moment to strike, and their timing was perfect. The monster's face is cast in deep shadow, its eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. "What are you doing?" it whispers, its rage finally reaching a boiling point. A massive wave of energy erupts from the monster, pushing everything back with the force of a hurricane. "To my brother!" it screams, its grief turning into a weapon of mass destruction. Tenka is nearly swept off her feet by the blast. "Whoa!" she cries out, using her sword to anchor herself as the very world seems to be falling apart around her. The monster lunges forward with a speed that defies logic, its body a blur of rage and raw power. It doesn't care about strategy anymore, it only wants to destroy everything in its path. The defender grits her teeth, her own energy flaring up to meet the challenge. "I'll pour," she begins, her voice strained under the immense pressure of the monster's presence. The air between them begins to glow with a blinding white light. "All my energy into this," she shouts, her final attack beginning to take shape. The two energies collide with a world-shattering impact, a massive pillar of light erupting into the sky. The force of the explosion is felt for miles, shaking buildings and shattering windows throughout Yokohama. At the center of the blast, the silhouettes of the combatants are briefly visible before being swallowed by the radiance. It's a clash of absolutes, a struggle where only the strongest will survive. The explosion continues to expand, a dome of pure energy that vaporizes everything it touches. The bridge itself begins to groan and buckle, unable to withstand the cosmic force being unleashed upon it. The monster emerges from the light, its body battered and smoking, but its spirit unbroken. "Did that do it?" it asks, looking around for its opponent through the haze of smoke and debris. A pair of eyes snaps open in the darkness, glowing with an unearthly intensity. The battle isn't over yet, it's only just begun to reach its true climax. A faint trail of smoke drifts away, revealing a figure standing perfectly still amidst the destruction. The resilience of the human spirit is a terrifying thing to witness, even for a monster. The monster's hand begins to smoke and puff, its physical form struggling to maintain itself after such a massive exertion. "So you're also on the commander level," it observes, a new sense of respect in its voice. Tenka drops to one knee, her body finally starting to feel the strain of the constant combat. "Kuh," she groans, her breathing ragged and shallow. She looks up at the sky, where the light from the battle is still fading away. Yokohama lies in the background, a silent witness to the struggle that will decide its fate. The horned figure raises her hands again, her focus fixed on the remaining defenders. She is a relentless force of nature, and she will not stop until everything in her path is destroyed. One of the defenders prepares for a final, desperate charge. They know the odds are against them, but they have no other choice but to fight until the very end. A beam of energy shoots across the battlefield, a last-ditch effort to catch the monster off guard. It's a small, flickering light compared to the earlier blasts, but it carries the hope of everyone on the bridge. The monster simply warps the beam away with a flick of her wrist. "Nyan," she says, the sound mocking the defender's desperate attempt at resistance. Tenka prepares to use her spatial warp one more time, but her movements are slow and telegraphed. She is at the end of her rope, and the monster knows it. The monster slips through a rift in space, appearing behind Tenka with a predatory grin. "Gloop," the sound of her shifting form echoes, a liquid-like movement that is impossible to track. Tenka turns just in time to see the monster's hand reaching for her neck. It's a moment of absolute vulnerability, a moment where the entire battle could be lost in a single stroke. Another rift opens, but this one is different. It's larger, more stable, and it carries a presence that radiates raw, unfiltered power. The two combatants are separated by a sudden blast of force, throwing them to opposite sides of the bridge pylons. The intervention was timed perfectly to prevent a killing blow. A sudden throb of pain pulses through Tenka's body, a physical reminder of the limits she has already pushed. "Zuki!" The sound of her own heartbeat echoes in her ears like a drumbeat of doom. A small wound opens on her shoulder, a tiny trickle of blood staining her uniform. It's a minor injury, but in a battle between masters, even a single mistake can be fatal. She looks at the monster, her eyes narrowed in concentration. She started laying traps. By concealing her clones underground, she realizes, finally understanding the true depth of the enemy's strategy. The winged monsters begin to dive again, their shadows stretching across the bridge. They are the vultures of the battlefield, waiting for the final moment to feast on the remains of the losers. The horned leader walks toward her with a slow, deliberate pace. She is the victor in waiting, her every step a countdown to the end of the defense force's resistance. Tenka stands ready, her hand on the hilt of her sword. She knows she only has one chance left, and she has to make it count. Ha, ha! Her breath hitches as she prepares for the final engagement. The monster pauses, her hand still glowing with stolen energy. "I'll take care of the reinforcements after I'm done with you," she promises, her voice a chilling promise of future violence. She raises her hand toward the sky, the energy within it pulsing with a rhythmic, sickening light. "Because I can keep fighting forever," she claims, her power seemingly bottomless. Tenka looks at her sword, then at the monster. "Yuuki, we're gonna use heavenward. I think that's our only choice left," she says, her voice low and full of grim determination. The two defenders lock eyes, their shared resolve forming a bond that transcends words. "Let's get this thing down pat," she shouts. "Yes, ma'am," he replies, his voice full of unwavering loyalty. The world is swallowed by a sudden, blinding flash of light as the heavenward technique is initiated. It's a transformation of both spirit and body, a merging of two separate lives into a single, unstoppable force. The monster watches the transformation with a curious, almost appreciative smile. "So that's the ace up their sleeve," she notes, finally seeing the true potential of her opponents. A massive pillar of white light erupts from the bridge, piercing the clouds and illuminating the entire city of Yokohama. It's a beacon of hope in the darkness, a signal that the real fight has only just begun. The observers on the bridge look on in awe as the light begins to fade, revealing a new, more powerful entity standing in the center. "Oh ho, Yuuki Wakura, I can see he has a lot of potential. I like him," Tenka remarks with a grin. Suddenly, a vision of the future, or perhaps a dream, flickers through the minds of those present. A scene of absolute comfort and intimacy, a sharp contrast to the cold reality of the battlefield. "If Himari doesn't hurry up, maybe I'll have the entire Azuma family lend a hand," someone whispers playfully. Back on the bridge, the playful atmosphere vanishes as the monsters begin their final assault. "I'll take the lead and show the kiddos how it's done," someone says, her voice full of confidence. "We've got incoming." The monster's eyes glow with a predatory light, her focus locked on the new threat. She hasn't been defeated yet, and she is eager to see what this new transformation can truly do. The transformation is complete, and the new entity stands tall, radiating an aura of absolute authority. "Heavenward," the word echoes through the air as the figure prepares to strike. "Mayura-san, I'm coming to save you now." Maya lunges forward with her ephemeral ability one last time, her touch now backed by the combined power of two lives. "Azuma years, ephemeral direct contact," she shouts, her fingers glowing with a light that can strip the stars themselves of their fire. The battle reaches its absolute peak, the secret of the Azuma power finally being fully revealed. Tovra can use the life force she's absorbed to heal herself or launch an attack, ensuring she never destroys herself by overabsorbing. The true showdown has only just begun. Chapter 80 begins in the heart of a devastated city, where Kyoyuka stands atop the massive, armored frame of Yuuki's heavenward form, facing down a god. Kyoyuka grips her blade tight, the steel singing as she prepares to push her body past its natural limits. Closing her eyes to focus her spirit, Kyoyuka begins the incantation. "Together with heavenward," she whispers, her breath hitching in the cold air. A vision of a majestic, snow-capped peak flashes behind her eyes as she recites the poem that will release the limiter on her mind. The towering clouds, rising and crumbling away, reveal the mountain. A violent aura of light erupts around her, temporarily skyrocketing her agility and reaction speed as she prepares for the battle of her life. Kusetsu sneers, her eyes narrowing with sadistic glee. "I'll show off, my big move too," the god taunts with a wicked grin. Suddenly, the god's anatomy begins to warp and shift as multiple black limbs erupt from her side. The arms multiply at a sickening speed, stretching out like the legs of a monstrous spider reaching for its prey. Kusetsu stands fully transformed, surrounded by a forest of clenched fists. "Beautiful majesty, millionfold divine punishments," she declares, a queen of carnage. Kaioyuka's eyes dart between the shifting limbs, her mind racing. She only created copies of her arms, she wonders, sensing a trap. The two combatants charge across the cracked pavement, a clash of titans that shakes the very foundations of the city. Yuki lets out a primal roar as they dive, headlong into the storm of steel and bone. The air is filled with the thunderous sound of impact as Kaioyuka's blade meets the relentless barrage of the god's 1,000 fists. Kaioyuka moves like a blur of shadows, her speed now nearly impossible for the human eye to track. She lunges forward, her blade trailing a line of silver light that carves through the air with lethal precision. Dark ichor sprays into the sky as Kaioyuka finally finds her mark, slicing through the god's defenses. Kusetsu's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she realizes her impenetrable wall of fists has been breached. Kaioyuka doesn't slow down, weaving between the thrashing arms with the grace of a dancer in a hurricane. A heavy strike slams into Kusetsu's chest, sending a shockwave through the god's small frame. Blood trickles from the god's mouth, and for the first time, her expression falters into one of genuine shock. "She broke through my divine chain attack, even though I came at her with the intent to kill," Kusetsu hisses, her pride stung more than her body. Acting on instinct, the god leaps back, seeking to put distance between herself and the relentless commander. "Just to be safe," she mutters as her form blurs, splitting into multiple identical copies of herself across the battlefield. Kusetsu points a finger forward, her voice echoing from 3 different directions. "I'll take them out with my clones while they're injured. Go." Kaioyuka stands tall atop Yuuki, her breathing heavy but her resolve unshaken as the clones close in. But something is wrong. One of the clones stumbles, her eyes clouding over. "What's the matter with you? You go too." Kusetsu screams at her own reflection. The clone begins to dissolve, its essence being pulled away by some unseen internal force. The god's true face is revealed, twisted by a growing realization that she is losing her grip on her stolen power. Kaioyuka seizes the opening, diving from Yuuki's back and carving through the fading shadows of the clones. She delivers a devastating kick that connects squarely with the real Kusetsu's jaw, sending the god spinning through the air. Kusetsu hits the ground hard, her form flickering as the spirits within her struggle for control. The god looks up, her face a mask of fury and desperation, as she feels her very identity beginning to unravel. "Myra," she cries out, the name of the girl she absorbed now haunting her like a ghost in the machine. She tries to stand, but her limbs feel heavy, as if the very atoms of her being are rejecting her command. Kaioyuka lands softly and points her sword at the trembling deity. "Your copies are weak," she observes coldly. "Guess you have yet to fully absorb Myra," Kaioyuka adds with a smirk, knowing the god's greatest strength has become her fatal weakness. Kusetsu grit her teeth, her black eyes burning with a hateful fire that promises a violent end. Kaioyuka raises her hand, signaling to her loyal companion for one final, desperate gambit. "Let's do this, Yuuki," she calls out. Chains jangle as they wrap around the length of her katana, glowing with a fierce, ethereal light. Yuuki transforms back into his humanoid state behind her, his power flowing through the chains and into her blade as they synchronize their spirits. Kusetsu screams in a voice that sounds like tearing metal, "Don't fuck with me," as she launches a final, desperate fist. The god's body continues to warp, skin bulging and tearing as she tries to force the transformation to complete. "That Myra bitch," she snarls. Her hand becomes a massive, taloned claw. "I'll absorb her soon enough, for I am beautiful," she bellows. Thunder rolls through the sky as Kusetsu reaches her limit. "I am a god," she shrieks, her voice echoing across the ruins. Yuuki closes his eyes, focusing every ounce of his remaining strength. "I offer my body," he thinks, a selfless sacrifice for his master. To Kaioyuka-san, his thoughts echo as the chain tightens, the two becoming a single weapon of divine justice. A cloud of white smoke erupts, obscuring everything as the ultimate transformation takes place. Kyoyuka stands in the center of the clearing, her uniform tattered but her eyes burning with an intensity that outshines the sun. Looking around at the empty space, Kyoyuka asks herself the question that everyone is thinking. Did Yuuki vanish? Her eyes widen as she looks down at the weapon in her hands, sensing a new life force coursing through it. She realizes the truth with a gasp of awe. He's in that blade, she whispers, gripping the hilt of the sentient sword. Kusetsu lunges forward with her monstrous claw, a desperate animal cornered by a hunter. Kyoyuka settles into a low stance, her blade humming with the combined power of commander and slave. The god lashes out with a torrent of black energy that tears up the ground as it moves toward Kyoyuka. Kyoyuka doesn't flinch, her gaze fixed on the target as she prepares to release the most powerful attack in her arsenal. The energy of the god strikes swirls around her, but it cannot pierce the aura of the unified pair. Kyoyuka's eyes turn a brilliant, piercing white as she reaches the peak of her focus. With a voice that rings like a bell, she names the technique that will end the conflict: Sword of Subjugation. A beam of pure, incandescent light erupts from the blade, slicing through the darkness of the city like a hot knife through butter. Kusetsu's face is illuminated by the coming doom, her mouth open in a final, silent cry of wah. The light consumes the god entirely, scouring her malevolent presence from the physical world. The light fades, the scene shifts. Kyoyuka and her companions lay together in the wreckage, their bodies finally giving out after the ordeal. The Sword of Subjugation had done its job, firing Yuuki's spirit like a projectile from within its steel frame to deliver the final blow. They survived Kyoyuka's deadly strike, but the cost has been immense for both their bodies and spirits. Kyoyuka's face is smeared with soot and blood, her breathing shallow as the power of the slave fusion recedes. The secret technique of the heavenward form was their only chance, and it worked, but at the edge of their own lives. The shadow of the god vanishes into a spray of black droplets, leaving nothing but silence behind. Kyoyuka recites the final words of the poem, her voice a ghost of its former strength as the mind limiter resets. Kyoyuka recites the poem that releases the limiter on her mind. The smoke begins to clear over the city of Kusetsu, revealing the hollowed-out shells of buildings and a landscape changed forever. In the center of the ruins, the girls are found exhausted, their clothing torn away by the sheer force of the divine battle. Tenka surveys the scene from a distance, her heart hammering against her ribs. "They're all breathing," she shouts to the remaining soldiers. She lets out a sigh of relief that is half sob, her knees nearly buckling as she realizes her friends are safe. Kyoyuka, barely conscious, reaches out and snares a small, struggling figure in her divine chains. It's the core of the god, reduced to a fragment. If you resist or try to use your phasing ability, Kyoyuka warns through gritted teeth, her eyes still holding that terrifying commander's glint. "I'll kill you," she finishes, the threat hanging heavy in the air as the god's core shudders. Kusetsu lets out a weak, guttural sound, her once mighty power now contained within a few links of cold steel. She hangs her head in defeat, the pride of a deity finally shattered by the strength of human bonds. Suddenly, with a loud bon, the god's core transforms into a strange, armored shell. "Is this her original form?" a soldier asks in confusion. The shell begins to vibrate violently, emitting a high-pitched wail that sounds like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. "Lu lu lu lu." Yuuki's beast form snaps to attention, his ears ringing. "Watch out," he yells, sensing another surge of power from the strange egg. Kyoyuka narrows her eyes, her sword still at the ready. "If you're going to try to absorb me," she begins, sensing the god's last-ditch effort. She brings her blade down in a final, decisive arc that cuts through the energy surge with cold efficiency. She stands over the defeated god, her silhouette a beacon of strength against the setting sun. "Then it's time to submit," she commands. The egg-like form splits in two, the energy within it finally dying out with a faint "lu." A final puff of steam rises from the broken shell, leaving nothing but debris behind. The sound of "E" fades into the wind, signaling the true end of the 8 thunder gods' reign over this district. Kyoyuka stands alone in the middle of the rubble, her task finally complete, as the dust of battle begins to settle around her. Yuuki approaches her, his gaze full of respect for the woman who has led them to victory against impossible odds. He looks at her with a gentle smile, his voice soft. "You did good, mastering Heavenward," he says, acknowledging her growth as a warrior. Kyoyuka's face softens, the commander's mask finally slipping as she gives a simple, heartfelt reply. "Thank you very much." Yuuki, still in his humanoid beast state, scoops up the exhausted and nearly naked girls, carrying them like a shepherd protecting his flock. "Oh, right, what do we do about my sister and her friends?" he asks, realizing the logistics of their messy victory. Tenka looks at him with kind eyes, her gaze lingering on the brave young man who saved them all. She steps forward and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Leave them to me," she says with a confident nod. Suddenly, a warp gate begins to open nearby, swirling with a dark, dimensional energy. Tenka watches the horizon, her eyes sharp as she looks for any lingering threats in the shadows of the broken city. She points toward a group of fleeing enemies. "Don't move, one step and I'll shoot," she bellows, her voice commanding the field. With a powerful dan, one of the enemy gods stomps the ground, triggering a massive escape move. Tenka's expression turns to one of cold calculation as she prepares her own spatial manipulation technique. Massive, swirling portals erupt across the field with a deafening seizwuum, threatening to tear apart anyone caught in the crossfire. Yuuki watches in awe as the landscape itself is warped by the captain's incredible powers. A manhole cover clangs shut as the remaining enemies disappear into the dark. Below ground, they escaped, someone calls out. Yuuki looks at Tenka with genuine gratitude. "Tenka-san, thank you so much," he says, truly realizing how close they came to disaster. She looks back at him and smiles. "Looks like you defeated a god," she jokes, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. In the distance, more of their allies arrive, waving and cheering as they see their companions are safe. Tenka begins organizing the cleanup. "You handle the medical care and report on the 8 Thunder Gods' defeat," she orders a soldier. She turns back to the group. "I'll check the perimeter just to be safe." Fubuki and the others nod in agreement. "Understood. I'll handle the report," one says, while another adds, "Leave the healing to me. I've got more than enough energy." Yuuki starts to wobble, the massive strain of the heavenward form finally taking its toll on his physical body. He slumps over, his eyes rolling back. Now that the tension is gone, "Uh-oh," he mutters as the world starts to spin. Vision blurs, the skyscrapers turning into surreal smears of light. "My consciousness is fading," he thinks, falling into the dark. He hits the pavement with a heavy whump, finally at rest after a battle that would have killed a lesser man. The world turns black, the sounds of the battlefield fading into a peaceful, heavy silence. A low, wooden ceiling slowly comes into focus as a warm light bathes Yuuki's vision. He blinks, his eyes feeling heavy as if he's waking from a dream that lasted for 1,000 years. Yuuki sits up in bed, only to find the god Kusetsu lying beside him, her long hair sprawled across the pillows. "Heya," she says with a casual grin. Yuuki nearly jumps out of his skin, his voice cracking with panic. "Kusetsu?" he screams, looking for a weapon he doesn't have. The god looks at him with boredom. "This isn't reality. Don't panic," she explains, gesturing to the strange, shifting walls of the room. She leans back, looking entirely too comfortable in his mind. "Kinda like a mindscape. It's the world inside you," she adds with a wink. The two of them stand together in front of a traditional Japanese house, a surreal sight in the middle of a blank, white void. They walk out into the endless expanse, where a gentle wind blows through the air like a phantom, fu. Yuuki looks at his hands, trying to comprehend what has happened to him. "The world, inside me," he repeats, his voice full of wonder and fear. Kusetsu walks beside him, her presence still dominant even in this phantom state. "Since I've lost my physical body, I appear where some of my power still remains." Kusetsu gives him a sly, knowing smile that makes his blood run cold. "Remember when you drank my special concentrated droplets of God?" she asks. A memory of a forced, intimate moment flashes back to him. So that's what that was. He realizes, the weight of their connection finally sinking in. The god turns her back to him, looking out into the nothingness. Gods don't disappear so easily, she says, her voice full of an ancient, prideful resonance. She looks over her shoulder, her expression turning somber. Granted, I've lost my body. I cannot affect the outside world in any way, let alone fight anyone. Yuuki watches her, unsure if he should feel pity or terror for the being now trapped inside his own soul. Kusetsu steps closer, her face inches from his. All we can do, she whispers, her breath smelling of ozone and flowers, is make the most of this, she finishes, her eyes locking onto his with an intensity that promises their story is far from over. Hand reaches out, but the world around him begins to dissolve into a kaleidoscope of light and sound. Form begins to fade from the mindscape, pulled back by the physical reality that is waiting for him. Kusetsu waves a casual goodbye as the dream ends. I guess you're waking up. Oh well, we can see each other anytime, she calls out. Her final words echo through his mind as he returns to the living world. Consider yourself lucky to have a beautiful god living within you. Yuuki snaps his eyes open in the medical bay, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Lucky? He repeats to the empty room, a chill running down his spine as the realization of his new passenger sets in. High above the courtyard of a seemingly normal school, the morning sun beats down on the pavement. Yuuki stands paralyzed, his eyes wide with a confusion that borders on terror. Walking through the halls is a woman who commands the very air around her, her professional suit doing little to hide her imposing presence. She offers a subtle, knowing smile as she passes by. A girl in a school sweater stops and looks back at him, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Don't space out so early in the morning, she chides, while Yuuki can only stammer back, sorry. Everywhere he looks, familiar faces are living ordinary lives, from athletes in gym clothes to student council members maintaining order. Kyoyuka stands tall, her arm outstretched as she shouts, school is starting, get to class. As Yuuki realizes with a start that in this world, everyone is a student. Inside a quiet classroom, a girl with long, dark hair and protruding horns sits casually atop a desk. This is your world, so we can even do a school setting like this, Kusetsu says, her voice echoing with an otherworldly chill. Yuuki points a finger at her, his face flushed with a mix of anger and disbelief. You did this, he yells, but Kusetsu just sighs. See, I went through your memories, and I saw you never had a girlfriend when you were a student. She doesn't wait for a response, her hands reaching for the hem of her sailor uniform. I'll be one for you, she whispers, her eyes locking onto his with predatory intent. She begins to undress, the reality of the dream becomes overwhelmingly physical. Let's continue with our copulation, she declares, leaving Yuuki gasping in shock. The intimacy of the moment is suffocating, and the young man finds himself unable to look away. What's going on? He cries out, his mind racing to make sense of the nightmare. Own hands move against his will, drawn toward her as if by a magnetic force. My body's moving on its own again, Yuuki realizes in horror, while Kusetsu calmly advises, calm down, you have a million questions you should be asking. The dream shatters like glass, replaced by the stark reality of a dorm room and the jagged, rocky peaks of the Motto dimension outside. Chapter 82 begins. Yuuki's eyes flutter open, and the first thing he sees is a pair of bright, hopeful eyes inches from his own. Yuuki-san, Ni screams with joy, while the disoriented warrior can only whisper, where am I? He lies there for a moment, the weight of the battle in Yokohama still heavy in his bones. Where am I? He repeats, trying to ground himself in the waking world. He sits up quickly, sweat beading on his forehead, as the memory of the horned girl lingers in the back of his mind. Was that a dream just now? He wonders, while Ni watches him with growing concern. He brings a hand to his face, the sensation of his own skin proving that he is finally, truly awake. Ni doesn't let him spiral, grabbing his cheeks with her small, firm hands. Please calm down, she insists, adding with a touch of authority, that's an order from your superior. The absurdity of the situation breaks the tension, and Yuuki manages a weak, lopsided smile. Why, yes, ma'am, he replies, playing along with her command. Seeing him smile is all she needs, and her own face breaks into a radiant, gap-toothed grin of pure relief. Nee stands up, smoothing out her dress as she delivers the news. You passed out after the battle in Yokohama, Yuuki-san. You've been asleep for 2 days. Yuuki looks down at his hands, surprised by his own recovery. I was carried here. So? He trails off as Nee assures him, your wounds are all healed and your body appears to have nothing wrong with it. She continues her report, explaining the current state of the anti-demon corps. The commander is at HQ, reporting about the events in Yokohama along with Commander Kamyun and the others. Duty calls to him even in his weakened state, and Yuuki begins to push back the covers. Then, I've got work to do too, he says, but Nee is already moving to stop him. For today. She firmly pushes him back against the pillows, her eyes brooking no argument. Please rest, she tells him softly but firmly. She turns toward the door, already planning her next move to help him recover. Nee will cook you something, and I'll get a bath ready too, she calls over her shoulder. Yuuki watches her go, the kindness of the young girl warming him more than the blankets ever could. Thanks, he says, sinking back into the bed. Outside in the hallway, the hum of the ventilation fan is the only sound in the quiet dormitory of the 7th Squad. Yuuki eventually makes his way out of bed, his legs feeling a bit shaky as he stands in the corridor. I should freshen up first, he thinks to himself. A sudden ripple in the air signals a warp asterisk, and 3 powerful commanders manifest in the hallway. Myra, Tenka, and Kyoyuka, all still in their combat uniforms. Kyoyuka steps forward, a confident smile on her face. I had a feeling you'd be awake. My body started to move after all, she says, feeling the tether of their master-slave bond. Yuuki freezes, a realization hitting him that makes his heart skip a beat. I still haven't got my reward yet. Come to think of it, he muses internally. Tenka looks him over with a concerned eye. How do you feel? She asks, and Yuuki gives her a thumbs up. I'm doing great. Myra reaches out and ruffles his hair with a rough but friendly gesture. I heard you saved me. Much obliged, she laughs, while Yuuki modestly replies, it was thanks to everyone's help. The group stands in the narrow hallway, the weight of their hard-won victory settling over them. You're right, we were victorious thanks to the entire demon defense force, Kyoyuka agrees. She turns her gaze to the commander of the 6th Squad. Especially you, Myra. Even though you were absorbed, you demonstrated true persistence by resisting. Myra taps her chin, a grin spreading across her face. When I thought of her talkin' over all my power, it gave me the oomph I needed, she explains with a shrug. Tenka and Yuuki share a look as they listen to the 2 veterans discuss the finer points of the battle. Kyoyuka clears her throat, her expression shifting from professional to something more personal. Well then, with that wrapped up. She steps into Yuuki's space and wraps her arms around him in a sudden, tight hug. The reward's starting. Please give us some privacy, she says, shocking everyone present. The air in the hallway turns electric as Myra and Tenka recoil in disbelief. Why? Myra screams, while Tenka instantly counters, I'll give him a reward too. Tenka's eyes narrow, her competitive spirit flaring up. It's like you said, Kyoyuchin, this victory took the entire force. She mirrors Kyoyuka's action, hugging Yuuki from the other side until the poor boy is sandwiched between them. So the reward should be given together too, Tenka declares as Myra asks, that's what you're concerned with. Myra looks away, her face turning a deep shade of crimson as she struggles with her own pride. I was kinda personally saved too, so. She peeks through her fingers, her heart hammering against her ribs. I'll help, she whispers, her resolve finally crumbling. Tenka starts unbuttoning her shirt with casual efficiency. The way things are going, we'll all be taking a bath together, she notes, while Kyoyuka warns, don't force yourself. The word hits Myra like a physical blow, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Bath, she shrieks in total panic. The young commander begins to vibrate with pure anxiety. It can't be. We don't even have an exchange diary, she stammers, her mind stuck on traditional romance tropes. She points a trembling finger at Tenka, who is already half undressed. And, Tenka, you're fully in control of your body, right? How are you so gung-ho about this? The mental strain finally becomes too much. and Myra collapses into a heap on the wooden floor. Even on the floor, her face is glowing with embarrassment. Even after what I just said, "I'm too embarrassed to undress," she wails internally. Outside the squad's private bathhouse, the steam rises into the cool Mato air as the water trickles over the rocks. Inside, Yuuki is submerged up to his neck, his face redder than the setting sun. Seeing this situation before my very eyes, he thinks, his heart racing. He sits perfectly still between Kyoyuka and Tenka, the steam swirling around them. "I'm so nervous, I can't move," he admits to himself. Kyoyuka looks over at him, her hair tied up to keep it out of the water. "You're not getting too hot, are you?" she asks with genuine concern. Tenka offers a small, knowing smile as she watches Yuuki's discomfort. "He's just shy," she teases gently. Kyoyuka's gaze softens, her eyes reflecting the flickering light